apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Saturday. It's Saturday fun day. But of course, not a lot of fun things are happening in the world right now, so I'm obviously going to be doing some news as well. But before we get into all of that, this is Saturday. It is 76 degrees and hazy here in Los Angeles, California. I worked out this morning. I'm feeling pretty good. Hit some freaking deadlifts.
Here we go.
And I am feeling it. I'm feeling myself. Did some leg work, did some deadlifts. It's Saturday, September 20th, 2025. 11:13 a.m. I'm all horned up on gas station boner pills, and Hasanabi is live, top tier jerk material. That's insane, dog. That's an insane thing to say. Anyway, damn perfect timing. Always miss this part. Well, you didn't today. Okay, you did not today. You're here. Okay. Yeah, okay, that gas station thing took me out a little bit. It just like one-shotted me a little bit, and I don't know. Anyway, Gen Z director for change is a Hasanabi head. No, I know that. Yeah. No, Victoria Hammond is dope. She's great. She's been great consistently. The Gen Z for change, I had a bad rap. Like in my mind, I thought they were like kind of whack because of Olivia Juliana, and then Sean the Black cleared up all that stuff for me. If you guys recall, they're great. Yeah, Victoria is a Hasanabi head, and she's dope. But yeah, personal news wise.
How the fuck? You are so fucking stupid. I'm stupid. Ah! Dumbass. Release the files. No, he looks so healthy. You look like a Fallout ghoul, man.
He looks so healthy is like, it just every time I hear that, because this has become like somewhat of a big thing. This sound is like all over my For You page, and it takes me out every time whenever I hear myself go, he looks so fucking healthy, because that was so sad. What a sad day that was, huh? We had a moment of happiness and then a moment of excitement, and then it was gone. Anyway, so where was I? Oh, I hung out with Kneecap's sound engineer last night. Talked about you a lot. The lads send you their best. Yes, love the lads, love the boys, miss them. Gonna see them soon, hopefully. Anyway, Charlie Kirk being made MAGA MLK for white boys. Stop weaponizing this death. Miller and Trump admin figures grooming young boys like Tyler Robinson. Divide and conquer the stage is part of it. What if it's deeper? Epstein files blocked. This admin and his billionaires are policing grief. This goes beyond Project 2025. Look up Project 2025 and release the Epstein files. The playbook is wild. Yeah. Okay. Incredible thread for FUNDAY. Also something for Felix Betterman. What the hell is Felix Betterman? Betterman. Little bear. Anyway, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night, hung out with the fam a little bit, tried to watch Mockingjay episode 1, or the third installation of the Hunger Games franchise. I'm gonna be honest with you, I felt like the second one was better, but it's very Israel coded. Mockingjay 1, straightforward Israel. Like, it's just the capital is Israel now. They blow up a hospital literally because they say Hamas or Katniss Evergreen or Everdeen, however you say her last name, is at the hospital. Let's show them what it means to harbor terrorists in a hospital, and then they just blow up the hospital. I can't help but notice that is very Israel coded. You know how like people will always say, oh, I can't believe there's so much like pro-Israel propaganda in Disney movies. It's like, well, this was some anti-Israel propaganda that I think a lot of people didn't factor in. Okay. Yeah, bro, I am finishing the book right now. All I'm saying is, you know, I know America also has blown up its fair share of hospitals, but like with the frequency, consistency that Israel blows up hospitals, I feel like it's kind of their thing now. You know what I mean? Your buddy Ashley Liao was in the prequel, you know? Wait, really? Which one was she? Which one is she in? That's not my buddy. That's your buddy too. She's probably in here right now. She's a Hasanabi head. She's probably in the chat right now. You just called her out. Hasan, you are homo. Brother, you got to stop fantasizing about me just blowing your back out. It is not healthy for you, okay? I am a heterosexual man. I know that devastates you as it does many people, okay? And you are allowed to imagine a world where I am gay for you if you want to, but it's just not gonna happen. That was my first time chatting ever. God. You know, apologies to all the bottoms out there. You know, I'm sorry. I do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat. If there was like a gay pill or something, I'd be like, you know what? Let me get a little taste of this, right? It's just not working. It's just not happening. All right. Prove it. So when you learn yours is the people's penis. Okay, that's crazy. There is a gay pill. It's called trying. Yeah, but I can't try if I'm not invested. You know what I mean? If I'm not interested. Like, I don't even like any body hair, you know? I thought you were bi? No. Anyway. No. Is it because Hasanabi is Hasan a bi? Is that what you think? But where was I? That's misogyny. Okay. I've had Hakeem Jeffries on. Oh my lord. Okay. Unfollowed. I thought you were a true Bush lover like me. Nah, dude. I don't fuck with no Bush. No George H.W. Bush. No George W. Bush. No Jeb Bush. Ain't no Bush for me. I mean, listen, I like it every style. It doesn't matter, but you know, it's just my preference. All right. Tim Dillon did a lot of Israel talk today. Yeah, probably because he got fired from the fucking Saudi Arabia tour, from what I heard. So now he's just going full tilt. All right. You've been bi in public before someone asked if you were queer and you were like, yeah, what? No. I've literally never. What? Why are you inventing different things? Shaking my head. Get this guy banned off Twitch. Okay, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not gay. Okay. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Guy hears that I'm not gay, not even bi, and he's like, ban him now. What is this? That level of woke culture is gone. Okay. It doesn't exist anymore. And that kind of woke is not coming back. All right. So folks. Yeah, personal news wise, watched a little bit of Hunger Games. Didn't really like the third installation as much as I liked the second one. But you know, very Israel high moments in it. What else did I do? Not really anything. Oh my god, my mom and my dad they have it out for me. They have it out for me. They want me to suffer. They want me to keep getting plump. Hasan is being accused of queer baiting. Debatable. Dude, there's never like the queer baiting stuff is really funny for two reasons. Okay. Are there some people who kind of do it? For sure. You know, like maybe Harry Styles or whatever, right? But like, I feel like that's a generational thing. Cause like every older gay I've ever met has been like, no, that's good. It helps me fantasize. I feel like maybe that's more of like a Gen Z thing, or I don't know. But last but not least, especially for someone like myself, like, I don't know, I'm comfortable in my sexuality, and I've never been like I'm gay. I always say I'm not. So you assuming or you wishing that I was queer doesn't mean I'm queer baiting. Okay, what the fuck do you want me to do? This person is still hallucinating. Look. This is only on Twitch, maybe. Only on Twitch. You've been bi in public before. Someone asked if you're queer and you were like, yeah, you're bi. He's queer. He said it so many times. You are bisexual. You've said you are queer all the time. Now I'm full-fledged gay. Okay, and now I'm full-fledged gay. Got it. All right. What are you gonna do? Anyway. Everybody transgender. Everybody trans. Everybody transgender. Everyone's queer. Anyway. queer baiting kind of has turned into something bad because it just perpetuates the idea that if a man is feminine anyway, they have to be queer. Yeah, but like, again, are they queer baiting or are they just like feminine? You know what I mean? I don't know. All right, so it is pretty funny to have like I feel like queer baiting narratives are for a time when gay rights weren't in the crosshairs. You know what I mean? That's the type of stuff you talk about when you're comfortable. Do you see what I mean? I feel like that's like a back and forth for a bygone era where queer people thought their civil liberties were not on the line. You know, like that's a yeah, luxury good. That's a conversation where it's like, you know, things are so good that we've decided like, you know, are we doing bi erasure? Are we doing queer baiting? All this stuff, like some of it is valid, some of it is a little spicy, whatever. Like right now, people are literally in the chat being like, I'm trans. Do I escape the country? Which routes can I take? Okay. And there's still people being like, actually, some feminine guys might unintentionally engage in queer baiting. And it's like, well, okay. All right. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say about sure. Like, we gotta lock in, guys. We gotta fucking lock in, okay? Jesus Christ. What is this? Have you seen they pulled the Charlie Kirk special they wanted to air last minute? It has 5,000 views on YouTube after 14 hours. You got a new sound popping on TikTok?
Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
Oh yeah, I saw it already. We just watched it. That's so funny. Yeah, I've been seeing this sound blow up on TikTok a little bit. Where was I? Dude, speaking of TikTok, I've been seeing some wild stuff on my TikTok For You page that I've been like bookmarking so I can show you guys. But I want to watch Mussolini Son of the Century. My mom hopefully is going to give me the USB that we have that my gaming team, Hasanabi gaming team, actually secured for me so we can watch it later today. It's about Mussolini and his rise to power, his initial like socialist beginnings and all this stuff. I feel like it's informative, it's instructive. Yes, USB. That's right. I got a USB. So also I've been talking to John Marco, speaking of which, because someone was trying to link me a John Marco clip. I am going to have him on the broadcast, maybe even on Fear and maybe I'll go on his podcast as well. That link up is finally happening. Okay. Yes, it's finally happening. I know, probably one of the most requested. It was like him and Bad Hasbara. Those were like the two major demands that people had of me. And for the longest time I was I don't know, it just never really worked out, but it's gonna work out. It's happening. Okay.
Is the Hasanabi openly gay, or am I just reading into his attire too much? Ha! You're reading into my attire too much, brother. Traditional heteronormative masculinity is a prison, my friend. If you came out as gay, the gays wouldn't know how to act. Man, the gays don't know how to act even though I'm not gay.
Yeah, there you go. This is not a new meta, is my point. This is a meta that has been around. This has been a meta that's been around. Watch Cleavage on Crunchyroll, Dungeon Meshi X Berserk. Wait, what? Cleavatus on Crunchyroll? Oh, this is Mussolini Son of the Century shit. But where was I? Okay, let's blast off. Okay. Charlie Kirk Memorial tomorrow. There's a different soundbite too, by the way. Okay, guys, you gotta stop sending me these freaking clips for a second. Let me just lock in for a moment. Okay. Charlie Kirk Memorial tomorrow. All the things Trump is breaking. I know you don't give a fuck, but I send you beautiful memes on Instagram and I want you to see them so bad. Okay, calm down. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay, where was I? All right, so we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Charlie Kirk Memorial tomorrow. All things Trump is breaking. And Saturday. Oh wait, hold on. Let me talk about Edan Alexander wants to re-enlist in the IOF after being taken POW on Oct 7. Disney losing 4.3 bill. Wait, what? I don't know about that. What happened there? What do you think about the H-1B visa? I talked about that yesterday. Trump is gearing up to go to war with Venezuela, obviously. Trump wants to wage war on Venezuela. Alex Jones's Destiny roast. Oh my God, bro. I know people are like, hey, we shouldn't be talking about these fucking dudes, these losers or whatever, but like, I have to watch that. That segment is so amazing because Alex Jones is actually like, I mean, he's a monster, right? But God damn it, dude, he is such a fucking legendary talent. Like, he is a generational talent as an entertainer. This is a consistent position I've held, and I think a lot of people know this about me. Like, from a pure entertainment standpoint, Alex Jones stands alone. Okay, he stands alone. He is his own guy. And I always used to say back in the day that we as a society are unable to appreciate him and enjoy him as like an entertainment figure. Like, if he was supposed to be a parody, he would be amazing, right? He would be the greatest parody of all time. But the problem is we're too stupid and we believe him. Do you understand? Like, we have failed. Our education has failed. And we can't actually, like, if people could consume Alex Jones in the same way that I do, where they just watch it for the entertainment value and not ever take it seriously, then he's one of the best, right? He's one of the best. But the issue is people actually take him seriously. You're not supposed to take the jester seriously. You're not supposed to take the court jester seriously. Anyway, there's a piece that he did on Molestini, and I think it's so fucking funny because it's just it goes along with exactly what I was talking about, like in terms of his entertainment chops. Like, he is a phenomenal entertainer, just a phenomenally bad guy too, for sure, but also a phenomenal entertainer. And it really comes out. It really comes out in that moment. You said like Colbert. No, I think like I obviously disagree significantly less with someone like Stephen Colbert, but I think Stephen Colbert has less chops than even Alex Jones has. Like, Alex Jones, if he was performance art, if Alex Jones was performance art, he's like old Stephen Colbert from the Colbert Report, right? That was peak Colbert. It was amazing. But even then, I think Alex Jones, if you see him as like performance art, you think that's something even different than that. Does that make sense? And I'm not alone on this because early on, yes, someone already brought it up, but he was in A Scanner Darkly and numerous other works of art when he was on his like public radio show. A lot of directors and a lot of people actually saw exactly what I see in him, and they thought he was like an amazing. Yeah, Linklater literally also participated in a lot of fucking Alex Jones glaze. Like, he put him in A Scanner Darkly, and I think he was in another thing too. He was in two Linklater productions, I think. Was it in Waking Life? Yeah, Richard Linklater's also from. What is this? Oh, he made one on me too. Yeah. Oh my God, he did make one on me. I love him. God, fuck, man, he is so sick. I love Alex Jones. It's so hard for me not to be appreciative of him. I'm just gonna start off with like one of the many different ways in which like Alex Jones is a fantastic entertainer. Let's take a look.
I tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now.
He's just like, this is one of the best. This is one of the best like Wow Mao edits of all time. It's one of my favorite edits of all time in general. Obviously he's not talking about Mao here, but it doesn't matter. In my mind it does. It's like it lives in my mind permanently alongside it lives in my mind permanently alongside the Donald Trump saying, "May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States." And then the Lisan al-Gaib plays right after. Yeah, I mean, here's Alex Jones in A Waking Life.
City Hall. Death and taxes. Don't talk about politics or religion. This is all the equivalent.
By the way, this is a Turkish channel, Dünyalılar video. That's so funny.
Of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI. Lay down, GI. We saw it all through the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want.
It's up to each and every one of us to turn loose of just some of the greed, the hatred, the envy, and yes, the insecurities, because that is the central mode of control. Make us feel pathetic, small, so we'll willingly give up our sovereignty, our liberty, our destiny. We have got to realize that we're being conditioned on a mass scale. Start challenging this corporate slave state. The 21st century is going to be a new century. Not the century of slavery, not the century of lies and issues of no significance, and classism and statism and all the rest of the modes of control.
More red.
It's going to be the age of humankind standing up for something pure and something right.
What a bunch of garbage, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican. It's all there to control you, two sides of the same coin.
Two management teams bidding for control, the CEO job of Slavery Incorporated. The truth is out there in front of you, but they lay out this buffet of lies. I'm sick of.
Why does he sound like an anarchist? Because he is an American hog libertarian, and a lot of OG American hog libertarians had an anarchist streak. Like, they recognize a lot of the same things that we recognize, which are true, right? As far as like the duopoly and a bourgeois democracy never really evening out for the average Joe, for the working class American, and basically tugging along with this endless profit motive, endless profit seeking madness that ends up using and abusing the average worker all around the world, and even in the United States of America, right? So they see all of that stuff, but then because they don't have any materialist underpinning to build this analysis off of, they turn around and start imagining good bad dynamics, as liberals often do, like it's a fucking Marvel movie, and they believe that there is like a real evil out there. If they're also Christian, they can also like add some themes from Christianity in that same vein, where like there are demons around us, right? There's true evil out there. I've never been a committed believer that there is anyone that is like truly evil. I believe that people are capable of doing evil things, people are capable of doing bad things, but they are ultimately still a byproduct of their circumstances, of their material conditions. They're just responding to the stimuli that is presented to them. These guys don't feel that way, where they think there are irredeemable evil forces out there and also good forces out there. And because that's their worldview, because of liberalism being the monoculture in the United States of America, and certainly all around the world as well, they have to seek villains, and always the historic villains have always been Jews. So in many circumstances, like Alex Jones can basically mystify the ultimate enemy being Jews, to say they're lizard people, they're interdimensional vampires, or whatever the fuck, but like it usually just loops back around to that. Okay, anyway,
and I'm not gonna take a bite out of it. Do you got me? Resistance is not futile. We're gonna win this thing. Humankind is too good. We're not a bunch of underachievers. We're gonna stand up and we're gonna be human beings. We're gonna get fired up about the real things, the things that matter. Creativity and the dynamic human spirit that refuses to submit. Well, that's it. That's all I got to say. It's in your court.
do you believe Netanyahu isn't evil though? Like, he's evil in the sense that he's doing evil. Yes, he is a bad person. But my assessment on this has always been the same, which is that this person's entire life and their social development and their upbringing is the reason why he behaves this way, is the reason why he has these opinions, is the reason why he's doing this shit, and not a consequence of like being born as like the spawn of Satan. I might enjoy that kind of language from time to time, but the notion that this guy was put on this earth to be a demon is silly in my opinion. Okay. So where were we? Oh, so yeah, we got Alex Jones. But why am I talking about Alex Jones? The reason why I'm talking about Alex Jones is because Alex Jones has done a piece on Destiny that I thought was really funny. Apparently he did one on me as well. I didn't even see that one. But so in different circumstances you would be evil potentially. I mean, I had the best possible way to be that, right? I had all of the social constructs to be that 100%. Born to a relatively affluent family in Turkey, and you know, had all of my needs met for the longest time. Never had to worry about finances ever when I was growing up until like the age of 18. I think I am, of course, a product of my material realities for sure. I just saw, I think like there are instances in my life that made me realize what it looked like for the first time ever, like what economic inequality looked like, what wealth disparity looked like when I was young. I think that's why people have a hard time accepting this. They don't want to think that they could do the things that people they hate are doing under different circumstances. Yeah. So was it really American healthcare that broke you? No. I like my first, I mean, obviously I had a solid foundation in terms of like empathy first, right? Empathy first, caring for other people, things of that nature, things that we like you know, teach our children, right? I was fortunate enough, and I think that was, you know, I'm very lucky for that because my parents are awesome. But beyond that, I think like the way that I experienced whiplash going from a private school to a public school in Turkey, and seeing that wealth disparity in real time, I think was a real wake-up call for me early on, where I was like, why is this happening? Like, this doesn't make any sense. In any case, if your family was nationalist in Turkey, would it have been different? Chatter, you are so American. Every Turk in their heart is a little bit nationalist, a lot more than the average American is. You do not know what patriotism is. America's religion is capitalism. America's God is capital. Americans are too capitalist to understand what nationalism looks like elsewhere. Okay? You do not know what you say. There is a reason why I say a lot of things out here on this broadcast as an American citizen and as a Turkish citizen. A lot of things that would immediately make me public enemy number one for a lot of Turks. And yet they still have a sense of pride in their hearts. Because as a Turk, I get to be one of the top content creators, one of the top political commentators in the United States of America. So even when Turks despise what I have to say about the Armenian genocide or Kurds or any number of different things, they still deep down inside have a sense of pride. In many ways, I understand Zionism a lot better for this reason as well. They're not equivalent. My mom is getting mad at me because she's hearing what I'm saying. These are not equivalent things, but it is a different kind of nationalism. Okay? Alperen Şengün said, "Throw the Greeks in the sea." He did. That's a classic Turk moment. Söylediklerinden yüzünden değil, Fenerli olduğun için sevmiyoruz seni. Oğlum benim Fenerbahçe ile hiçbir alakam yok ki, yapmayın etmeyin. Is it like Pan-African nationalism? No. Pan-African nationalism is a anti-colonial endeavor. Turkic nationalism stems from thousands of years of mythology built together, and also the Ottoman Empire and stuff. It was always Turkey with the, you know, obviously post World War I, inception of the Turkish nation state. These are historic developments, but it was never like an anti-imperial thing. It was more so the sense of pride that comes from this. The sense of pride that comes from a lot of this different variants of this same thing is different. It's hard to explain. No, it's not like Irish nationalism versus British nationalism. Aynı zamanda Amerika'nın milliyetçi partileri yükseltmesinden oluyor ama abi. Evet. Yani bizim ülkede, bizim vatanda Amerikalıların boost etmesinden bahsediyorsun değil mi? CCC, ülke ocakları, CIA. Anyway. Türk'ün dostu Türk'tür. Okay. So, I don't know why I took a major sidestep here, went all over the place, but it's time to talk about Alex Jones. Alex Jones apparently talked about Destiny.
Scumbag piece of filth celebrating Charlie's death and saying more Republicans need to die to intimidate us. That's terrorism. That's calling for terrorism. Elon Musk is calling for his arrest. You got free speech, but you don't have saying we go out and target and kill people to silence them. That's racketeering. That's terrorism. That's terroristic threats. And I'm telling you, I just got a gut feeling that guy's not going to be too happy very soon. People are sick of this crap. And he talks about he stalked people and planned to kill them and their families and all this other stuff, try to act all scary and tough. Those little wild, beady eyes reminds me of the serial killer in Dirty Harry. They have a tour where they were stalking Kirk around the country and all this crap. I mean, it's just disgusting.
What is
They've
this
taken
dude, what is this edit? Why is there a flute playing in the background? What is going on? It's just cinema. I don't know how else to describe it other than fucking cinema. I see stuff like this, and as an entertainer, as a content creator, as a political commentator, I look at this and I go, I am nowhere near this level. He is so above and beyond, man. Like, the contents of the commentary is irrelevant to me in this analysis. The analysis that I'm making is on pure entertainment value. Like, why is there flute music in the background? Like, what happened? He is so amazing. I think I remember you calling Alex Jones a theater kid a long time ago. I mean, look, it's hard. I am so biased. Like, it took a lot for me when Alex Jones' producers were constantly hitting me up to like do a link up with him. It took so much for me to say fuck no, because I was just like, you are you are a bad guy, okay? But also inside of me there are two wolves. On the one hand, it's like there's the kid that watched a lot of Alex Jones growing up and thought he was like a hilariously entertaining figure, and then there's also my morality that says this is just a person who was responsible for so much awfulness with his commentary.
Our kindness for weakness, and it's just not going to go on forever. Not calling for any offensive violence against this guy, but I got a sneaking suspicion he's already done a lot of stuff to be under investigation. I wonder what's on those hard drives. I got a real good feeling something tells me that'd be real informative. So obviously, to me, it looks like he's on methamphetamine. I'm not saying he is. But he's a cowardly piece of filth. I challenge him to bare knuckles boxing match, no limit. He can wear brass knuckles. I'll go bare-fisted. Did that a few days ago.
I'll go bare-fisted. I did, dude. Amazing, bro. Amazing. What a fucking God, he is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Who does that? Who does it like him? Who in the world does it like he does it?
I hadn't heard anything with the big, tough man. Brass knuckles, punk. See how you do. Let's get in the ring right now.
Brass knuckles,
I'm
punk.
an old man, too, son. You're going to beat the hell out of me so easy. Those brass knuckles, you're so tough. So mean, so strong. Look at those eyes. Thinks he's so powerful because he has delusions of what he can do to people. He has no idea.
What an edit. What a fucking edit, bro. What is this? Why is he doing this? God, it's amazing. He's so amazing, dude. Yeah, fucking Mike from PA said, first I came for Destiny. I didn't speak up because I wasn't a pedophile. Yes, this is what they're doing with Charlie Kirk, Horst, Ludwig, George, Eric Wessel. I talked about it like the first day it happened, but people weren't ready for it yet, but we'll talk about it. Hold on. Obviously, there is that time when I got blown up over the America Deserved 9/11 comments, and Alex Jones did a segment on me, and that was like a huge moment for me. Obviously, you can see like my Jones glaze is like consistent, right? If you can tell, look at my face. Look at how excited I am that he's like shitting on me.
Yeah, that was a huge deal for me, having this iconic character just do a whole piece on me. And now it's like basically every day, you know. I love that he said viewer discretion is advised. Slice them and dice them. You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their guts ride on stage. Bloodthirsty leftist call for murder of MAGA leaders in this disgusting compilation. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'll make you famous.
Left-wingers, liberals.
Dude, look, Antifa, anti-fascist, like they got the, they're putting a hit on me. This punk. They're about to say that Alex Jones did a puff piece on you. Yeah, for the record, I had Alex Jones's like voice saying Hank Pecker and numerous other things like from that initial piece that he did on me. I had him as like a voice line, as my alert line for the longest time. CEO of Antifa exposed.
You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage.
Wait, why did he edit clips from a movie on there? Oh God, he's so good. Nobody does it like him, bro. I'm telling you. Yes. No one, and I mean no one, does it like he does it. Now, of course, this clip is me talking about how Democrats need to be more cutthroat in debates. They're too pussified, right? And I am taking advantage of a little known thing called a metaphor. You know, obviously, there's not a direct call to action, but like whatever, it doesn't matter. They just fucking
kill them, kill those motherfuckers, and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Isn't this which this is a movie about a serial killer, right? Isn't this the Zodiac killer, right? There's a Zodiac killer movie. Isn't that Ted Cruz's dad allegedly? No, I'm just kidding. All right. So Zodiac from David Fincher, the Ted Cruz movie.
Slice him up, slice him and fucking dice him.
In the moment that you grab the gun, like Fanon says, you're no longer oppressed, you're now free. How do we teach that in the class? To tell them about violence as a revolutionary tool, as sometimes a revolutionary
Wait, that's
essential.
not even me. What's happening?
Racist bastard! Racist bastard! Piss on your ashes! Piss on your ashes! Spit on your grave!
I think that it was about you. Wait, what? That was about. Wait, what is going on? Where does this compilation go to? Oh, that's the only part that's about me? Oh, and then the rest of it is just like, oh, so it's a clip compy of like all of these people, including Destiny, including people. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's sad. I thought he didn't just do a clip compy. I thought he actually was like, damn it. I thought he was going to do a full thing on me. It turns out it's just a bunch of fucking clips of people, random people talking, I don't know, whatever, about. Most of it, I assume, is about Charlie Kirk. And then he talks about the Alex Jones war bond. This is amazing. Alex Jones war bond, $110. $110 Alex Jones war bond at alexjonesstore.com, infowars.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in war, information warfare. They're coming down, and Antifa's coming down, folks. They're working with FEMA. He would have covered you if you didn't fall off. Ha ha ha. It's true. I fell off. It just makes me sad that I'm just one of many for him. You know what I mean? I haven't done enough for him to for him to consider me to be for him to make a video just on me, my goat. But anyway, yeah, apparently he did a whole piece on Destiny. and has been uncovering piece by piece Destiny's like incredibly long career of saying like a fuck ton of actually violent shit. Surprisingly enough, of course, like or I guess like basically what Destiny's been doing to me is now happening to him. My ops have unionized? No, they're not. They're not unionized. They would never. They would never. You know what's interesting? Your ops are liberals, mostly like E&D rather than conservatives like Candace or Tucker or even Alex. I think there's a you know what I think? I think about that a lot. Tucker Carlson, obviously, when he was at Fox News, talked about me from time to time. But the reason why I think like, and Candace Owens blocked me many years ago. I used to literally dunk on Candace Owens all the time, and I still do. But in some ways, I think they're worried about my track record in a lot of the places that they try to present themselves as being like a voice in, because they try to be heterodox speakers on the right. Tucker Carlson especially will do a lot of left populism, also anti-Israel sentiment, right? So for that reason, I think I present like a threat for them, because they can't present themselves as like the most honest actor in this fray, in this field. What the fuck does heterodox mean? As in like not ordinary, like the ordinary mainline conservatism doesn't do a lot of the stuff that Tucker Carlson does. Tucker Carlson adds like a bunch of fake left populist messaging into his commentary, and therefore someone like myself, like an actual left populist, an actual leftist, is obviously going to look a lot more honest when having a conversation with someone like Tucker Carlson. And I think that's part of the reason why he just like has shied away from attacking me. That's what it is. But I've had the beat on them for quite a while. I mean, these guys have been in my crosshairs for a very long time. I've talked about them for a very long time. I have covered their careers for a very long time. I'm very familiar, and I'm very worried about their future prospect anyway. But as far as like the liberals that you see attack me, like most liberal voters, most liberal viewers online, they don't really have the same smoke that the handful of like centrist presenting, sometimes reactionary content creators have. You know what I mean? That's just a online, purely online phenomena. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 bones. Yeah, most liberals think I'm a liberal because they have the same values that I do. They might have disagreements on certain issues, partially born out of their inability to assume that those living outside of the periphery are still human beings, right? There are some environmental factors at play here, social conditioning, Western chauvinism, that makes it very difficult for a lot of American liberals to truly hold an anti-imperialist worldview. But outside of that, most liberals agree with me on like 95% of issues, and they are oftentimes geared up into assuming that I'm a spoiler for the Democratic Party by a lot of these centrist fucking dipshits that try to present me in this like antagonistic and false light. But liberal voters in general, when they hear my commentary, they'll go, I want all of those things. Have you met normie liberals that say, I think free healthcare would be bad? I haven't. Have you? Do you see what I mean? Yeah, like a lot of the things that I push for in terms of like policy in the United States of America are modest social democratic reforms, and maybe at most, like at least in the interim, modest social democratic reforms, and also nationalization of the extraction industry, things of that nature, and moving on from there, you know, building a robust network of pushback through labor unions and the like, in an effort to bring back some semblance of autonomy to the working class in this country, and for them to be able to actually make their demands be known and force one of the two major parties to actually do their bidding, do right by workers. This is not something that I think the overwhelming majority of American liberals would disagree with. They would not disagree with this at all. And they don't. And that's why they assume that I am a liberal as well. I try to communicate to them that they are closer to my worldview because they are not the centrist Democrat type of liberal, and more so a different kind of liberal, most likely have a little bit of that socialist dog in them, right? And they just haven't unlocked that potential. That's usually what it is, right? But that's a difficult task in the United States of America. That's a difficult message to bring about in the United States of America, the country that is responsible for, you know, the destruction of communism and socialism and Marxist principles all around the world. So it's very, very difficult for a lot of Americans to basically arrive at that conclusion. Yeah, but this is the other, thank God he was gay. This is the other thing that was going around, the other voice that was going viral.
Enemies are incapable of engaging in hyperbole.
Two speeds, gay or racist.
No!
I'm a Twitch streamer, and I myself was one of the gay white boys too. Can't listen to a non-expert. Calm down. I'm so Are you a socialist or a leftist? I mean, from where I'm standing, there is no, you know, leftist is like a big umbrella term that I use for socialists of every different variety. People agree on the good goals of socialism, but they have had hope beaten out of them and are convinced to accept harm reduction. That too, that's a part of it. Anyway, all right, so Alex Jones, we talked about it already. All right, let's get into it. Trump, JD Vance, and others are expected to speak at Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Let's take a look.
President Trump, along with members of his cabinet and other conservative leaders, are expected to deliver remarks tomorrow at a memorial service for Charlie Kirk. The conservative activist was assassinated while making a public appearance at a college campus in Utah last week. A 22-year-old suspect was arrested for his murder, and prosecutors have said they will seek the death penalty in the case against him. Tomorrow's.
If you were invited, would you have declined the memorial service? If I was invited to the Charlie Kirk memorial service, I wouldn't go because they would literally red wedding me. Are you kidding me? That is not a safe environment for someone like myself at all. That is the highest density of hogs per capita anywhere around the planet in that very moment. Are you fucking kidding me? Feds? Hogs? Hog feds? I would not be able to walk out of that room. They would bury me. Out of your dang mind. That's a mass hog event. I mean, look, let me tell you, that is where I thrive. Because as you guys know, I am Mr. Hogwatch. Like, I love being around hogs. You know this, okay? But unfortunately, at this stage in my career, there is no fucking shot that I could ever be around a mass hog event like that and make it out alive. There is no way, especially they got guns. No shot, brother. They'd be they'd be fighting one another just to get the first shot. What are the chances they turn it into more anti-left crusade over the actual memorial? It's 100% guarantee. Are you kidding me? it's very clear that the Republican administration, some of which do care about Charlie Kirk as like a person, right? Like some people in the administration actually do like him or did like him and cared about him, but many don't necessarily care beyond what they can get out of this. Wait, no guns are allowed at the memorial service? What? How can they be safe? Excuse me? What? What are you saying? What's next? You gonna tell me that there's no guns allowed at the NRA convention too? Get the frick out of here. That's my Second Amendment right. What the helly? Bro, you're gonna get banned? Stop. What do you mean? As a soft target, brother. Are you kidding me? Big news about Tyler Robinson. Yeah, I also did watch Tyler Robinson talk to cops, and I have an update on the Kirk shooter, allegedly. I do think the text messages might have been real. Okay, because I saw him talk to a cop at a crash that took place in 2022, and when I initially said no one talks like this, I was wrong. Apparently Tyler Robinson does indeed talk like that. Okay, we'll get into that in a little bit. Okay, it made me reconsider my stance on how strange his communication patterns were, because of the fucking way that he was talking. Anyway, but we'll get to that later. What is this? An armed man detained at the Charlie Kirk Memorial site. An armed man claiming to be law enforcement has been it already began, dude. What the fuck? Yo, I don't even know if this is like Antifa. I could totally see this being a conservative that went over there with a gun to be like, I'm gonna protect it. Republicans love LARPing like this. Man reportedly found with a gun and knife on him inside a State Farm Stadium ahead of Charlie Kirk Memorial Sunday. Source familiar says he presented expired law enforcement credentials and was not allowed to be inside the stadium. Secret Service statement. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with local law enforcement in Glendale, Arizona, is investigating an individual who's observed. Oh my God. Oh my God. This literally feels, this is a hog. This has to be a fucking hog that was like, I went in there to make sure Antifa doesn't fucking do anything crazy. This is the most hog-coded fucking event. Oh my God. Oh, I love hogs so much. This is also the other reason why it's a dangerous area. You put a fucking mass hog event on like this, there is going to be people who are like, I'm law enforcement. Like people who LARP as law enforcement, or people who were formerly law enforcement. Oh, this is fucking, oh, this is so funny. This is, ay, ay, ay. I can't wait for them to trot out the most thumb-like individual, okay? Tactical style, perp walk him to be like, this is Antifa. And then you look at it and you're like, this is the most divorced man in America, okay? This is the most divorced former cop in the United States of America. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe this is a woke ex-cop. Okay, who knows? But not very likely. Okay, we don't have enough information on this. This is a developing story. It just came out. But my initial suspicion is instantly. Divorced dad, ex-cop went there with knives and guns and whatnot to protect from Antifa threats. Many such cases have taken place. I'll give you an example. For example, when Donald Trump kept consistently lying, as Republicans do, about everything, but specifically about voter fraud, there were a lot of high-profile incidents that took place in the 2016 election about voter fraud. They weren't Democrats, though. They were Republicans. And they were, when they were caught voting illegally, under the name of their, like, you know, dead spouse or whatever, they said that they did it to combat the voter fraud from the right. I mean, from the left. And this is a similar situation where, like, hogs think that they're there to protect and serve. Like, this is a big problem with CCLs in general, concealed carry licenses in general, where, you know, if there's like a mass shooting event, cops don't know who to shoot because there's a lot of people with guns who want to be the good guy with a gun. Okay, these guys think that they are a part of the team. CCW. Speaking of hogs, I think the entire state of Arizona seemingly is unsafe at this moment. A Phoenix man calling himself a martyr for Charlie Kirk was arrested after threatening to shoot up a gay bar to send a message. Mass hog event in Arizona. Please be safe, everyone. So once again, another instance of the violent, intolerant leftists. Yeah, this is a mass hog event, category 4, all systems go. I'm telling you right now, two things are gonna happen, okay? You'll probably see a lot more of these guys being like riled up, angry, looking for vengeance, but also you'll probably see a lot of grinder outages in the entire state as well. Those are two guarantees I have for you, okay? Two guarantees. It's a mass hog event. Grinder is going to get bricked in the state of Arizona, and there will be a lot of these like divorced dads and granddads running around being like, oh, I'm a Desert Storm veteran. I'm so angry. I need to take revenge. Oakleys will be sold out nationwide. Oh yeah. What are they going to overthrow? That's the problem. They have everything. They already control everything. So there's nothing for them to do. This is why they're doing this. Do you understand? The reason why they're doing this is because they already control all the levers of power. So the one thing that remains is the fact that people don't like them, the fact that people don't agree with their ideology, the fact that people just think, you know, you're kind of a fucking loser and a weirdo. They have to squash that. They have to eradicate that dissent. They don't just want you to avoid them. They want you to loudly cheer for them. They want you to say, you're so smart, you're so brilliant, you actually convinced me. I do think that Guatemalans are responsible for every awful thing that has happened in my life. I do think that trans people are responsible for every awful thing that's happened. That's what they want. Because there's nothing like, this is the thing that has motivated conservatives forever. The notion that their policies, their worldview is not exactly popular. And they have convinced themselves that it's not popular because of fucking Hollywood, because all the gays and all the wokes are in Hollywood, and they're constantly making people more woke. That's why they attack Disney so much. That's why they attack movies so much, where they're like, I can't watch late night television because it's infested with woke. This is the reason, because they think once, you know, there is a million Daily Wire style productions out there, which have obviously been failures for very good reason, because it's dog shit. But if Hollywood was like full MAGA, then everyone would be full MAGA. Everyone would need to, if everyone was Mel Gibson and Clint Eastwood, then everyone would be MAGA. That's what they think. They think that. It's the one area that they haven't been able to tackle. Culture, okay? And that's why this kind of enforcement from the Trump administration of like making corporations do his bidding, right? And trying to sanitize language in the direction of conservative rhetoric. All of that is done at the behest of this conservative grievance. Because they have everything. They're doing everything. They're playing tricks on it. They basically control all levers of power. And on top of that, they're eroding the existing institutional norms and mechanisms of pushback and mechanisms of control whenever they see fit. Trump does whatever he wants. He can just say, I'm saying this is official, and by virtue of my status as the president, it's now a thing that's going to happen. And the Democrats are completely unable to even fight back a little bit against the faucet of fascism that is unleashed upon the American public. So they get to do whatever the fuck they want, but they can't stop you from thinking that this sucks. And they want to stop you from thinking that it sucks. They want you to actually celebrate this. They have convinced themselves that their worldview is incredibly popular, okay? They've convinced themselves that if only we could just like silence dissent, then everyone would turn around and be like, you're right, actually, you are so right. I hate everything that you hate, and I love everything that you love. I think you're right. Trans people are responsible for all the societal ails that we have experienced. But that's not the case. But understand, that is the primary grievance for the average conservative in the United States of America. Once you recognize that, you recognize a lot of this stuff that's happening, a lot of this stuff that's unfolding. If you're confused by like why they have so much pushback on any kind of political dissent after spending years and years talking about wokes or whatever the fuck, this is the reason. Okay, this is the reason. It's because they cannot cope with the reality that their ideas are unpopular. That's why I talked about the hog meltdown over Starbucks and the celebrations over Starbucks. Popular vote equals unpopular. This is the cope that a lot of people actually use. Okay, this is the cope that a lot of people use. Number one, out of the voter eligible population, a lot of people unfortunately don't vote. Okay, that's something that you always have to remember, because those people are the people around you. There are a fuck ton of people that you encounter on a daily basis that just simply don't vote. So to make this assessment off of just the election is an incorrect assessment. And on top of that, you have to remind yourself that there are consistent public approval polls that continue that continue to poll the overall public sentiment, and the overall public sentiment has dramatically shifted away from Donald Trump, right? So that's number one. Number two, okay, the notion that people go out and vote because they fully subscribe to the ideology is also ridiculous. Talk to some people and you will very quickly find out that there are Trump voters who went, I voted for Donald Trump because I did actually believe that immigrants were responsible for this shit. There were also, you know, some really scary, really violent undocumented migrants like that were roaming the streets. It turns out they're just fucking arresting people at farms And I don't like that at all. Those are my cousins. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff. Like these are the types of things that people vote for and then realize they were lied to on. Okay. And then they change their attitude. They change their opinion. This happens with Democrats as well. There is a lot of buyer's remorse. So the notion that like, oh, well, they voted for him and he won the popular vote, which equals that he is popular, is silly. Now, this is something that I talked about quite a bit leading up to the election, and everything that I have, every assessment that I've made on what would happen after Donald Trump actually started implementing some of the policies that he presented would immediately make people turn on him once they realize that those policies, once implemented, would be fucking dog shit and violent and awful. It's happening. It's happening right now. Look at immigration. Immigration was his most popular policy prescription, and a lot of people fucking thought that they were voting for the right guy to deal with this problem, and then they realized, actually, once that agenda is implemented, the anti-immigrant agenda is implemented, they don't like it at all. It's normal. It happens all the time. So that's number one. Number two, the marginal victory that Donald Trump had over a demonstrably bad election, a demonstrably bad candidacy with Kamala Harris and a demonstrably unpopular administration with Joe Biden is not indicative of a Reagan-style sweep, okay? Like, he did not ever have the popular mandate. You're talking about a guy who was able to eke out a marginal victory over a administration that was responsible for a year and a half of negative real wage growth. The notion that this was like this broad sweeping popular mandate is only realized as a consequence of how deeply unpopular Republicans have been consistently, because for the past, however many election cycles now, this is one of the very few instances in the last 25 fucking years where they actually won the popular vote. Think about that. That's the reason. Doesn't he have a higher approval rating with Republicans, though? That's the only popularity he cares about, isn't it? Sure, but it doesn't matter because Republicans alone are not going to make him win, and Republicans alone did not make him win. Okay? There are a lot of people in the margins that vote that go, I don't really pay attention. There's a lot of low propensity voters that he won, right? Hasan, can't take criticism from your own side. What is this? Imagine believing consequences means murdering someone and you're okay with it. Y'all are sick. You don't even know it. 9-month subscriber. What is happening? Hasan, can't take criticism even from your own side. Sad. You message me. Are you okay? Do you think this guy is me? That's a different person. Hasan on me is not me, chatter. Anyway, here, get a little shaky. What is happening? What criticism am I incapable of taking? I'm confused. This perfectly shows what you're talking about. U.S. presidential elections results ranked by percentage of eligible voters 1976 to 2024 includes preliminary election results 2024 as of November 7th. Sources: Federal Election Commission, University of Florida election tab. Yeah, in the United States of America, okay, the plurality does not vote. Out of the voter eligible population, the plurality does not vote. Non-voters are the biggest party, okay? So when we're having a conversation, and there's a bunch of different reasons for it. The Electoral College is one of them. The inability of either party in the duopoly to actually address some of the material demands people are making is another significant factor in this, right? But you have to remember, as I've said, with the exception of 2020 and Biden, okay, by a tiny margin, the plurality does not vote. Now, a big reason why 2020 was different, by the way, as opposed to all of these other elections, right? A big reason as to why this took place in 2020 was because of COVID. That's another major hurdle. Universal mail-in ballot registration and universal access was the reason why the plurality for the only 2020 election, the plurality was not the did not vote category. That's the reason why Trump got more votes than any other Republican ever got in that election, just like Biden got more votes than any other Democrat that ever got in that election. And then 2024, we go back to the plurality not voting for either party. So obviously, universal mail-in ballot access is a major factor in this as well. Elections not being conducted on a national holiday is a major reason for this as well. Do you understand? Like, we don't have compulsory voting in this country. And on top of that, there are many setbacks, many hurdles that make it a mission to actually go out and vote. And if there is no party that is presenting a case that is good enough, then you're not going to get off the couch, or rather, you're not going to take time off your busy work day. Because remember, elections take place during the work day. Okay? That's a non-observation. Whoever said both parties are fashion responsive disenfranchisement benefits the fag. So, now that we described this, because I got one guide, but I think it was productive because I wanted to explain that voter discontent has always been tremendously high in this country. Let's get back to the hogs, right? So they have all the power, but they're not popular. So what do you do when you're actually convinced, when you're trying to desperately convince yourself of your popularity, but you go out in the real world and many people look at you weird when you keep saying, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm this, I'm that, I fucking love the Trump administration. Why don't you love the Trump administration? You should love the Trump administration. You go in and you fucking cry at Starbucks. You cry at, wherever you're consuming commodities, right? Instead of engaging in internal reflection, instead of critically examining your worldview and maybe thinking, I might not have everything correct. Why is it that my immediate relatives actually despise me for being this ride or die for this administration? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? These are healthy internal conversations that one must have. Self-reflection. But a lot of people are completely incapable of doing this. So they just decide it must be systemic factors at play. Okay? It must be systemic factors at play. It must be that, Hollywood is run by the wokes. It must be this, it must be that. It must be that, mainstream media is all captured by liberals who are actively brainwashing the children. They're transing the children, this and that. We must actually have a coordinated effort to sanitize whatever people see. Okay? They're poisoning the mind of the youth with the woke mind virus. These are the types of things that they fucking believe, and it's actually insane to believe these things. But then again, remember, Americans believe a lot of insane shit. So this is just one extra thing to add into the pile, right? But this kind of stuff will only happen. This kind of stuff will happen with regular frequency. Okay, this kind of stuff will happen with regular frequency and in higher and higher likelihood, because there is a lot of unexamined resentment, unexamined anger towards the sheer unpopularity of the way these guys see the world, and the inability or the lack of interest from the administration in addressing some of the material harm that they're experiencing, despite the fact that they are in power. So they have to either look with suspicion to the administration for once and critically examine the administration's actions and maybe come to the recognition that just like the Democrats, the demon rats, the Republicans are also corrupt and are not even remotely invested in making their lives more livable, or they just go back and think we just haven't been violent enough to these marginalized groups. We haven't actually punished them enough. Some people do the former, but unfortunately a lot of people do the latter. This kind of expression of manic violence, I think, is a perfect example of this. An armed man claiming to be law enforcement has been detained at the site where Charlie Kirk's memorial is due to take place in Arizona. The suspicious individual was carrying a gun and a knife when he was apprehended at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale on Friday, the New York Times reported. The Arizona Department of Public Safety identified the man as Joshua Runkles, 42. He was picked up inside the stadium before any secure perimeter had been established ahead of the service on Sunday, Secret Service spokesperson Anthony Guglielmi told Fox News Digital. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with local law enforcement in Glendale, Arizona, is investigating an individual who was observed exhibiting suspicious behavior at State Farm Stadium, he said. The man who was yet to be identified was wait, what? Who writes these fucking articles at Daily Mail Co. UK, man? Like, you literally said you identified him. Is this a fucking AI article? What is happening? The man is yet to be identified. 2 paragraphs prior, you identified the man. God, they're so bad. Okay, anyway. It is literally a dish rag. The Daily Mail Co. UK. Fucking hell. It's the New York Post of the fucking UK. It's not a reliable source of news. Yeah, let's look at the New York Times one instead. Secret Service detains armed man at Kirk Memorial Site, officials say. The man was posing as law enforcement officer, the authorities said, and he was taken into custody. Yeah, let's go to the fucking wokes at the New York Times. Hey, hello, lads. Fucking hell. Suspect Joshua Runkle has been booked. Oh shit, maybe he might. Who knows? He might be Antifa. This is not the actual thumb that I thought he would look. He is not bald enough. He looks like a libertarian. Runkles was arrested at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona after showing suspicious behavior. Runkles is not a law enforcement officer, according to DPS. He was taken into custody by the DPS and booked in the Maricopa County Jail. An investigation is ongoing to determine his intent and purpose at the stadium. Runkles has been silent. Runkles has since been released on bond. The U.S. Secret Service says is investigating in coordination with local law enforcement an individual who was observed exhibiting suspicious behavior at State Farm Stadium. The individual was approached by Secret Service agents and said during the encounter that he was a member of law enforcement and that he was armed, a Secret Service spokesperson told ABC News. This individual was not a member of authorized law enforcement work in the event, and an investigation is ongoing as to why he was there. What do you think his plan was? I mean, if he's remotely left, right? The way they'll present this is like he's Antifa. He wanted to kill Republicans at this memorial, but it does feel like the higher likelihood, most likely, is that he is a libertarian Arizonan, ex-cop, or maybe not even law enforcement, maybe like a security guy who is just a LARPer who wanted to be there to like protect, you know? Because when you go up to Secret Service and you're like, I'm a law enforcement officer, sir, it just comes across like you're fucking LARPing, and a lot of hogs love doing that shit, which is ironic because like technically I don't even know if what he was doing was illegal. Like the way we have designed society, especially the way we have designed society, especially in places like Arizona, what that man was doing is technically not illegal, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's open carry state. You know, people fancy themselves to be law enforcement, all this shit. Obviously, impersonating a police officer is illegal. So there's that. Trespassing. But I'm just saying, like, there's leniency to this sort of thing under normal circumstances, but obviously there's a heightened tension. There is a heightened tension here, so that's part of the reason why this guy got, I suspect. But I can, once again, like I said, he doesn't look super hog-like. He looks more like a, I mean, he could be a libertarian type of dude. But it didn't say he was impersonating. It said he was a part of their author. It said he wasn't a part of the authorized law enforcement. I mean, other news reports said he had an expired law enforcement license on him. Anarchist, zero shower having motherfucker. No. This is the anarchists on the right look like this as well. He seems like a libertarian, possible former cop that doesn't believe in germ theory. Also doesn't shower with regular frequency, but is on the right. Yeah, carrying a weapon into a prohibited place and impersonating a police officer. No, I understand that that's like, I understand that that is technically illegal. I'm just saying that a good defense attorney could make mincemeat of something like that because of places like this having like a lot higher frequency of sovereign citizen style cop larpers and veteran larpers that have never actually served in the military. You know what I mean? Anyway, Arizona has a massive unhinged hog population. They stormed the election office in Maricopa in 2020. How can I forget? It was awesome. I watched it happen in real time. Okay. But yeah, man arrested at firearms and knives was observed exhibiting suspicious behavior at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona when agents approached him. Anthony Guglielmi, chief of communications of the Secret Service, said in a statement, identity of the man was not released and it was unclear where exactly he was on the grounds, whether he was being charged. Secret Service, local law enforcement are investigating what the individual was doing at the stadium. The arrest, which was first reported by the Washington Post, heightened security concerns for the memorial on Sunday for Mr. Kirk, the conservative activist who was assassinated in Utah last week. The stadium, the home to the NFL Arizona Cardinals, can seat up to 73,000 people, and President Trump, Vice President Vance, and several cabinet members are scheduled to speak. If the stadium reaches capacity, the nearby Desert Diamond Arena, which can hold 19,000 people, will be used to accommodate the overflow. Because of the high anticipated turnout and the dignitaries attending, the Department of Homeland Security has designated the memorial a top-level security event. Turning Point USA conservative advocacy organization Mr. Kirk founded that is organizing the event has said that security precautions could extend the wait time for attendees to get into the venue. It is scheduled to open 3 hours before the service begins, 11 a.m. local time. No bags will be allowed in, the organization has said. No bags, no guns, baby. Obviously. And it's going to, the memorial service will start 11 a.m. local time. I'm obviously going to be covering this. I'm obviously going to be covering this tomorrow when it happens. We'll be there live and alive, not on the ground, of course, because I think this is probably the most dangerous place for someone like myself to be in, or many people to be in, really, because like I said, there's a lot of anger in a very a densely populated hog environment, and here is one of the outcomes of such a thing. A Phoenix man calling himself a martyr for Charlie Kirk was arrested after threatening to shoot up a gay bar to send a message. Man claiming to be Charlie Kirk's martyr allegedly threatened to shoot up a gay bar in slain activist named Trevin Michael Goki was arrested in Arizona on a terroristic threat charge. Now, of course, this one looks a lot more hog coded, like the average hog. A federal source told Fox News that Runkles was a former law enforcement member from another state who came and identified himself with expired credentials. Joshua Runkles charged after suspicious behavior. Yeah. He told the agents he was there to provide additional security. I don't want no motherfucker to ever tell me I don't know my hogs. Okay, listen, this is my life. Do you understand? This is what I do for a living. I love my hogs. I want to hug and kiss my hogs. Do you understand me? I literally took one glance at the fucking headline of the story and I was like, that's a hog, baby. That's not, let me tell you, baby, that's not Antifa, okay? Oh yeah. Okay. All right. That was a quick change. Okay. Joshua Runkles was arrested after allegedly bringing weapons to the State Farm Stadium ahead of Charlie Kirk's memorial at federal source tells Fox News. Runkles, a former law enforcement officer from another state. Mass hog event, baby. What is this? We got another hog. Mora man charged with threatening to kill 2 music directors in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. A Mora man who reportedly threatened to hurt and kill 2 separate church music directors facing numerous charges. Josh Allen Sandine Jr., 64, has been charged with multiple felonies after sending emails claiming he would harm and kill 2 people, apparently in response to the September 10th assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Court documents stated that Sandine sent emails to 2 church music directors, one in Maple Grove and another in White Bear Lake. Sandine reportedly threatened both of the individuals. I think that you and your cohorts have killed my friend Charlie, Sandine reportedly wrote in one email to the man in Maple Grove. For this, I hold you and your people responsible. It's fair game to let the hunted know that they are hunted. You are now advised. In other emails, Sandine reportedly described how he hurt and killed a Maple Grove director, breaking his fingers, castrating, and decapitating him. When speaking with the police, the Maple Grove director said he had never met Sandine and could not recall an interaction that occurred between the two. The director from White Bear Lake informed authorities in Ramsey County that he had known Sandine for many years and that the two would often communicate over the phone or email. The director recalls Sandine had attended a Beatles ensemble concert where the Maple Grove director was performing. During the concert, the Maple Grove director reportedly made a quip about ice between the sets, which Sandine allegedly took offense to. Yeah. Hog Tifa, baby. Hog Tifa, baby. Yeah. God damn. Yeah, I mean, this is evangelical ISIS. Okay, yes. You're about to receive a decapitation. The White Bear Lake director told authorities that emails sent to him made threats to the other director, but also had threats directed at him. All your liberal left-leaning people are now targets, Sandine allegedly wrote. You people killed my friend with your rhetoric. My friend? Brother, you are a 64-year-old man, dude. How are you a 64-year-old man and you have a parasocial relationship with a 31-year-old political commentator? How is that possible, bro? God damn, we do not know what the internet was going to bring about, dude. We were not ready. We are caught with our pants down. Holy shit. Oh, Ramsey County authorities later found Sandine at an airport hangar and questioned him about the emails. Sandine initially told investigators that he did not recall sending any, but after being read one of the messages, he said, remember writing it. Sandine reportedly told authorities he did not remember to whom he had sent it and that he was likely drunk when he wrote it. He was arrested. Because the directors live in separate counties, Sandine is facing 2 separate court days for the threats. Because in Ramsey County, he's facing 1 count of felony stalking and another count of threats of violence. In Hennepin County, he is facing 4 counts of threats of violence. Sandine is currently in the custody of Ramsey Court Jail. I mean, I'm glad that law enforcement is like doing their job still, so that's cool. Obviously, you know, I feel like I would take up the entirety of the FBI's budget and the Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Department's budget if I were to take these kinds of immediate threats seriously. But it's reassuring to say the least that they're still, you know, covering some of this stuff. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5 gifted. Don't get excited. They mistook him for a homeless man at first. Oh. So, yeah. Mass hog event. Mass hog event. Ladies and gentlemen, wee woo. Arizona is officially declared PvP unlocked mass hog event zone. Newsom is under investigation for making a threat. Wait, what? Kirsty Noem's gonna have a bad day today. You're welcome, America. We have zero tolerance for direct or implicit threats against government officials. I've referred this matter to Secret Service, says the U.S. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Isaly, and requested a full threat assessment. Wait, what? Yeah, no, it's because of the bills that California just signed into law, banning most law enforcement officers from wearing masks during operations. Wait, what? You can't even fucking say that the Department of Homeland Security director is gonna have a bad day because she wants to make sure that her masked agents of the state remain anonymous when they're doing like straight up illegal operations on U.S. soil in numerous states. What the fuck? They unironically want to make it so that you can't say anything. Like you cannot, it is illegal to oppose the right. It is illegal to oppose the right, dude. Oh my God. These guys clearly want to criminalize opposing the right in any way, shape, or form. It's not even snowflake shit. I don't think you guys understand. Calling them soy doesn't do the situation justice. It's certainly beyond that. It's like, I mean, they are soy, and for depending on which audience you're speaking to, it's good to like clearly communicate how silly this stuff is, and you can belittle them. Okay. But also understand the danger here, the danger this presents. Also, yeah, here it is. NBC News update. No evidence found yet of ties between Charlie Kirk's shooting and left-wing groups, officials say. 3 people familiar with the federal probe into Kirk's assassination told NBC News that investigators have yet to find a link between the alleged shooter and left-wing groups. Why more people can't just accept that he had an incomprehensible ideology, that his brain was poisoned by deep recess of the internet, and that his motives were steeped in layers of meme-based nihilism? No, I think that is also kind of an out, like a silly out overall. Do you see the Nelk boys on their pockets were definitely uncomfortable with Kimmel being removed? Steiny himself said slippery slope. Yeah, no, because a lot of people that find themselves on the right are like apolitical leaners into reactionary politics because they just have done a much better job at marketing that kind of political worldview to the apolitical audiences by simply saying, oh, do you want to say the R word? Without like annoying wokes yelling at you, vote for us. So when they subscribe to the right wing, when they go out and they vote for the right, or when they go out and defend the right, or when they go out and platform the right, or Donald Trump, they don't really consider what it's going to look like. It is on us to explain to them what that looks like, which is something that I did over and over and over again. And yet, you know, if you were to ask the fucking dumbass liberals online who constantly chirp at me, they were like, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. So like, I did. I spent every waking moment doing just that. You kind of talk to your own audience though, let's be real. I mean, it's interesting that you are saying this. I did also go on a bunch of right-wing podcasts, both before the election and also certainly after. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the news coverage now.
Service will be held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, not far from the Phoenix headquarters of Turning Point USA. That's the organization Kirk founded. Chris Van Cleve is there.
State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona can hold more than 63,000 people, but on Sunday, police are anticipating more than 100,000 to try to attend Charlie Kirk's memorial service. So many, his organization Turning Point USA also reserved the hockey arena next door.
I want for his family to know that Charlie was important to very many people.
Tom Wilson is a former youth pastor from Colorado. He says he's driving a group of about a dozen people to Arizona in his church's van.
When I put it on Facebook, hey, we're going to take a van and anybody wants to go.
Bro, this is the hog pilgrimage. I'm telling you right now, this is hog pilgrimage, baby. From all around the nation, they are going to descend upon Arizona. Many of them will obviously bring their favorite guns because they have to. It's their comfort gun, right? It's their emotional support gun. Many of them are completely unaware of what the Arizona summer will do to their brains. I'm telling you, this is a mass hog event. If you live in the state of Arizona, understand it's Hog Springer. It's the Hodge, but for the hogs. It's the Hoggage, okay? This is a mass hog event. You guys do not understand what this is going to look like. Many of you that live in Arizona, who are woke, who are liberals, you think you know your neighbors, okay? And you do, but your neighbors they're basically like lizards, just like you. Their brains have already been fried by the Arizona summer. You don't know what it's gonna look like when a motherfucker from Minnesota is descending upon Arizona after doing this like multiple day car trip, okay? Cooked up in a goddamn car, angry, running on fucking fumes, Hogcella style, coming in and then having their brain further fried by 110-degree heat in the desert. I'm telling you right now, that shit is different. That's a different being. That's a different demon. Arizona natives, remember, your native hogs are acclimated to the territory. They're acclimated to the ecosystem. They're a part of it, right? This is like bringing in a totally different species of hog into an environment and just releasing them en masse. They don't know what it's like to just sit around and wait in a fucking line as like Secret Service is patting down every single person, you know what I mean? 100,000 people getting fucking patted down by the Secret Service so they can get into this memorial service. They're gonna be fucking pissed. If you work in a Bass Pro Shop in the Arizona area, I highly suggest you try to call out of work. You are going to be dealing with people that are very upset, okay? If you work at a Starbucks in the Arizona, in the surrounding region of Glendale, Arizona, there are going to be 1 million people that are trying to get you to write Charlie Kirk. And if you accidentally misspell the name, you might be in trouble, okay? I'm just saying. I'm joking a little bit, but also it's hog girl summer right now. Only 98 degrees tomorrow. It shouldn't be that bad. Brother, yeah, you're speaking like a fucking Arizonan, okay? 98 degrees tomorrow is not bad for you. 98 degrees, like 98 degrees from a dude coming up from like a dude from Utah is gonna look at that and be like, this is what the hell. They're gonna have a very different reaction to that dry desert heat. That's boiling points. If you work in an Applebee's, you will be busier than you ever have been, and you will get no tips. Oh, true. Anyway.
We'll split the gas. I had people saying, I'll tell you what, we'll pay the gas. So I think people are saying, I can't go, but I want to help.
President Trump, Vice President Vance, and other VIPs will also be there, prompting several federal law enforcement agencies to issue a new warning Thursday. In an assessment obtained by CBS News, law enforcement said they are tracking several threats against those planning to attend the memorial, but emphasized there is no information suggesting a verified or credible plot. Glendale Police spokesman Jose Santiago.
Not only are we handling the...
Remember, that's the woke security assessment by federal law enforcement, okay? That is not pertinent to the mind of the hog. The hog believes in a permanent status, a permanent state of victimhood, okay? So in the mind of the hog, they're coming down there thinking that there are security threats happening everywhere, and they have to make kinetic assessments in real time. They have to tactically ascertain whether or not there are perps. They're going to be doing ocular pat downs. They're going to be engaging people kinetically, okay? That is the environment. They do not care. Not that funny anymore. Stop dragging this shit. I mean, it's kind of funny, but also it's not so funny. I'm both joking, but also talking about something serious that I suspect.
Security for this event outside of the venue, we still have an entire city that we still have to protect.
The Department of Homeland Security has designated the memorial as a Level 1 security event on par with the Super Bowl. Hundreds of state, federal, and local law enforcement will work side by side, with the U.S. Secret Service taking the lead. Security measures include uniformed and plainclothes officers, drones, and 300 cameras for surveillance, as well as counterterrorism sniper teams.
The only difference here is when you have something like the Super Bowl, we had upwards of 2 years to plan an event like that. This we had a week to work with. We are basically all hands on deck.
Many of the people coming here to the Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix to pay their respects are hoping to go to that memorial on Sunday. If you're not a VIP or an invited guest, it will be first come, first serve. And police tell us that really visible, stepped up security presence will likely be very clear by early tomorrow morning. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix.
Charlie Kirk will be held tomorrow in Glendale, Arizona, and the public tribute is receiving the highest security designation from federal officials.
Matt Finn joining us now from Glendale and has more on the service preparations. Hey, Matt.
Good morning, Griff. At this time tomorrow, we expect tens of thousands of people to begin making their way onto the property here. Of course, they're going to be greeted by intense federal and local security sweeping the place, not only for the president, but a long list of VIPs. And ahead of the ceremony tomorrow morning, the Secret Service says a suspicious man with a gun and a knife was taken into custody Friday after he was found inside State Farm Stadium, according to the Washington Post. The Secret Service says the unidentified man was exhibiting suspicious behavior inside the stadium when agents approached him. The report says the man claimed to be law enforcement but showed fake credentials.
You think Candace Owens is going? No, they wouldn't let her speak, so she's not attending, she said. Right? Did I feel like I read somewhere on Twitter on a brief glance that she's not attending it because they wouldn't let her speak.
He's in custody, and we're going to keep you updated on this report.
Yeah,
and tomorrow,
she said it was a Fed event.
Tomorrow's memorial for Charlie Kirk here in Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium, home to the Arizona Cardinals, has been designated a Tier 1 level event, equivalent to a Super Bowl. DHS telling Fox News this designation is reserved for events of the highest national significance and enables the federal government to provide the full range of law enforcement and security resources necessary to support local officials in ensuring a safe and successful event. Now, last night at the campus where Charlie was assassinated, there was a vigil for unity at Utah Valley University. And here's UFC CEO Dana White calling for unity on Fox.
And all I'm looking for, over the rest of this year and into next year is some unity, coming back together as a country and stop all the infighting and the finger pointing and, just some normalcy again. Let this country get back to normal.
So State Farm Stadium behind me has fixed seating for 63,000 people. It can expand beyond that. You know, I personally heard from people all over the country who say they want to make their way here tomorrow before the memorial will be on the ground, and we'll keep you guys updated.
All right, Matt, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to
We already covered that extensively for the record. That was what we covered was the guy that they apprehended, who I initially suspected as soon as I saw as soon as I heard of the details. I was like, that's got to be a hog that went there with like good intentions from the hog perspective, which is, you know, I wanted to provide extra security, all hands on deck, that type of situation. You ever think about how Charlie wouldn't have given you the same charity that you're giving him? I bet he'd called you all types of names. No, that's not true. That's not true. He would probably be covering me in the exact same way that I have covered him. No, he 100% would say he'd probably be even nicer. No, there are many conservatives who'd be celebrating it, but no, Charlie Kirk would not be one of those people, because he's always been a very very cordial person. Hasan is so wrong on this. No, 100%. No, Charlie Kirk was ruthless to like George Floyd. Okay. He would most likely see it in a similar vein to what I saw. If I was the one who got shot right before we debated, he would probably also feel the same way, like the same sense of fear that it could have been him. Not when it came to George Floyd. Yes, because he's racist, of course. Because what do you mean? Yes, he's racist and he doesn't know who George Floyd is. That is the expected performance from him. In that situation, like, this is the I mean, the DNC dab up clip is like
what's up, Charlie? How you doing?
You gotta send me commission on all the YouTube videos you make about him.
You don't think he'd be racist to you? It's different. Like, think about how he fucking talked about Cenk. You know what I mean? I'm keeping it $150. He was very, very racist, but I don't think he would do that in that situation. Yeah, he wasn't racist to Owens. Okay, that's different. That's an ideological ally. Guys, Hasan is rich is different. I mean, to a certain degree, that also factors into it for sure. Like, these are people who treat this back and forth debate as like a part of the theater. You know what I mean? Like he clearly saw me as a peer. That's what it is. Anyway. Have you always been calling your uncle by his name? I'm Black South African, so this is a cultural question, not a combative question. In Turkish, I call him dayı, which means uncle. But when I speak in English, I say his name. It's not a weird question, not a combative question. I understand where you're coming from. All right. Experts warn of extremism thriving on social media apps.
President Trump warning parents about the dangers of social media and the possibility of their kids being radicalized online.
What's interesting about this stuff?
What would you say to parents?
What's interesting about this stuff is that like there is truth to this, but not in the way that they're presenting it. There's truth to this, as we all know. We're all online. We know what it looks like. We see the radicalization that takes place. The issue is they're once again using a real problem in an effort to suppress leftist dissent. Okay, that is precisely what they're going to do. They're hammering on this issue, and for a lot of normies, what they're thinking about is like a lot of the right-wing radicalization that takes place and a lot of the right-wing violence that takes place, but they're bracketing it all under the banner of Antifa violence and Antifa radicalization. This is a very dangerous prospect for free-flowing communication, freedom of dissent, freedom of information, and they are absolutely going to come after anyone and everyone that has ever experienced or ever exhibited any kind of discontent towards the administration. 100%.
Parents who are worried about kids getting deep into these holes on the internet, spending too much time gaming.
They should be worried. The online social network Discord, which allows children 13 and up to join, has recently been linked to numerous crimes and child suicides. And we are now learning the suspected Charlie Kirk assassin appeared to confess to the killing on Discord. Joining me now to talk about the dangers that platforms like Discord expose our children to is the founder and CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, Imran Ahmed. Thank you so much for being here. How vulnerable is every child in America right now if they are on sites like Discord?
Well, good morning, Todd. Platforms like Discord and frankly lots of other social media platforms, the problem that we have is that whereas they have rules, Discord itself prohibits violent extremism. It includes promoting or organizing violent extremist ideologies or acts. They just aren't enforcing their rules, and as a result, people are getting hurt.
The National Center on Sexual Exploitation, the fact that they have to put out a statement on this tells you everything, saying the following: Discord is a hot spot for dangerous interactions and deep fakes. This platform is popular.
Once again, this is a unique, this is a complex issue, okay? This is a complex issue because this is not incorrect. It's true. What they're talking about is true, and it happens on Roblox, it happens on Discord, it happens on all these platforms. But the reason why Fox News is covering this should ring some alarm bells, okay? It's a red flag. Why is Fox News covering this? It's because they're going to use this not in an apolitical and real way to try and combat like active radicalization that's taking place or sexual exploitation that takes place on these platforms, but they're doing this in a way to attack any kind of left value being demonstrated on any of these platforms. Okay, this is not even a political issue in general, but if you were to look at this from the lens of politics, obviously if you are even remotely familiar with political violence and domestic terror that takes place on US soil, and if you're not like a fucking brain broken boomer who believes what they see on Fox News and assumes that it's all left-wing violence, you already know this is mostly a problem of far-right extremist radicalization that takes place on Telegram, on Discord, all these other places. Okay? There's also, here's another great example of like what internet speak looks like when normies get a hold of it. Does anyone have that Rolling Stone article? The one I'm talking about with Jim Morrissey? Like shit that people would, shit that like brain broken people online say with regular frequency. When normies interact with it in an environment of heightened tension, they don't understand that it's like a fucking meme at all, because why should they? It's just an insane thing for someone to write out. The story I'm talking about here is that Morrissey cancels upcoming shows due to credible threat on his life. Okay, now the article headline in and of itself, especially given the environment that we're in right now, comes across like a very serious, very sincere threat. But I'm going to read to you the language used in this credible death threat, and you will very quickly, most likely, recognize, depending on how internet brain broken you are, that this is something that you see all the time online. It's something that I receive all the fucking time online. Okay? So, English singer-songwriter Morrissey's canceling his upcoming concerts this weekend due to a credible threat on his life. In recent days, there has been a credible threat on Morrissey's life. Out of an abundance of caution for the safety of both the artist and the audience. Oh, it's not Jim, sorry. It's not Jim Morrissey. All right, whatever. The former member of the Smiths is outset of his new tour, most recently played a date on September 16th, okay? The cancellation comes weeks after a 26-year-old Ottawa man, Noah Castellano, was arrested and charged with threats to cause death or bodily harm for threatening Morrissey on the social app Blue Sky. On September 4th, Castellano, under an account titled Guy Who Gets Shot in the Head 100,000 Times a Day, posted, Stephen Patrick Morrissey, when you perform at TD Place here in Ottawa next week on the evening of September 12, 2025 at about 9 p.m., I will be present at the venue in the audience, and I will attempt to shoot you many times and kill you with a very large gun that I own illegally. Do you see what I mean? It's this hyper-specific threat when a law enforcement, when a member of law enforcement sees this hyper-specific threat, they understandably take it seriously. But when you actually see like the name of the account and the way that they're posting, you realize like this is the classic case of like a Fed poster who thinks that this is funny. Okay? You should not joke like this in general. And you especially should not be writing shit like this at all, right? But it's, for me, I understand exactly the fear that Morrissey had and why law enforcement took action. Because this is like, for the last, I would say, 3 years of my life, this is all of my fucking replies. Do you see what I mean? Like, this is straight up all of my fucking replies, pretty much. Which is why I'm very aware of this kind of like internet speak. But normies are not. Normies look at this and go, what the fuck is this shit? In any case, that's what I mean about, you know, that's what I mean when I say like there's obviously like real credible threats, and then also like online posters thinking they're being fucking edgy. And for the record, if we didn't know the actual account name, Guy Who Gets Shot in the Head 100,000 Times a Day, without that context, this still would certainly read not as like an edgy poster, but a credible death threat. But when you actually see the name of the account, you're like, oh, this person is doing a bit, an insane bit, and perfectly understandable that it would be prosecuted. But it's clearly like a fucking shit poster. Having said that, the reason why I'm mentioning is because many of you in here have probably encountered this kind of shit poster online, like the edgy guy. But understandably, from the perspective of law enforcement, they don't fucking think that this is funny. Give me a sub. Very credible thread. Hilarious joke for Hasan. Amazing joke. Stop diminishing themselves for being themselves. Nazi ass Twitch streamer Hasan. See, there you go. Like, who finds this kind of edgy humor funny? Sam Hyde fans. Like, what do you think? People who fucking rush to basically post like the same fucking bass boosted Sam Hyde memes in the aftermath of any sort of mass shooting to be like, this is the shooter. Like the guys that are fucking 45 years old who think that shit's like peak comedy. You know what I mean? A lot of dudes like this online. So yeah, I don't think boomers are aware of what people get up to on the internet is what I mean. I don't think boomers and normies are aware of like the way people communicate online and like the type of shit that they do. Like, I'll give you another example. J-Schlatt posting, right? Something is gonna happen on insert date to Donald Trump. That's like a common meta on Twitter. People do that all the fucking time. J-Schlatt does it all the time. People celebrate it, people laugh about it, but it's like an inside joke that hundreds of thousands of people are aware of. But to the outside, that could be seen as like a fucking, that could be seen as like a death threat. Do you see what I mean? Because they don't know, they don't get it, they don't understand. So when you're, it's the same for all the internet brain poison people in here. Like, it's when your joke leaves the intended audience, okay? And I suspect that a lot more of that is going to take place now that people are consistently talking about how like online radicalization is taking place on these platforms, and we must take a extra careful look at it, okay?
With predators seeking to groom kids and with creeps looking to create, trade, or find sexually abusive content of children and unsuspecting adults. So I heard what you said in your answer there, that these platforms are not enforcing their own rules. Is there anything that can be done through the courts to say, hey, you need to step up, enforce your rules, and maybe even our rules, because you're not doing a good job protecting our kids?
Well, Todd, that's precisely the problem. Look, any company in America today.
Do you think Discord is worse than Twitter? No, no platform is worse than Twitter at like active radicalization. Twitter is basically 4chan and 8chan combined, normalizing that kind of behavior, normalizing doxing, normalizing all the shit that people used to do on those like anonymous forums online. They do it in broad daylight and they do not get regulated at all. Telegram is obviously the worst of the worst out of all of these platforms. It's the least moderated one. But honestly, I would say that Twitter's role as being one of the major social media platforms and allowing that kind of shit to take place has made things worse all around the internet.
Can be sued if it causes harm to you. Apart from social media companies, they hide behind a 1980s law, a 1990s law, Section 230, to escape responsibility.
Yeah,
and
this guy wants to repeal Section 230, which is devastating. They want complete control over the flow of information online, okay? That's what they want. The internet, for better or for worse, is one of the only remaining places where there's like free flow of communication, okay? And I say better or for worse because that democratization of the media has obviously led to people like myself gaining prominence, having massive platforms, but that's also created a misinformation landscape that makes people go insane. I don't know what the best solution is to any of this stuff, but I do realize that additional controls, especially in the hands of a government like this one, is terrifying. truly terrifying. It's like people talk about the Chinese firewall, right? They talk about the Chinese firewall and they're like, oh, the Chinese government controls every piece of, there's mass surveillance on the Chinese internet. Okay, this is the American government taking the initiative to do the same.
It's a very odd law. It's special treatment for these companies. It's a get out of jail free card that nobody else gets. And whereas, you know, Discord used to be the worst for moderation, but the truth is all the other platforms are racing to strip away the safeguards which stopped extremism from thriving.
Just quickly, before we let you go, do you think parents should just ban their kids from going on these sites entirely?
Look, I'm a parent too, and my wife said to me the other day that, you know, 10 years ago we worried about our kids being shot in a school shooting. I live in Washington, D.C. I worry about this every day. And she said, but now we worry that our kid might turn out to be the school shooter. And that's because these platforms are simply unsafe for young people while they remain ungoverned spaces where extremism thrives.
Just want to get this in here. Discord has been cooperating with the FBI investigation into the Charlie Kirk assassination. A spokesperson saying Discord has said that an internal investigation found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord. So we will be watching. Imran Ahmed, thank you so much. An important warning for parents. Like you said, didn't worry about this 10 years ago. Got to worry about it now. Thanks so much, sir.
The irony is if these guys knew any better, they would recognize that there are plenty of instances where Discord has played a role. Like, that's the irony, is that it's not in this one, and these guys don't know any better, and they're boomers, so they fucking think like, oh, we got him. He was on Discord talking to his a trans lover or whatever, not realizing that this is not even the case to build around. If you want to prosecute Discord, I don't want to give him any fucking, you know, I don't want to give him any advice on this regardless though, because once again, their interest here is not to actively tackle radicalization online. Their interest here is to silence dissent online against the administration, against the State Department. You speak out against Israel, you're fucking cooked. We're already seeing this happen with TikTok. Okay, the reason why TikTok was forcibly sold was because they did not like that the Chinese controlled application and its algorithms actually allowed a free flow of communication, and unlike all the other platforms, that led to a 50-50 parity on whichever kind of ideological message was seen on the fucking algorithms. Every other website has a majority share of right-wing sentiment. Every single other one. There are liberal and nonpartisan assessments on this. You can go look at it if you want. There's like a Pew Center research study on it too. And I do think that their understanding of what it is to be a liberal or a leftist commentary versus what it is to be right-wing commentary is obviously going to be a little out of whack. But the reason why they actively went after TikTok was because it was the only social media platform where there was almost a 50-50 split on whichever ideological leaning you saw. Every other website, it's right-wing majority. Okay? And I'm talking about the major sites. I'm not talking about fucking Blue Sky, okay? Blue Sky is irrelevant. Having said that, the real reason why they also wanted to come after TikTok was because Palestine. That's it. That is literally the reason. And it's not my assessment, it's not speculation. They openly stated it. Mitt Romney said the quiet part out loud. Jonathan Greenblatt, shortly after October 7, said the quiet part in a private conversation that was leaked to the media. That's it. That's it. They were like, the children are actually seeing the truth about what is taking place in Gaza, and we have to put an end to it. They hate Israel now. TikTok is the reason. We have to deal with it. And Democrats and Republicans alike already had an interest in stopping TikTok to begin with. Okay? They already wanted to stop TikTok. They already were fearful. And they presented numerous other reasons. Like they were like, oh, the Chinese government is like stealing all your data, which is such a laughable avenue of attack. The Chinese government is surveilling everyone over it. Again, another laughable avenue of attack. The real reason was because TikTok's algorithm is crack cocaine. It's the most successful algorithm. Okay, it's the most addictive algorithm. And therefore, and not only is it the most successful and most addictive algorithm, it also was not controlled by the American State Department in any meaningful capacity. They had to put an end to that. That is the reason why they wanted to either ban TikTok altogether or forcibly sell it to an American. Yes, of course, everything is stealing our data. And also, if China wants to take our data, they could just like go to a data broker, okay, instead of like running fucking TikTok as an application. In the last month, the war in Gaza has become an inescapable facet of the public consciousness. As a new surge of images of Palestinian children, their faces impossibly sunken, their limbs reduced to skin and bone, flooded the internet. This is Sarah Jong, okay, on The Verge. As the pictures became ubiquitous, the outcry became louder than ever. These conditions of extreme deprivation are not new. In November 2024, the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Ben Netanyahu for using starvation as a method of war. Nevertheless, the situation now is piercing the mainstream in a way that official charges of war crimes could not. Maybe it was the video of guards at a food aid distribution site using stun grenades, pepper spray, and live ammunition on crowds of hungry Palestinians. Or perhaps it was the news 2 weeks later that 20 Palestinians had been killed, mostly by trampling, when a crowd at a distribution site panicked as stun grenades were used on them. Or possibly it was the open letter from the European news agency AFP, warning that its final remaining journalists in Gaza were at imminent risk of death by starvation. Since AFP was founded in 1944, we have lost journalists in conflicts. Some have been injured, others taken prisoner, but none of us can ever remember seeing colleagues die of hunger, the agency wrote. But most likely it was the images of children. Children far too weak to move their wasted bodies, rendered at screen resolutions that should not exist in the same era of history as their inhumane malnourishment. These horrific pictures are viral. Even President Donald Trump, who continues to back Netanyahu, has seen them. Some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it, and you can't fake that, he said on television. The upswell of photographs from Gaza is surreal. The heightened attention resembles similar inflection points in the past, in which international scrutiny came to focus on an atrocity inflicted on children abroad. Think of the intentionally viral campaigns like Coney 2012, protesting, among other things, the use of child soldiers, or hashtag Bring Back Our Girls, decrying the 2014 abduction of 276 schoolgirls by Boko Haram in Nigeria. But these priors are also distinct from the virality of this moment. Both Coney 2012 and hashtag Bring Back Our Girls were attempts to solicit American intervention. Although there is, in the short term, a demand for American action in Gaza, the immediacy of the crisis just barely obscures the paradox at play. Israel has successfully blockaded Gaza by land, sea, and air since 2007, controlling how much food and water can enter the region. It has maintained military supremacy and bolstered its cutting-edge defenses using American military aid and American-manufactured arms. The ultimate plea from Gaza is for American non-intervention. The U.S. has had a hand in the starvation of Gaza, and in that sense, the sum total of these images of Gazan children, despite no single photograph breaking free and coming to the forefront of the onslaught, is most analogous to the Vietnam War's napalm girl photo. One of the persistent myths of American history is that the terror of war, a 1972 photograph of a weeping, running 9-year-old Vietnamese girl covered in a blazing napalm, changed American sentiment and brought an end to the Vietnam War, a conflict that had been made possible with American dollars, American bombs, and eventually American soldiers. I too subscribed to this belief at one point, but in truth, a poll in 1971, the year prior, found that 61% of Americans already believed it had been a mistake to send soldiers to Vietnam. A poll in early 1973, ahead of the Paris Peace Accords, saw no rise in that number. The napalm girl photograph was never a catalyst. It was a symbol of a tide that had already turned. The myth of the napalm girl is powerful because it tells us a story about the American conscience that is far more palatable than the reality. We would like to think that Americans only tolerated war so long as they did not viscerally comprehend its horror. The truth is a little more complex. Photography, videography, journalism, and mass communication were important to the American anti-war movement. But raw information on its own has never been the on/off switch of morality. To comprehend horror is not the same as rejecting it. Regardless, Governments certainly believe that images speak to the conscious in a way that can shake the foundations of power itself. And I do think that if there weren't brave Palestinians every single day communicating their own demise in sometimes their last courageous act, that many Americans would be still oblivious, and many Americans still are. Some of those Americans have seen the images and refuse to recognize the humanity of those who are being slaughtered en masse with American weapons, American bullets, American bombs in the hands of the Israeli occupying forces. But many Americans are simply oblivious to it because they don't see it. Okay? That's precisely the reason why they want to stamp out this kind of visibility. Because let's be real, if it wasn't for the Palestinians who were capable of showing the truth about what Israel is doing to them, the American perspective on Israel's wanton death and destruction campaign as genocide would not have shifted so dramatically over the course of the last 2 years. Okay? I truly believe it. Regardless, governments certainly believe that images speak to the conscious. It is why Richard Nixon was caught on the Oval Office tapes furiously coping about the terror of war, musing about how surely it must be fake. It is why the United States instituted a blanket ban on photographs of flag-draped coffins of soldiers returning from the battlefield from 1991 to 2009. It is why IDF spokesperson Effie Defrin has told reporters that most of the images of starving children were fake distributed by Hamas. It's why China still censors a photograph of a man with 2 plastic bags standing in front of a line of tanks in Tiananmen Square. Is why China banned TikTok in Hong Kong during the 2020 democracy protests. And it is why the United States did what it did in March 2004. 6 months after October 7th massacre of 1,195 people by Hamas and the commencement of Israel's retaliatory war in Gaza, upwards of 30,000 Palestinians, including 13,000 children, had been killed. America's response to all of this was, of all things, an attempt to ban TikTok. Now, obviously, those numbers are not correct at this stage, and they weren't even correct in August 19th. But what she's talking about is like, what she's talking about there is like initially, okay? The estimation has gone up by quite a bit. The latest numbers I had seen floating around were around 680,000 or something. Is like the total number of casualties, including the dead and the gravely injured and the missing. Trump was the first to propose a ban on TikTok as early as 2020, ultimately signing an executive order to force the sale of the Chinese-owned video platform. This effort petered out for a number of reasons, including probable unconstitutionality, Trump getting a sort of distracted by a bunch of stuff, and then Trump leaving office. The Biden administration withdrew the executive order, but fear of TikTok lingered as a bipartisan issue. In 2022, Representatives Mike Gallagher and Raja Krishnamurti introduced a sell or ban bill designed to wrest control of the platform from Chinese parent company ByteDance. Okay, but the pivotal turn here that gave the initiative to every single Democrat and Republican alike in Congress to finally make this decision, to finally pull the trigger, was Israel. Okay? Israel already had a pervasive influence network in the form of the Israel lobby that spans all the way from AIPAC to numerous other advocacy groups. And they went all systems go to try to push for the ban of TikTok. And the reason for why was because of TikTok's lack of interest in regulating flows of information at the behest of the American State Department or in the direction of Israel. TikTok, for this reason, is probably one of the most effective soft power mechanisms that the Chinese government holds, for the record. But it is very clear that China, in the interest of trades maxing and continuing to play nice with the United States of America, clearly is willing to tweak the algorithm in a way that favored Donald Trump before the election and even tweak the algorithm further in a way to suppress anti-Israel sentiment on the platform. It's already happening. They already hired for TikTok USA an anti-Semitism czar, a hate speech czar, right? That is already tackling and regulating and moderating all of the content creators on the platform that have spoken out against Israel, punishing them with 3 strikes instantly and permanently banning them with no hopes of recovering those accounts whatsoever. Deleting comments and things of that nature. It's already happening right now, and it's going to only get worse for domestic issues as well. This is why I always stress the importance for many people to understand that Palestine is the inflection point. Okay? It is the intersectionality of a lot of harm that we actually see all around us, and it's a warning sign for many things to come. Just as I said over and over again, under the Biden administration, when college campus protesters were being smeared and were being attacked and being arrested, 3,500 peaceful protesters on campuses were arrested for the crime of exercising their constitutionally protected right to demonstrate against a foreign nation that was conducting a genocide. They were right on the morals, and they were right to do what they were doing, and it was perfectly legal, and yet they were arrested. Campus presidents were called in to be humiliated by Republicans and Democrats alike. An anti-Semitism problem was concocted out of thin air on college campuses. It was not that there wasn't an anti-Semitism problem prior or an anti-Semitism problem on college campuses at all. I'm not saying that. Of course there was an anti-Semitism problem. There's a bigotry problem everywhere in American life. And college campuses certainly also experienced this as well. Having said that, this was not about anti-Semitism even for a little bit. This was always about weaponizing anti-Semitism to censor anti-Zionism. That has always been the name of the game. And the Democrats, who were also invested at the directive of Joe Biden and also at the behest of their corporate benefactors and the Israel lobby, played ball with this false assertion. They made it seem as though this was a real issue that was taking place. And they even got a bunch of scalps in the process. They got a bunch of college presidents and Ivy League institutions to be fired. Think about that, for not being sufficiently Zionist. Can you imagine a world, in comparison to the average person's opinion on Israel, you explain to them like the Harvard president was not sufficiently pro-Israel? That's an insane fucking assessment. It's just completely ridiculous. But it doesn't matter. It worked. And then part of the problem of the Democratic Party's inability to address some of the resentment, some of the anger that people felt, turning a blind eye to all of the material harm that was taking place and turning a blind eye to the very reasonable and just demands that people were making in terms of like stopping this genocide, which we had every power to do so and still do, for the record. That led the Democrats to lose the election in part, right? Donald Trump came into office and he took advantage of all of the fake concern, the concern trolling that was built in. And he took it to the next step, first by presenting this as immigration enforcement, because the State Department does have awesome power over who gets to come into the country and who doesn't, who gets to get their visas revoked and who doesn't. So he used that unilateral enforcement mechanism that he has to silence opposition to Israel. Many people still didn't care. And then that censorship regime has officially evolved in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk death to censor liberal dissent as well, moderate dissent, timid points of discontent, disagreement. Now liberals are starting to fucking pay attention. It's not that they are massive Jimmy Kimmel heads. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel has that broad of an audience. I don't think he's that popular. He's just a prestige actor for one of these legacy publishers, right? It's not that he has like this organically built parasocial fan base. But for a lot of liberals, this was a wake-up call for them because they refused to see the writing on the wall for the longest time. They actually actively championed the censorship regime, perhaps. Maybe because they thought it was a spoiler for the Democratic Party's electoral chances. Or maybe because they simply didn't care. Maybe because they loved Israel, right? But basically, we are not at the end stage of this censorship regime, okay? That's not how fascism works. Fascism continues to grow the outgroup and continues to diminish the number and the size of the in-group. We are at the beginning stages of this censorship regime. So people need to recognize that. People need to reconsider their stances from before. So if they think, for example, right now, if many liberals still think, oh man, I don't really care about TikTok, or I don't really care about Discord, or I don't really care about this or that. Who cares if like there's an anti-Semitism czar who is engaging in censorship? They don't realize that that is a constant expansion of the permission structure. It starts with edge cases. It starts with it starts with what broader society would just not care about or would consider to be a reasonable mechanism of enforcement, but it doesn't stop there. This is why explaining this evolution of the censorship regime is very important. Okay? This is how it works. But make no mistake, TikTok was always slated to be censored, but what actually was the straw that broke the camel's back, what gave Democrats and Republicans alike the final push, the interest in doing this sell or ban provision, which is once again most likely unconstitutional. Not that it matters. The Supreme Court is obviously completely captive to the interests of the far right in this country. Having said that, what gave it the final push was Israel. Here's Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO and National Director of the Apartheid Defense League, speaking to the Israeli Knesset.
You must take this deadly seriously. Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to the challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
Yep. Here he is stressing the importance of capturing every single media outlet and communication platform to ensure that anti-Israel sentiment is curbed. Okay? He said it himself. And once again, even if you are oblivious to the wanton slaughter, even if you think that this is just a unfortunate consequence of the collateral damage, this genocide, even if you cast that aside, trust me, I mean, one, you shouldn't do that. That's incredibly immoral. I don't know how you can be so monstrous. But even if you cast that aside, understand that it will inevitably happen to something you do care about. It won't stop with Jimmy Kimmel, for example. So we have to try and stop this right now, because every single day that goes by, it will become harder and harder to organize online. It'll be harder and harder to get the word out, because their goal is to stop these kinds of messaging networks from helping people organize directionally against this administration. That is the ultimate goal. It is to make it easier to develop a authoritarian fascist government. Discontent is one of the many tools that we have at our disposal. Communicating with one another is one of the many tools that we have at our disposal. That's the reason why they want to take it out. That's the reason why they want to control it. This is the new Guardian video. Oh yeah, I know. Our genocide. How the Israelis feel about the war in Gaza. We're gonna cover it. We'll get to that. And I know there's the new Kenny Leakenstein leaks as well. All right, let's do the Guardian piece. We'll talk about broader Israeli society and the attitudes that they have. Again, this is the type of stuff that they don't really want. This is the type of stuff that is like Israeli society uncensored, even though it's the Guardian. So of course there's still going to be some control over the flow of information. But wait, what is this? Tom Homan was investigated for accepting $50,000 from undercover FBI agents. Trump's DOJ shut it down. Oh my God, of course they did. All right, we'll do it. Let's continue.
We're here walking along the beach in Tel Aviv, and as you can see, there are people out, their families out, enjoying the sea as they should. It's peak summer. But I can't help but think when I'm walking along the coast here that if you follow the coastline exactly 60 kilometers south in that direction, you're going to reach Gaza. And there, rights groups are saying that there's a genocide and a famine taking place, which obviously feels extremely different to what we're seeing around us here in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is known as Israel's liberal capital. Here you can find beaches, bars, and all kinds of activities that make this an enjoyable city for its nearly 500,000 residents.
So,
it's like a beach party.
We're in the middle of a war, 2 years, and the beach behind me is full. Resilience is the main thing that represents Israel, that represents Israelis.
I'm here to find out what Israelis think of the war happening next door and the growing international condemnation against it. You know, coming here to Tel Aviv, everything feels quite normal. You guys are on the beach having fun. Outside, the war in Gaza is being discussed a lot.
זה לא כזה משנה מה אנשים בחוץ יגידו וכמה הם ילכלכו וכמה זה. אנחנו יודעים כאילו בתור עם ובתור צבא כמה אנחנו מאוחדים וכמה אנחנו ביחד. ואני חושב שזה שהוא רואה אותנו משחקים עכשיו בחוף וזה נטו בגלל הצבא ובגלל כאילו כל המאמצים.
Yeah, I don't think these guys get it. Like, we know what it looks like 30 miles down that same fucking coastline. Everyone around the world, due to the free flow of communication, even with all of the limitations that exist, know exactly what the fuck is going on. So we look at this as like zone of interest. A lot of people look at this as zone of interest. Israeli society thinks this is an act of resilience. They're proud of it. We look at that pride and we think that is disgusting. We look at that pride as disgust. These guys don't understand it, and I suspect they never will, because they have a perfect ideological shield, a perfectly constructed bubble that they can consistently exist under. Every kind of reasonable criticism launched in this direction is always met with it's anti-Semitism. Yes, they have an ideological Iron Dome, and unlike the actual Iron Dome, it is very, very difficult to penetrate. It's propped up in part by a sheer disgust for anyone who is declared Arab or Palestinian, non-Jewish by Israeli design. Okay, it's a ethnic and religious superiority that they feel, a supremacist ideology, and all the dehumanization that comes along with it. And it's this defense mechanism that they've told themselves, due to the actual real instances of anti-Semitism throughout shared Jewish history and that intergenerational trauma being weaponized at the direction of a fascist nation-state project that is exterminationist.
Everyone has a relative or a son or a brother or someone who is fighting in Gaza. Everyone was supporting us and say, wow, we're so sorry and everything. And then after 5 minutes, everyone forgot, and they forgot why we are in Gaza.
Since the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks, Israel's killed more than 64,000 Palestinians in Gaza, with the real toll likely much higher. Famine has been declared, and most of the territory lies in ruins, with Israel's military continuing to destroy civilian structures as it pushes deeper into Gaza. And although recent polls have shown that among Israeli Jews, there's little sympathy for Palestinian suffering in Gaza, a small group of people here are trying to sound the alarm.
We're walking south. So, I mean, if you got into a car here, within probably like an hour, you would get to Gaza. In that direction, it's insane to think as Israelis that we can have a peaceful, easy life here in Tel Aviv when people are going through hell.
Sarit Michaeli is from the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem. In July, they joined major rights organizations around the world in determining that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza.
The people of Gaza have been displaced, bombed, and starved, left completely stripped of their humanity.
If you feel lonely being an anti-war leftist in America, imagine being B'Tselem in Israel. Yes, that's why I do not fucking shit and piss in my diapers. My commentary, first and foremost, obviously features Palestinians, the dignity that they have, the humanity that they exhibit, okay? But having said that, unlike some people who claim that I'm doing like Jewish exceptionalism or whatever, I understand how important it is for people to try and do their very best within the confines, within their own limitations. Yes. For a lot of these people, I mean, it's you can have criticism to say B'Tselem took its sweet time to come to this position or whatever, but ultimately, it's still important to have anti-Zionist voices who are Jewish, who are Israeli, because there is, I mean, it's virtually impossible to make these sorts of changes without having every single person do their very best. I understand why some people say, fuck this, it's too little too late, okay? But if you want to be productive, you have to just let that kind of shit slide to the best of your ability. Every grain of sand in the gears of fascism helps halt the machine, and some grains will come from internally. Oh, 100%. That's it.
And rights.
They called their report Our Genocide. Our Genocide, that's quite a title.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
As an Israeli Jew, I belong to the collective that is perpetrating this genocide. I bear responsibility. It's done in my name, regardless of, there's this claim that some people make, which is like, this is not in my name. Well, it is done in my name. I live in this society, I pay my taxes, and it's both my responsibility and my obligation to speak out to Israelis about what our government and our army is doing in Gaza.
How hard is it for someone to look in the mirror and say or acknowledge that their government is, as you say, committing a genocide?
It's very hard. And yes, of course, it's terrible to acknowledge that your government, the army that many of our relatives and friends and
less than like 1% of Israel are against it, so it makes sense why they yell at you. There's millions out there against it, but you focus on a few hundred Israelis. That's why people are angry, in my opinion, looking for the mythical Jew that will change the world. I heard someone say, no, this is a person that has a higher likelihood of getting people that are close, like that have a hands-on responsibility with this genocide. This is a person who is way more likely to convert one other person or 10 other people than someone like myself. I'm Muslim. My name is Hasan. I'm fucking Turkish. Even in the United States of America, I have a limit to who I can actually convince on this, okay? And obviously I've seen tremendous success in this regard, regardless, in this community. But even remember, like October 7, you were here. You saw what took place. It took people fucking years to come back to reality and recognize that they were wrong in their initial assessment. Part of that is because they were not ready on October 8 to hear a Muslim dude, no matter how fucking white passing he is, a Muslim dude to be like, no, this is Israel's fault. Israel has the largest share to blame on October 7, 100%. They were not ready for it. And there were a fuck ton of people who, unironically, there were a fuck ton of people who changed their minds immediately. There were a fuck ton of people who maybe at first were a little bit skeptical, but eventually came to that conclusion shortly after. There were plenty of people who obviously already were there, right? But having said that, I think you guys don't understand, like, there are still a shit ton of fucking people in the United States of America, okay, that never let go of that initial resentment that they felt, even if they fucking agree with me now. That's the reason why I see a lot of importance in Jews in the United States of America also doing their part in expressing their discontent, in expressing their resentment, in expressing their anger. Okay, there needs to be a Brad Lander on the side of a Zoran Mamdani. I understand how productive that can be. Okay, immediately attacking someone like Brad Lander and being like, fuck you, you're a liberal Zionist, you're a liberal fascist, is unproductive. Okay, this doesn't mean that there aren't moments where they might say something that's like out of pocket or wrong. Hello? Yeah, come in. Door's open. Anyway. You are conflating Jews with Israelis? Wait, what? No. You're misunderstanding. Just like American Jews that are anti-Zionist also play an important role, maybe not the most important role, but a significant role in this. Okay? Israeli Jews in Israel that are anti-Zionist also play a role. They have a more consequential role to play in this for Israeli society, and unfortunately they have nothing, and broader society is far too racist to even listen to these guys. They just call them like Arab lovers. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately Israeli Jews also play this role. Anyone who's against this genocide plays a formative role in this. That's the way I see it, because the crime is far too large and the needs are far too immediate. That's it.
And sometimes we serve in.
Are you saying
as
Israel's
Israelis
morally responsible for October 7, or that they were inadequately prepared? No, I'm saying that the environment that Israel designed 75 years at the time of brutal occupation, of course, created a violent retaliation. It's apartheid. If you recognize it, which B'Tselem and many other groups had for many years at that point, they were still, again, international human rights organizations were late to the game on that one too. April 2021, I still remember, was when they all collectively came out and recognized that Israel was an apartheid. Okay? What do you think that apartheid structure is going to create? It's going to invite retaliation. Of course it's going to invite retaliation. I've been saying that since October 7, and many people, again, like I said, were not ready for that conversation to take place on October 8. But now, we don't even need to have that conversation because the majority opinion has shifted dramatically.
Is doing these horrific things.
I want to get a better sense of how ordinary Israelis feel about these issues. So I'm headed to some of Tel Aviv's most popular areas. So right now we are walking here in the busy Carmel market in Tel Aviv, and as you can see, they're selling all kinds of goods from fruits and vegetables, snacks and chocolates, electronics.
Yeah, the squishy liberal from a major metro area has the humanity in their heart to support Palestinian children, but they also have the fear of bigotry and Islamophobia to shy away when accusations of anti-Semitism or terrorism come through. Jewish activists give the permission structure for them to ignore smears and put their support behind. Now, this might seem fucking stupid, right, for all of you that have been tuning in, that know the truth, that have seen what Israel's design looks like, right? So you go, who gives a fuck if these guys are still not on board? Fuck them. But the reality of the matter is, every little bit helps, because I always stress the importance of this. The crime is far too large. The inhumanity is far too severe, and therefore, and the lack of interest in addressing the anger and resentment is far too palpable. You see it. You see it every day. Our politicians still at this point actively avoid talking about this. Or at the very least, they try to like create a pressure valve to be like, oh no, we're looking at it, we're seeing it. Look at France, look at England, saying they're gonna do a shitty recognition of like the Palestinian state, a conditional recognition of the Palestinian state. It's ridiculous. But the reason why they're doing that is because there is too much demand. And if that demand keeps growing, okay? If that demand keeps growing and we can actually convince our administrations to recalculate and reconsider their unlimited loyalty to Israel, if we become undeniable, if we become unavoidable, we can force them to reconsider this calculation. Okay? And once we do that, it's over. Once we do that, it's over. And in order to get to that level, you need to be constantly picking up new allies. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Okay? So yes, as much as I want to immediately hit people with the I told you so's and fucking take this approach and say, it's bullshit, how the fuck do you not see this reality? It took you this long. I've known this reality. What is this? I got banned from House Court a year ago for saying Kamala would be better than Trump. Get your mods in check. Okay, well, you're getting banned from this stream as well. Okay? So suck my fucking dick. Especially when we're talking about Israel. Come on now, chatter. I can't believe this motherfucker is still trying to relitigate Kamala Harris's objectively bad campaign, as though what we are seeing in Gaza was not a formative reason why the Democrats fucking lost. The Democrats wanted to murder children so bad in Gaza that they were willing to fucking destroy American democracy and hand the keys of the castle to a dipshit fucking fascist again. And some of you dumb fucks are still in here relitigating this. It's wrong, man. It's wrong. You're just fucking wrong. I don't know what you will understand. I don't know how you will ever come to terms with this reality. Fuck. Be the bigger man, okay? Be the bigger man. Let it fucking go. Oh. It makes me so mad. No one is saying that all of this shit that Trump is doing was unforeseeable. I predicted it. But the Democrats clearly either didn't see it coming or didn't care. And it feels like their incompetence at this very moment and their lack of interest in actively pushing back kind of feels like they are compliant. Kind of feels like they knew that this could happen and they don't really hate it that much. Okay? Because if you truly thought, as I did, that Donald Trump was going to be a monstrous fascist piece of shit that was going to bring about the Fourth Reich in the United States of America, you would have fought a lot better than the way Kamala Harris did. That was my demand. That was what I wanted her to do. It's so crazy. We should stop relitigating this and ignore it. Told you so. Liberals are going to pop in and out every moment. Just ignore them and push on. I know, but like, it's like objectively delusional to say, I told you so. Like, what more do you need to see? Every single thing that you thought during the election cycle was wrong. You thought Kamala was going to win. You thought that no one cared about Gaza, that public sentiment was going to be on the side of Israel, that Americans were very panicked about migration and crime, and that it required a militant response from the Democrats. Every single thing was wrong. And you know what? It wasn't fucking impossible to see, because clearly a dumb fuck Twitch streamer like myself from the outside could see that reality. And I tried my best. I talked to fucking Republicans, or not Republicans, I talked to Democrats at the DNC. I talked to anyone who would hear me out. And they all looked at me like I was saying some crazy shit. I did it. I did everything I possibly could. What did you tell them? What do you mean? It was on camera. You saw it. Both before and after the election, I kept repeating these things over and over again. Right? I kept repeating this shit, both before the election and in the autopsy, in the aftermath of the election. And they still didn't hear it. And then Zoran Mamdani actually became the living, breathing proof of this method, whether it be to present an uncompromising position on genocide, or whether it be to actively address the economic problems that people were experiencing with tangible policy solutions and communicated earnestly. He became the proof of this standard, and Democrats are still going la 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 la. I can't hear you. There is still plenty incredibly important fucking Democrats out there who are just refusing to recognize that. You went on Pod Safe twice, and the second time Love would argue with you the entire time in the face of a loss. I know, but they've also come to my conclusions now. It even took the Podjons like 6 months to admit you were right. I mean, but yeah, but they're there now. So I don't choose to fucking hash it out and dunk on people after they come to that recognition.
Coming here, I'm reminded of similar markets that exist in Gaza that I visited in the past. However, right now, because of Israel's ongoing war and siege of Gaza, none of those markets, from what I understand, are operational. It's just packed with people. Can we ask you how life is these days?
The war in Gaza hurt us badly in every sector. There's no work, no tourism, no nothing. Oh no. Like, do you see? A lot of the discontent that they experience is, again, purely selfish. But this means that academic boycotts, cultural boycotts, boycotts of economic boycotts, even what the Houthis were successfully implementing in terms of like taking out an entire port and ruining one aspect of commerce, it works. Because if these guys won't come to the recognition of the humanity of the Palestinians that they are slaughtering, then at least the repercussions will cause them to recalculate their decisions. Okay? That's it. These are inconveniences, not suffering. I know, But this is how the apartheid was defeated in South Africa as well. Do you understand? Because at the end of the day, if this is either going to be litigated by lead or by treaties, and even after lead, there's still treaties, and there is no solution that where a military intervention is going to happen, right? Because it's not going to happen. Israel's a nuclear armed state anyway. Then this kind of pressure is important. That's the reason why we fucking push for BDS, right? That's the reason why we push for BDS, because these people are, if they're not going to change their minds because they're hopped up on supremacist fumes and believe that their enemy is a parasitic force that must be forcibly excised, then at least the inconvenience of not being able to live their daily lives and something as silly as like an academic boycott that might come across as silly to you will cause them to reconsider this endless war, this endless genocide.
You're part of a market that is selling, you know.
Great fucking take again, something that I always repeat as well. If BDS didn't work, it wouldn't be illegal in 35 or 38 states in the United States of America, by the way. If it wasn't a threat, then Israel would not use every fucking ounce of lobbying power they have to write legislation at the state level to make it illegal. This shit works.
Produce, fruits and vegetables, spices and other goods. Right now in Gaza, people don't have access to any of this. Does that, as a human being, does that affect you, knowing that at all?
אני לא יודע להגיד לך, אני לא רוצה להיכנס לדברים האלה.
Tel Aviv is amazing. I feel now like I'm in vacation. I feel really safe here.
On the regular day, you don't feel it, but then you are scrolling on Instagram and you see all of this. I'm very sad.
What do you see on Instagram?
All the hostages. I feel so sad.
You know, there are undeniably civilians who are suffering right now in Gaza, and rights groups are using the words like genocide and famine to describe the situation there. How much does that concern you, that civilians are suffering and dying?
I care about the people. I care about children all over the world. But first of all, we want the hostages back.
You care about children. When you see the picture, are you guys seeing it? Because
50% at least of the pictures are, you know, how do they call this? Gaza wood. You know it? There is a
Gaza wood, like Hollywood.
Yeah.
But Gaza.
Yes.
Because a lot of people around the world are looking at those pictures, in particular the pictures.
This is the big problem.
In particular, the pictures of the children who appear to be starving.
All the people.
Do you guys see those pictures, and does it bother you? Please, Tamar, tell me. Do you see those pictures, and does it bother you?
I see those pictures, and I see a lot of pictures that are not real. They are staged. A lot, at least 50%, if I'm not wrong, even 80%. But I can tell you, there are a lot of suffering in Gaza, and the suffer is because of Hamas.
Did you put these pictures up?
Not only me. People who died 7 October. You know, soldiers, people who've been in the party. I have a friend who died.
You have a friend who died on 7th of October?
Nova.
He was at Nova?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Are you in the military?
I'm joined up 2 more months.
2 more months, then you're going to go?
In November.
And you're going to go to fight?
Yes, of course.
You're going to go to... You might go fight in Gaza?
I love to.
You would love to?
I want. Yeah. People think that the children and the men and the women in Gaza, they're innocent. Bullshit. Everyone has, taken part in 7 October. You can't ignore this. No matter what you say, you can't ignore this. No innocence.
Even women and children are not innocent in Gaza.
There is a mothers of terrorists, who support. So there is no innocence.
And the children?
The children gonna be, terrorists. They're gonna be killers.
I mean, again, that's ironic because that's terrorism speak. You're a terrorist, brother. Like, you're a fucking Nazi. You're straight up a Nazi. What are we watching? Jesus fucking Christ. Why do you hate us? Isn't this what the Nazis also said? Yes, it is. Yeah, I did. I didn't miss the two women saying 80% of the starving kids is fake. It's Gaza wood. I know. They say Pally wood. Again, it's a way to... The reason why people do this is because... This is going to come across as controversial when I say this. But the reason why people say and do this is because they haven't reached the final stage of Nazism. Because in their minds, they have to cope. In their minds, the state of Israel is infallible. Okay? If they were to come to terms with the reality that Israel is, with their endless support, with their tax dollars, with their direct involvement with the military, starving children, then all of a sudden you have to really fucking relitigate everything that you know. That's the difference between a guy who says there are no innocents and they deserve it versus the person who denies it. Okay, not to say that the impact is any different. It's not. Both is gross. Okay, it's gross across the board. Goebbels said that they can't let Germans, meaning Aryans, see the photos of dying Jewish women and children because it does something with your brain. The same a German minister said 18 months ago. I'm a 36-year-old white guy in the US. I was able to deprogram as possible. Yeah, but you don't live. No. This is the deprogramming necessary here is equivalent to like the Grand Wizard of the KKK slowly but surely becoming anti-racist. Okay, because this is everything that the Israeli society is designed around. This is the entirety of the Zionist project. This is why I say Zionism is fascism. You're looking at it from the outside. There is still an element of like, this is a foreign country doing this for you. There's also the element of a foreign country doing this only with our tax dollars, a foreign country that has certain social amenities that we don't even have here, right? Like healthcare and shit like that. So of course it's different. It's much easier for you to deprogram in spite of the endless faucet of pro-Israel propaganda in this country that you probably took for granted without even realizing, because it's like a very insidious there's a very insidious nature of this kind of propaganda. It comes from not just right-wing institutions or whatever. It comes from institutions that you have cherished, that you think are just objective on this matter. You go to college and your professor has this kind of attitude about Israel. You're never going to be like, my professor is fucking lying to me. You're never going to think that way. You're never, until recently, you probably would not have thought that the New York Times was lying to you actively on this issue. You see what I mean? Nazi Lemafeo and Palestine can do no wrong. Lol, what? Blame Hamas. Yeah, Palestine can do no wrong. They're the victims of an apartheid. They're the victims of a genocide. So yes, of course. Did the Jews do wrong that led to the Holocaust? Is that what you're saying? No, if you can't say that about Jews leading up to the fucking Holocaust, you can't say that about Palestinians leading up to this Holocaust. I don't think the Jews are right either. Okay, well, suck my dick, dude. It's so funny. You got Nazi ass motherfuckers in here that are like, nah, I got smoke for both of them, dude. Fuck both of those guys. the centrist Nazi. I will never forgive you. Wait, why? It's not just political for them, it's deeply personal. Zionism and this war is a part of their individual identity. To cut something out like this requires truly cutting your own flesh in a sense of safety and purpose. Yes. centrist Nazi is so funny to me, where they're like, you know, I hate the Jews, but I hate the Palestinians as well. Fuck both of them. I guess the centrist Nazi in this regard is like, is the guy who's like an unconditional defender of all Holocaust, no matter which form it takes. You know what I mean? He's just a Holocaust enjoyer, I guess. Just pro-death in general. Anyway, this lady says, no matter what we say or what we show, we're still blamed. So what's the point of doing interviews?
אז בשביל מה להתראיין בכלל?
שנה, הנה מה.
יאללה, נו, בחייך. הם מראים מה שהם רוצים להראות.
So right now we are approaching the big weekly anti-government demonstration that takes place here in the heart of Tel Aviv. Now in this demo you'll find a lot of expressions against Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, a lot of signs calling on the return of the remaining Israeli hostages in Gaza. What you won't find much mention of is the Palestinian victims of Israel's ongoing war in Gaza.
There are definitely a lot of people who have publicly said that it took Gaza for them to realize that they're not actually against genocide after all. Yeah. I get that Nazis are fascists, but Nazis were a different form of fascism, and I'm wondering whether you think there's a notable distinction. No. Israeli society by design and Zionism by design is almost identical, like almost a one-to-one, with the exception of the mechanism of genocide, okay? Like, literally, you got Volk on the one hand, okay, the superior Aryan race that must forcibly excise all the parasitic forces from within that are destabilizing society, and they send them to fucking concentration camps. There's a endless, unlimited conquest where you are greatly expanding the territory that you acquire. Okay, they're creating living room. That's what the Nazis said. Israel does the exact same thing. The only difference between Israel and the Nazis in this regard is that Israel's doing this after the Holocaust. So obviously there is an 80-year window where people learned that the Holocaust was incredibly violent and gruesome and unacceptable. And on top of that, because of the internet and because of how information can be easily disseminated, everyone knows what the fuck is going on and either turn a blind eye to it, or most people know what the fuck is going on. And either they turn a blind eye to it or they find it to be unconscionable. As opposed to when the Nazis did the concentration camps, there were obviously many who resisted against it, okay, Jewish partisans and the like, who recognized the dangers, who were aware of it and fought back and lost their lives in the process, okay? But the rest of the world was not aware of it to the same degree that they are right now. But the major difference here is that was pre-nuclear bombs, okay? There was no clear hegemonic superpower around the world at the time. The United States of America is the clear hegemonic superpower. While its influence is waning on the global stage, it is still the hegemonic superpower. It's the biggest game in town. And America is attached to the hip with Israel and backing every single thing that Israel does. So even with all of the information that we are predisposed to, even with all the information that we know about Israel's design, its death, its own live streamed Holocaust now, it takes a tremendous amount of pressure and a lot more discontent to even force America to recalculate their decision than it did with Nazi Germany. With Nazi Germany also, the reason as to why many allied powers entered the fray wasn't even because of the Holocaust. They were oblivious to it. They didn't fucking know what was going on until after the fact. Right now we do know, and we're not taking action.
This says that you, Bibi, are the guilty and you are to blame.
There is obviously a lot of criticism of this war globally and a lot of people protesting this war who might look at this, what you describe as an anti-war demonstration, and wonder why there's little mention of the Palestinian victims of this war in Gaza.
The camps were known, the conditions in the camps weren't. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, the conditions in the camp weren't. There was obviously also similar types of propaganda that Israel currently engages in this information environment. The Theresienstadt is the greatest example of this, the clean ghetto that they showcased to first the German Red Cross and then the International Red Cross to make it seem as though that, like, you know, Jews controlled their own destiny inside of this clean, sanitized concentration camp ghetto. It was designed specifically to do propaganda.
Listen, the European and the Australian are idiots, excuse me, because they don't understand that the Islam is coming to them as well. It's not Israel to blame. It's the Palestinian, their leaders. They never wanted peace, and they wanted to come in our place, not next to Israel, instead of Israel.
Would you consider yourself an anti-war demonstrator today? No?
No. I'm anti-government. I'm an anti-government demonstrator, and that I don't.
This is why I get also annoyed, and I'm glad that The Guardian is doing this, because there are a lot of Americans who will not let go of the notion that Israel and Israeli society is actually a bunch of peace-loving dudes that also see what's going on and also feel a sense of shame and a sense of anger towards the actions of the Israeli state, but they can't stop it. This is not the truth. Okay? This is not the truth at all. And there's polling. There's polling on the matter. That's why a lot of people that fucking will turn around and be like, what do you mean? This content creator actually hates what Israel is doing. They are actually not pro-Israel at all. They voted against Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's like, no, dude, they're lying to you. Like, this person is being honest right here. This person is being honest. The population that experience anger and resentment towards Benjamin Netanyahu in the way that he has conducted this quote-unquote war are angry for individualistic reasons. They're angry because it's hurting their day-to-day existence. It's making Israel a pariah. Maybe they're recognizing that, but they ultimately don't take issue with the genocide. Okay, they don't take issue with that at all. They simply take issue with the consequences of it, whether it be around the fucking whether it be like the way that people reflect on Israel broadly around the globe, or they take issue with the fact that the administration has not taken the initiative to release the hostages. Many people personally think, get the hostages out and then keep bombing. Who gives a fuck?
We begin at...
I'm gonna talk about Eden Alexander, by the way. One of the most psychotic aspects of Zionism is this, like, this death drive that people have. Are there Israeli Jews who actually oppose the genocide? Absolutely. But their numbers are so marginal. Many of them are in here, okay? Can those numbers grow? Absolutely. I believe it. Okay? And I will not cast people aside. What did you say? Are you blaming Jewish people for the Holocaust? What the fuck are you talking about? What? What is that guy saying? What are you talking about? Survival. Some of them had no choice, but their supposed rumors were Jewish families said their own people were selling out locations and housing entire families. It was rivalry family bullshit. What the fuck? Why does America pump Israel with so much money in the first place? For a million different reasons. Initially, an incredibly important asset in a resource-rich region with its own espionage facilities, a testing ground for new technology and new weapons. Okay? A way to destabilize and keep control over this entire region. A Cold War ally at a time of pan-Arabic nationalism growing. Which presented a unique opportunity for a lot of these nation states that were developing to align with the Soviet bloc. There are so many different reasons as to why America throughout time kept up this support for Israel, and in that process, with all of the additional permission that Israel got to penetrate American society with advocacy groups and whatnot, they were able to create this unique structure where it's not even just like material reasons, but it's also Zionism as an ideology, a unique ideology that was baked into the collective consciousness of every single fucking American. And that's why I say it's a multiple decade long, almost a century long initiative that was multi-pronged and very sophisticated. Okay, for the evangelicals, Israel takes extra special care to consistently talk about how the rapture is going to happen. You guys are the most valuable allies. For American Jews who are of secular background, primarily, the Zionism is seen as this component that unifies the American Jewry. That, you know, it doesn't matter if you don't like practice, right? But you can still feel united, that there is a country out there that you belong to unconditionally, and you must defend it all the time. And this is social conditioning that starts super early on. For the liberal American WASP, Israel presents it as an initiative to protect the Jews, that the Holocaust happened, and that's why Israel has to exist. That's why Israel has to remain a demographic, a Jewish majority ethno-state. Okay, and if you dare to criticize that or dare to question that, then you might be an anti-Semite. Like, there is a different way to launder this propaganda to every single group in American society. Do you understand? And they don't make the same arguments to the same groups. They don't go to the fucking televangelists and talk about how gay Israel is, right? They go to the televangelists and talk about how they're the chosen people and the Bible loves Israel. The Bible talks about it quite a bit, you know? Think about the Bible. Think about the chosen people and how Israel must belong to them so that the rapture can happen, so that Jesus Christ can come back. Do you see what I mean? It is an incredibly sophisticated reputation laundering initiative, but the reason why it's currently failing, even though in the United States of America there is still a lot more support for Israel than other nations, let's be real, other Western nations as well, it's failing because the violence is impossible to ignore. Okay?
Believe the government is right in almost anything they do. They lost their legitimacy on October 7th.
Are you calling for an end to the war, though? Do you want to see the war end?
Of course I do. I think we all do.
So you are an anti-war demonstrator?
I mean, it depends if you want to be morally righteous or if you want to be effective. And look, as an Israeli leftist, to argue for effectiveness is admittedly tricky.
So is it ineffective? Is it ineffective
it won't
to talk about Palestinian victims? Is that what you just said?
I think that's pushing it a little bit. We as Israelis care more about Israelis than non-Israelis. It makes sense. The Palestinians care more about Palestinians than the Palestinians. The Americans care more about Americans. Everyone does. It's normal.
We're looking for people who are expressing any kind of solidarity or support for Palestinians, and we can't find them. So we're going to keep looking.
Yeah, this is the dangerous radicals in Israeli society. Like, the largest group of like seemingly critical protesters here are liberal Zionists. But because they're liberal Zionists, they obviously are still waving the Israeli flag. They're still demonstrating a sense of national pride. And they're critical of Benjamin Netanyahu on the perspective of how he's conducting this war, maybe, right? But it's not like the same. It's not the same resentment that you and I have. It's not the same anger that you and I have. Because there is no recognition. If you were to go and ask them, do you think Israel's an apartheid state? Or do you, well, maybe some liberal Zionists might say yes to that. But if you said, is Israel conducting a genocide right now? Many of them, if not every single one of them, would say no. That's why so much of the supposed opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu would always unite whenever Benjamin Netanyahu would either engage in any sort of expansion, open up a new front, whether it be Lebanon, whether it be Syria, or unite as a chorus and scream about the anti-Semitism of the ICC, the anti-Semitism of the ICJ, the anti-Semitism of the UN. Do you understand? Because ultimately they still think that Zionism isn't wrong and that Israel is not a criminal entity. And it's difficult to come to that conclusion anyway, because you fucking live in Israeli society. Your brain is baked from all the fucking dehumanization that you've seen about Palestinians.
Tell me about your shirt.
I mean, it's true. Palestinian lives matter, which is something that I think that most Israelis don't believe. I mean, they might say it, but the way that they behave and the way that they handle themselves in their politics and the way that they speak just does not reflect that kind of truth, I think.
Do you think, though, that given the scale of the war, and especially the images that have been emerging over recent weeks and months of, people starving in Gaza, that there's a growing number of Israelis who are concerned about that?
Listening to like the dialogue in Israeli media and like talking to people are more worried.
Israel Tony Fantano. Yeah, we found the Hasanabi head there, also jacked, bald. I don't actually know. I'm sure even amongst like people who consider themselves to be like anti-Israel or anti-Zionist in Israel, just like there are people who consider themselves to be anti-Zionist sometimes, that think like I'm too aggressive with my statements. I mean, think about it this way. Tim Heidecker, he is an anti-Zionist, right? He loves Hannah Einbinder. He loves Sam Cedar. He agrees with them. But even when I said I hate Israel so much, he got a little worried yesterday, if you recall, because a lot of people are still preconditioned into thinking like, oh, what do you mean you hate Israel? Like, are you saying like you hate every single Israeli? Like he had to, he like for a brief moment went like, and I think for a lot of people, it's just like they're not. For a lot of people, they're not ready for that, even if they like consider themselves to be anti-Zionist. And the reason for why is because like it's how do I describe it? The reason for why is because ultimately everything that they've heard from most of their lives is like, when someone says that, they're like probably talking to an anti-Semite. You know what I mean? And that position is still considered radical for many because, for example, a lot of people still don't understand that like a large swath of Jewish Israelis are totally on board with the famine, totally on board with the genocide. Okay? Most people in America don't know that. I would go so far as to say even like a lot of anti-Zionists or people who declare themselves to be anti-Zionists don't know that. And the reason for why they don't know that is because they never fucking talk about it in mainstream news. Okay? The more you learn about Israel, the more you learn about the history of Israel, the more you learn about Israel's conduct, the more you hate Israel. So I don't actually get upset with people that recognize the inhumanity, that recognize the genocide. I just assume that they're not as tapped in. So this kind of information, these kinds of pieces are very important for a lot of people in the Western world to see the unvarnished truth. Okay? I would go so far as to say, if I'm being super, like, not super critical, but like Sam Cedar is a great example of this too. I think if I were to have this conversation with Sam, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, he probably also would have been like, oh, where's that coming from? But I think over the course of the last 2 years, even he has become more radical in his criticisms as well. Someone said Cem Yılmaz. Yeah, he does look like Cem Yılmaz, a very famous Turkish comedian. And the reason why people have become more radicalized in this regard is because they've become more aware. Okay? They become more aware of the conduct of Israel. They become more aware of the ideology of Zionism and how it is a fascist one. You know?
About what the Western world thinks of Israel, then what are the actual implications of Israel's action in Gaza?
Late into the evening, Tel Aviv comes alive with a famously vibrant nightlife. Who are you?
I'm a famous TikToker.
You're a famous TikToker?
Kinda.
What are you doing here in the streets of Tel Aviv tonight?
I interview.
What are you interviewing people about?
Whatever my mind comes.
How would you describe the vibe in Tel Aviv tonight?
Sexy, cute, funny, stupid.
אני חושב שבכל מקום יש אנשים שממש שונאים את ישראל ושלא אוהבים אותנו.
Hog Nation, baby. Hog Nation. Hog Nation. Look at that. Hog Nation, rise up. An entire nation of hogs, but this time in capri pants. Okay? It's so funny. It's just like, it is the most like America coded country out there. Has some of the worst tendencies of the United States of America, but obviously with a layer of tan due to the fucking desert heat and the desert sun. That's because they're all from the USA Mountain. No, these motherfuckers are not from. Brother, you think that guy is from the United States of America? Are you kidding me? You think that guy's an Ashkenazi Jew? No, that motherfucker's from Iraq, brother. What the hell are you talking about? There are many in Israel that are of Ashkenazi background, but there are also a shit ton of Jewish Israelis that are of Arab background. But it doesn't matter because once again, it all turns into mini me America.
אולי אנטישמים, אולי מכל מיני סיבות. ואני חושב שהצבא שלנו מאוד מוסרי, שהאנשים שלנו הם אנשים טובים, אנשים זהב,
Our people are good people. People who truly wouldn't hurt anyone and always help. It's like, bro, there's a literal genocide that you are denying. Yeah, there's Mizrahi Jews, there's Sephardic Jews.
תמיד יעזרו, אבל בסוף, אחרי כל מה שקרה,
But in the end, after everything that happened on October 7th, we don't forget.
במקום שלום,
And instead of peace, we ended up in a worse situation of war. And today, I don't see how peace can be achieved.
וכיום אני לא רואה איך מגיעים לשלום.
Are they looking me up? While conducting our interviews, a woman interrupts to warn those we're speaking to, and everyone else in the bar, to avoid talking to us.
He speaks against Israelis. He's pro-Palestinian.
הוא יודע רק אנגלית. שמה? כן, שאלתי אותו.
What's happening?
How are you?
Good. What's happening?
חושבת
She
שאולי
thinks that maybe they're using this against us.
מעלים את זה נגדנו כזה, או מנסים להוציא אותנו כאילו רע, או
Or
שלדעת על
they're
מה
trying to make us
מדברים.
look bad, maybe.
Maybe.
Feeling people are turning against us, we decide to leave and visit a popular nightclub not far away.
No politique here. Israel number one, yes? No politique.
ממש כאילו עכשיו יצאתי מעזה לרענון אחרי איזה סרט.
I just came back from Gaza for a short break after a third round of duty. Genocide in the morning, nightclub at night. Fucking nuts. Of course, Psytrance is playing in the background. You already know what is up. Oh my god, Israeli EDM. Oh my fucking lord. Oh lordy.
שלישי, ועכשיו באתי...
Fascists are incapable of making good art. I swear to fucking God. Okay? It just doesn't. They're so predisposed with doing fascism that they just like spend all of their brain processing power on the dehumanization of the enemy and concocting new ways of believing their own ethno-religious superiority that they just cannot fucking make art. No, I love techno, just not Israeli EDM. Yeah, you don't have to look to Israel for that, by the way. You can just look to the Trump administration. You can look to the Trump administration and the fucking metric ton of AI art that they pump out. Great example.
קצת לראות את העיר, להיות עם אנשים, להכיר אנשים חדשים גם.
Be friends, also dance a little, relax, you know?
You were just in Gaza only a few days ago, and now you're here at a club in Tel Aviv. What's that like for you?
בהתחלה זה ממש כאילו גרם לי להרגיש לא בנוח. ממש כאילו, פתאום שאתה יוצא מהאווירה יותר שקטה, יותר כזה כאילו רצים, יותר כזה כאילו... לחזור לפה זה...
Coming back here is like taking a deep breath, a big gulp of fresh air.
זה שלוק של האוויר, גדול.
This is all making me feel very uneasy. We're here in the streets of Tel Aviv, coming to clubs where people are dancing and asking people hard questions about what they feel about, you know, big topics like genocide. If you are following what's happening in Gaza, it is hard to understand how these two worlds can exist so close together. Over 3 days, we spoke with dozens of people across Tel Aviv and found little concern for Palestinians in Gaza. But for B'Tselem, the blame for what's happening there shouldn't be placed solely on Israel.
There are so many excuses that our government is giving us, or that the powers that be give us, to absolve ourselves of responsibility. The fact that the international community enabled this for the last almost 2 years is one of the reasons why vast...
She's right, by the way. She's 100% right. We are all morally culpable. It's absolute fucking cope to be like, oh, well, it's your fault because you haven't been able to penetrate collective consciousness of Israelis. Okay? But we are morally culpable, dude. We are enablers, we are supporters, we are the financiers of this fucking genocide. It's true. How come no Camp Peak? Great question, chatter. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the person I was supposed to debate next week got shot and killed, and it became perhaps the most significant news story over the past week, which has created an incredibly uncertain environment surrounding my security and the security of others. It is also the reason why I'm not going to TwitchCon either. I know that you probably think is like petty drama or some dumb fuck bullshit, but there's, you know, think a little bit and you will realize. He said, oh, true. Hasan, this is urgent check logs. Hi again, Tracy Poop. She did take a while to call it genocide, by the way. I don't know when she personally called it. The institution she's a part of took a while to call it a genocide, for sure. But it doesn't matter. She's still right. She's still right.
Parts of Gaza look like a wasteland now. Why so many human beings have been killed? We have failed as Israelis who are opposed to this to stop it. And I think Israelis will forever have to reckon with what we have done to Palestinians in Gaza.
This is why it's important. By the way, the government is trying to cut the foreign funding, making these leftist NGOs run. Oh, for sure. The government is also offering $6 billion. Okay. If you want to understand the fucking insanity of someone who is brain broken, brain poisoned by Zionism, look no further than the story of New Jersey resident Edon Alexander. Okay. Now, Edon Alexander, despite growing up in the United States of America in New Jersey, chose to go to the state of Israel and join the Israeli occupying force. And of course, while he was a part of the Israeli occupying force, Edon Alexander was apprehended as a prisoner of war, not a hostage, a prisoner of war, captured on duty and in uniform on October 7th. There is an important distinction to be made here. Okay? Under the standards of international law, okay, his apprehension is of a different severity, a different priority, a different legal standard than a civilian. Okay? He wasn't the one who was kidnapped from a tank. That was, I think that was, what's his name? I'm forgetting. Whatever. He wasn't kidnapped from a tank. He was kidnapped at a base, but not kidnapped anyway. Yeah, there was Nimrod Cohen. Nimrod Cohen was the one kidnapped from a tank, which is a hilarious sequence of words to say someone got kidnapped from a tank. Anyway, so Edon Alexander, talk white man, talk white boy, keep talking white man. Are you white man? You are talking white man. Keep talking. Speed up. This is live. Thank you, white man. You got it. Idiotaccount.com. Now, Edon Alexander was kept in captivity by Hamas as a prisoner of war. But because of his American citizenship, Donald Trump made it a priority to have him be released. Donald Trump, through his envoys, got Edon Alexander to be released unconditionally. Hamas thought, and this was obviously a mistake at the time, that if they were to release Edon Alexander, the American citizen, okay, that this would open up a gesture of good faith to Steve Witkoff. This is how it was presented, a goodwill release. This would open up a direct line of communication without Israel being involved with the United States of America, right? And they did not, the United States of America did not return that favor at all. And they just let Israel do whatever the fuck it wanted to do. Edon Alexander came back to the United States of America. Okay? After this goodwill release by Hamas. He was celebrated as a hero, despite the fact that he took it upon himself to join the Nazi forces of the Israeli occupying force. Kamala's statements one of Kamala Stevens' only releases since her failed electoral run was about Idan Alexander. This was the only thing Kamala Harris has said about Israel and Gaza since she had lost the election. She said, after 584 days in Hamas captivity, American citizen Idan Alexander is finally reunited with his family. From my meetings with the Alexander family, I have long admired their strength and courage, and Doug and I join all Idan's loved ones in celebrating his safe return. The work to bring home the remaining hostages must continue. The international community cannot rest until all hostages are home. That was one of the only fucking things that Kamala Harris said about Israel-Palestine. Okay? In May 2025, Hamas was asked by the U.S. to release the IDF soldier Idan Alexander as a show of goodwill, with Steve Witkoff assuring them that such a move would lead him to directly request Israel to stop its crippling siege. Alexander was released, and Witkoff did nothing. Now, this fucking freak, this psychopath, this sociopath, this American-born sociopath, Idan Alexander, wants to get fucking redeployed. U.S. media and many politicians treated this guy, who has now twice decided to enlist in another country's military, as a hero. Meanwhile, 16-year-old Mohammed Zahir Ibrahim, a U.S. citizen, has been held hostage in an Israeli torture camp for the last 8 months. So tell me how there isn't a fucking double standard in which kind of American citizens we care about more.
6 here today with the message from the man who spent more than a year and a half in Hamas captivity. This week, Idan Alexander spoke publicly for the first time since he was released. You may remember. I
know that if you're pro-Israel, you think this is a story of heroic resilience, but I think to the overwhelming majority of American society, they look to this and they go, "This is the most freakish individual I have ever encountered in my entire fucking life. And holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with his brain?" Okay? There ain't no goddamn way that an average American hears this fucking story and goes, "Wow, props to him, brother." No fucking shot, dude. This is sociopathic behavior through and through. He is a bloodthirsty fucking monster. Even if you're not good on Palestine, you got to think that this is just stupid, right? You were a hostage for over a year and you go back. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Americans who would normally be like, "I don't really understand what's going on. It seems like what Israel's doing is kind of fucked up, but, you know, let God sort it out," is going to hear the story and go, "This is fucking insane."
He had a hero's welcome when he arrived home in Tenafly back in June. As Alicia Reed explains, he is vowing to return to Israel.
Idan Alexander was in Hamas captivity for 584 days. This week, he spoke at a gala at the Hilton here in Manhattan, saluting heroes. A room full of people listened intently as he made a
saluting heroes, dude. Saluting the rest of the fucking Nazis. Look at this entire room of Nazi sympathizers. Jesus Christ.
Time since he was released.
Those are the hardest days of my life. Days of struggle, pain, and separation from my family.
Yeah, it seems Hamas captivity wasn't all that bad, right? Considering that you are willing to potentially get captured once again.
The American Israeli was a volunteer with the Israel Defense Forces when he was taken hostage. He was 19 years old at the time, 1 year after graduating high school. As he continues to think of those left behind, he says he fought to stay alive in the dark tunnels.
While I am free, many others are still in captivity. Their nightmares continue. Their families still wait. We cannot forget them. We cannot stop until they're all home.
The crowd gathered.
Yeah, they're gonna boost them to fucking corporal, general, brigadier, admiral, whatever fucking. I mean, he's old enough now. He is now the rear admiral general of the IDF. Fantastic, sir. Thank you. I'm tweeting, sorry. I'm saying Zionism is a mental illness. Holy shit. Shame on everyone. This dude who volunteered to join the Nazi army was some kind of hero. Being captured in military uniform. This dude. Fucking dude. Wait, what? I want to add a note of clarity here. This individual is doing advanced security for a known guest planning to attend the memorial service tomorrow. We do not believe this person was attempting anything nefarious. However, the advance was not done in proper coordination with the TPUSA security team or U.S. Secret Service. Also important to note that this was before the site had been fully sealed and locked down. Every precaution is being taken to ensure everyone's safe. Oh! Fucking called it! Friendly fire! Friendly fire! We got a real hog in the loose. Everybody calm down. Sir! Sir! You have tactically ascertained a person who is a security style individual, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'll have you know the proper ordinance was brought on to the scene with correct knowledge of the Turning Point USA style organization. This is a hog style individual that you have tactically ascertained. You have done an improper ocular pat down, sir. Oh, fucking awesome. Fucking awesome, dude. Call in the kinetic operators. Just make sure that there's proper deconfliction taking place ahead of time, sir.
Other to support the IDF Wednesday night. Alexander says serving in the IDF was one of the greatest honors of his life, and as he honors the fallen, says he won't stop pushing until all hostages are returned.
I will once again put on the IDF uniform, and I will proudly serve alongside my brothers. My story does not end with service.
Look, I can't say what I think, okay? I can't say what I think, so I'm not gonna say it. But I'm thinking it, you know what I mean? You're a freak, brother. You're a freak. Listen. You're a freak. You're a freak. You're so hopped up on Nazi fumes. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Twitch is on edge. Don't say anything. No, I know. I know. I know. If you laugh, you go to Guantanamo. And no, of course, you can't join any foreign military. Everybody, calm down. Just the Israeli one.
British.
That's the only one you can join and then still retain your citizenship and do whatever the fuck you want. Do war crimes, come back to America, celebrate the war crimes that you engaged in. Like Daniel Raab of Naperville, Illinois. You know, openly talking about how he sniped Palestinian children and then was like, why is fucking, why do they care so much about recovering the dead body of their brother? You know, shit like that. There's virtually almost literally no difference between the language here and the language of language of ISIS videos utilizing foreign fighters, threatening death against countless enemies and promising immense religious victories. Yep. I mean, the reality is, like, if you're a dual citizen, I'm pretty sure you can go and fucking join the military. You have U.S. citizens joining the Ukraine army, though? No, that's a foreign brigade, number one. And number two, obviously, you can do that for some aligned nations. Yeah, try that shit. Try that shit with a non-NATO nation. Yeah, see if you can join the Russian military as an American citizen, okay? And then maintain your American citizenship. Some countries obviously don't allow that to happen, and Brace Belden doesn't. It's not the same. It's not a. That was not an official standing military in the same way that it is like with joining fucking the IDF. Yeah, I suspect they wouldn't let me join the Palestinian National Army, Lamau. Yeah, that statement in and of itself is gonna put you in fucking. That statement is gonna get you in trouble. Palantir, this is simply in jest. Palantir, this is a joke. Are you really gonna get arrested? I don't know where this shit's coming from. Maybe, but the irony is, like, if the government is entertaining people like myself getting arrested, you're all fucked. A lot of people that like fantasize about that prospect don't understand what that means for them. They're too stupid to recognize that, like, it's over at that point, you know? It's so fucking over. You're saying that like you're the voice of the people? No, not even. I'm not even talking about like I represent a majority position, even though on the issue of Israel I do, for sure. But what you fail to consider is not only do I represent like the majority discontent in many meaningful ways, but also a government that apprehends political dissidents over their speech, their protected speech. That means, especially someone as high profile as myself, they're not gonna give a fuck about you, dude. Are you kidding me? You make one fucking joke that they don't like, you're going to jail. Like, you don't have to agree with me at all. You could be a hater of mine and you could still get cooked, is my point.
Survival, it continues with service. Ad hanitzachon.
Amazing. Physically, he looks healthy, Alicia. Mentally, he seems even more involved and more committed to serve with the IDF.
That's crazy. CBS News, New York. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, he means more mentally committed to the IDF. Like, what are you doing? What are you saying? That's a different country. That's a whole ass different country that the majority of the public recognizes doing a genocide. Oh my God, bro. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, he was speaking at an event that was called FIDF. Fuck IDF was the event. No, just kidding. I don't know what it was.
Did he say when he plans to return?
Yes, Christine. He says he will return to Israel sometime in the next month. He plans on putting that IDF uniform on and joining his brothers and sisters on the front lines. But this is not a message that is welcomed by many because of all the casualties in Gaza.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see what the comments are saying. Only one comment so far. 852. Odin is the All-Father, embraces wisdom and live a fulfilled life. Okay. What is this thing? Bro's a fucking joke and an embarrassment. The fact that anyone listens to this sex offender pedophile is crazy to me. Fuck off forever. Hasan will never be a target of the current administration because Hasan and other tankies like him, majority report people, Brianna Joy, the Vanguard, TYT, etc., have no desire to actually pursue real political power. They just make commentary on the left that is he designed to attack the other Democrats. People like Hassan play an important role in the current power structure to keep the left weak and divided. You are telling me not to disregard Hassan, while at the same time Hassan is saying I have aligned with fascists who I constantly and always been at odds with. Sam Hyde, Fuentes, Trump. Stop falling for this bait is so stupid. Wait, what? Dog. Okay, we gotta roll the clips here, right? Give me the clips of him sitting there and platforming Sam Hyde as Sam Hyde talks about how he wants to kill me.
Is there somebody that you like really want to do something with if you have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis.
By the way, at this point, he was real sweet of him to say that's my arch nemesis. I never talked about him at that point. This is before he decided to be pro-Israel. Okay?
No idea.
Okay.
I created Hassan.
Well, you created him. I have to kill him.
Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you. He's been training.
I've seen his training videos. It was illuminating to watch him kick the pad with such ferocity.
Well, you have to sound scared, okay? You don't want to.
So we raised $2.5 million that Hassan could have donated to a charity of his choice if he won a fight with me.
Oh, damn.
And
he turned it down.
He ignored it, yeah.
I think if he lost to you, I think he would kill himself. I think he would commit suicide.
It's a huge risk. It would be the end of his...
By the way, both of these dudes, I didn't know any fucking thing about this dipshit at all at the time. Everything I've learned about this freakish monster has been against my will, okay? And not only that, but also they just literally designed this entire universe in their minds of this, like, Hassan is so terrified of me, I'm gonna fucking kill him and all this shit, okay? Meanwhile, now they're the ones crying. They're like, oh, I can't believe the violent rhetoric coming from the left. Remember, pedophile, neo-Nazi. Destiny knew he was a neo-Nazi, probably didn't know he was a pedophile, not that it fucking matters to Destiny either way, but just make no mistake.
Existence. I would try to give him irreparable brain damage and I'd keep punching him until I got pulled off by the referee. I would try to hurt him as bad as possible.
Why do you hate Hassan so much?
It's just with him, it's like he was sitting in his car, like pouting basically, and he took his soda and held it out the window, and he went like this. And like slowly poured it out, which was very weird.
Okay.
His use of steroids, his bodybuilding activity, what that is it's an implicit, it's part of an implicit statement that my ideas are correct because I can physically overpower you, right? Like he's the left-wing alpha male, and that's the way it should be. The weak should fear the strong. They should obey people who are stronger than them. However, if he's not willing to back it up with his fists in a fight with me, then it's completely useless. All that effort that he puts into developing.
The dude in the white hat is a fucking loser who ruined his shot at any kind of fucking fame because he loved Nazis so much. Also found out later that he's a pedophile on top of that, but he briefly had a run. He had a brief run with Adult Swim, and he lost it because he just kept fucking being a Nazi. Also, ugly as sin, as you have seen. Once again, another master race guy that just, you know, looks like that. It's all blah. I'll let him, dude. If he doesn't, I'll let him. And probably the worst version I've ever seen of a dude who has abused a significant amount of steroids and still looks like absolute fucking dog shit. Okay? Absolute dog shit. Also, here's Destiny talking about Nick Fuentes and how Nick Fuentes should be worshiping him because at a time when no one wanted to touch him because he was an irrelevant little Nazi loser, Destiny gave him a lifeline for his career.
His treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn to grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally, I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me, and I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything, but for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, I'm like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so stupid. But again, like all of that risk is non-existent. I know that there are some people now who are thinking that like, oh no, like Fuentes is gonna get huge off the No Jumper shit. No, he's not. He has no social media presence anywhere. Like he's been destroyed. Like he's not growing. It's not gonna happen.
Here's them being friendly on stream.
Well, you know, they're hotter.
Base. Let's fucking go.
Destiny, children are hotter than adults. Nick Fuentes, base. Let's fucking go. That's why we love Destiny. That's why we love this guy.
That's why we love him. That's why we love him.
Eating PB&J at his fucking house.
Good wife. So I got
Some highlights from their debate. They also went later for chicken and waffles and ice cream. Remind that Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi that's previously called for Jews to be executed.
butter sandwiches.
Whoa! Is it for him?
Both.
Let's go! Thanks,
Isn't that what a wife
Mom.
is for?
What?
Isn't that what a wife is for?
That is absolutely.
It is.
See, you got it made, bro.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Good job.
Let's go. You got
Mel.
it made. Hell.
Hold on. Mel.
Dabbing a fucking neo-Nazi up.
Let's go.
Why do we
Wow,
get peanut butter
thanks.
sandwiches when you have Nutella in the cabinet?
Oh.
You want to? Okay. Really?
No, that's okay.
You're gonna be really? You're gonna tell me to make another?
What's crazy about this is like, I don't know why he thinks he can get away with lying like this. Like all of this shit, even his audience is aware of it. You know what I mean? Like his audience saw it and celebrated it at the time. What is this about? Ryan Beard saying, I didn't say who should be pandering to who. I said that it was dumb for Destiny to hope that Trump takes Hassan out. I'm not asking Destiny to pander to Hassan. I'm asking him to not promote authoritarians coming for Hassan because that's not going to help liberals whatsoever. To which he, once again, comes up with this. Hassan will never be a target of the current administration. Literally been detained by Customs and Border Patrol. Okay. And then packages it up by saying like, I actually have no interest in like doing real politics, simply just shitting on the Democrats. Again, interesting, but projection. He has no interest in helping anyone at all, but simply exercising his petty agendas. People like Hassan play a role in the current power structure to keep the left weak and divided is also ridiculous. When I worked on a mayoral campaign, you guys are Mamdani. When Destiny did, you got fucking humiliated. Make no mistake. When people found out that Destiny was backing a mayoral candidate in Nebraska, the dude had to literally resign in disgrace, I think, from the race. You are telling me not to disregard Hassan while at the same time Hassan is saying I have aligned with fascists who I have constantly and always been at odds with. Sam Hyde, Fuentes, and Trump. Stop falling for this bait. It's so stupid. Last but not least, I obviously talked extensively about how his podcast co-host, so we can have a little bit of plausible deniability, has actively worked with the Republican administration and Republicans even before they won power to try and deplatform me. The very same Republicans that are coming after him now. Oh, this is what I was looking at, yeah. After cutting ties with controversial streamer Gudgel staying in the mayoral race. Stephen Bonnell II, known as Destiny Online, is a controversial past, and Gudgel apologized for not doing his research. So, the notion that these fucking guys, the notion that this dude hasn't done, and this is just the tip of the iceberg for the record, in terms of him directly aligning with fascists. I mean, he openly tried to help Lauren Southern, another famous white nationalist, for those of you who don't know, who is, I guess, fallen from grace now. But he basically was helping her change her commentary, or try to like make sure that she could have a career still. I think he was trying to fuck her at the time, or did fuck her at the time. I don't know what white nationalist Destiny hasn't fucked. But he was laundering her image. And all the while, his community would push back against this kind of stuff, and he would just ban them. People would be like, dude, what are you talking about? Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. He would defend the principle. He would say Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi. Over and over again. So now for him to stand around and act as though this was not something that he was doing for years and years is really rich. Really, really rich. It is objectively untrue. Of course his son became a Groyper in the aftermath of all of this. He was left unrestrained and unrestricted in his fucking Discord server that is filled to the brim with a lot of these people that he had collaborated with. People that actually didn't even change their ideology all that much. People that he thought he was converting away from right-wing neo-Nazi sentiment, while simultaneously arguing about how white people should be able to say the N-word and numerous other things. He's saying this because he officially nuked any chance of rebuilding your bridge. What do you mean rebuilding this bridge? It's been fucking 6 years of relentless one-sided cyber stalking, chatters. The only reason why I ever even recognize his existence is because he decided to fucking be the mouthpiece for Israel. Ironically enough, that's the person who is another one of his orbiters that Ryan Beard is responding to. I don't know. They're talking about SPD and KPD. They're saying that the SPD and KPD weren't infighting. The KPD wanted liberal democracy to fall just as much as the Nazis did, blah, blah, blah. He's just saying that the communists were wrong, relitigating the communists and how wrong they were for actively taking the fight to the Nazis. Incredible stuff. So your perspective that it was good for the SPD to put more focus on the fighting with the KPD than the Nazis. All right, I disagree. I prefer communism over Nazism. Yeah, Hasan should have told his audience to vote for Kamala. That doesn't mean I'm going to focus more on how bad he is than I focus on Trump. When did I say that? If you're focused in the U.S., of course your main target should be Trump and MAGA. I'm arguing that if you want left unity, the ones who didn't try to keep fascists out should be pandering to the ones who did, not the other way around. I didn't say who should be pandering to who. I said that it was dumb for Destiny to hope that Trump takes Hasan out. I'm not asking Destiny to pander to Hasan. I'm asking for him not to promote authoritarians coming for Hasan, because that's not going to help liberals whatsoever. I agree that it won't help, but your OP is original point is reading like both groups have an equal onus to change. Most liberals already focus on Trump and getting people to vote, whereas more far left alt media spend the last 2 years trashing the only party that could beat him. Once again, none of this actually factors my commentary into this. Out of all of these parties that are having this back and forth, this conversation, I'm the only motherfucker that went to the DNC. Perhaps there's a reason for why I was invited to the DNC. Okay? I'm the only one who actually went to the politicians and communicated the anger and frustration that the people were feeling. I tried to get them to change their messaging. I did my very best to make sure that they did not align in ideology with the right wing. But obviously, I'm only one person, and nobody gave a shit about my commentary in this regard. I kept calling it out over and over again. I said, this is going to most likely be a dangerous gamble and cause Kamala Harris to lose. And lo and behold, she did lose. So all of these people that were wrong professionally, I cannot understand how they have any, like, they have no sense of shame whatsoever that they were professionally wrong, and they still think it was actually somehow my fault. It is completely ridiculous. While they were busy covering drama, actively looking for any fucking angle of attack against someone like myself, instead of actually covering the election cycle to their audience, because the only thing that their dumb fuck audiences care about is not the actual news, but instead the drama associated with their favorite newscaster that they despise. I was actually fucking doing the work. I was covering the news. I was talking about the dangers of Trump. I was talking about the dangers of right-wing ideology. What the fuck were you guys doing? Defending Israel, and in moments where you're not defending Israel, like the IDF sniping children, I guess covering the petty drama associated with me, like how some fucking Destiny stalker approached me at the DNC or whatever the fuck. That's it. That's the difference. The reason why I don't hyper focus on these fucking losers on the edges here, the slop tubers, is because I feel like the moment requires a little bit of fucking restraint. Rokana telling you were right when you were ringing the alarm bells of the DNC. I feel like I was ringing the alarm bells.
You were right.
And
you were ringing it on Gaza.
Yeah, and unfortunately it feels like it came true, and now we are staring down the barrel of unlimited control in a very scary way. The erosion of due process, the erosion of the First Amendment. Yeah, I know he said you were right. Rokan is one of the people that I talked to before the election and warned, and one of the people I talked to after the election. Every single thing that I said was going to happen is taking place. But because these guys are so egomaniacal, so narcissistic, that instead of just like quietly changing their positions and refusing to consistently try to reheat drama, they think they can just get away with yelling about me to an increasingly smaller audience that doesn't want to fucking hear it. They don't get it. They don't fucking get it. Like, their own audiences are probably at this point being like, dude, give up on this, please. Like, what the fuck? Like, lock in. The Trump shit is way more significant. What are you doing? You are deeply unserious. And that's precisely what Ryan Beard is doing. I don't think he's a big fan of mine. I think he has also been very critical of me, and time again. But he's one of those people that's just like trying to explain to these people, like, please focus on oh, sorry, Ryan Beard. I did not know that. I forgot that their preferred pronouns are they, them. Okay. Regardless, like, they're doing that. They're like, hey man, you know, lock in a little bit. There's like, don't you think that there's a more imminent threat here? And these fucking dipshits are still doing this. I mean, even Ryan's last note here is, I agree that leftists are the main ones that need to focus more on Trump, but I also think that a lot of liberals have been spending way too much time attacking leftists. I think the priorities of both groups have been skewed. I don't fucking do that. I don't do that at all. Okay? I don't do that at all. The reason why I don't do that at all is because that's ridiculous. Of course, I have never stopped focusing on Donald Trump, and I never will stop focusing on Donald Trump. He is the gravest threat. But for people like Destiny, they use it as an opportunity to present it as though people like Destiny, they present it as an opportunity to fucking what do you call it? To shit on the left, to shit on people like myself. Where was the original fucking tweet? I can't find it now. Someone linked it to me originally. How the fuck do we start off with this? I forgot to read the OG tweet. Leftists are the ones who are taking it to the fucking streets, and they never stopped. Whether it be resisting against the genocide under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration, or whether it be the continued resistance against the Trump administration for ICE and numerous other for numerous other reasons. It's just so strange that these guys try to fucking present this false narrative. Oh, this was the original off of the Destiny tweet. Hassan will never be a target of the current administration. I already have been, dumbass. Said, bro's a fucking joke and embarrassment to the fact that anyone listening to the sex offender pedophile is crazy to me. Fuck off forever. This man platformed Fuentes and was upset that Fuentes was grateful to him. He said he'd vote for Trump over Hassan. He did. He spent the last month before all of this stuff happened with Charlie Kirk. What was the main thing that these dipshits were arguing about? How Destiny thought Trump was someone he would vote for instead of someone like myself. There were so many different debates. How productive. And that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for these fucking delusional losers to be like, hey, I don't think we're serious or sincere about the ever-present fucking danger that is imminent. You only do that if you just want to fucking debate, and you only do that if you are worried about how to present this person that you have decided is your primary villain. I think he literally said he'd choose Hitler over me. Sex Pastiny's co-host and best friend has spent the best part of the 2 years desperately trying to deplatform Hassan. He also fucked Lawrence Southern. His son's a Nazi. Sex Pastiny has more heat for Hassan than any of these individuals mentioned above. He's a vote blue no matter who. No moral compass or ideas, just vote Dem. Isn't it funny that Hassan was at the DNC and Sex Pastiny was nowhere to be found? I wonder if it eats away at him that he's a lol cow. What publications that interview Sex Pastiny are serious politicians that have appeared on Sex Pastiny's show? That's it. It's just so fucking frustrating. I don't know why he's trying to engage in this like very insincere reputation laundering when I think most people in his fan base are completely aware of what he's been up to for the past couple of years. It's just like, I guess the difference between like someone you can get a restraining order for engaging in cyber stalking and someone who can't do that is if they have a fucking platform that's big enough, you know? Yeah. Like, if people can't comprehend in this moment especially that this guy is primarily invested in entertaining his own personal vengeance quest over anything else, if people can't understand that when like fascism is imminent, it's happening around us right now, and this dumb fuck is still being like, oh, Hassan is the reason, Hassan sucks, while simultaneously presenting someone like myself as a bigger threat to America than fucking the Donald Trump administration or even Adolf Hitler, then yeah, I don't know if you'll ever figure out that this person is a deeply insincere person, you know? It's just so crazy. These daily segments, these segments isn't productive either. It's the same rehashing, brother. Hassan was just talking about how Trump is the main focus. I agree with that. That's why the same rehashing of some dumb ass like D isn't the priority. Imagine saying one disagreement, leave. Hassan is talking about needing to unite. I will never unite with Destiny. The best thing he can do is basically stop attacking me and privately live out the rest of his days in shame. Do you understand? Are you fucking insane? Yeah, let me unite with the cyber stalker with a fucking cult that has been up my asshole, literally aligning with Republicans and neo-Nazis for the past fucking 6-7 years at this point, that has tried to actively deplatformed me, demanded doxing his fucking enemies, whether they were formerly his allies or not, to turn around and let me just fucking sing Kumbaya with that guy, who's also a serial sex pest. Get the fuck out of here. Go deal with him. Tell him to be productive. Tell him to fucking lock in on the real dangers, instead of, once again, refusing to let up. He said he would become a Trump supporter if Trump takes you out. His politics is just fuck Hasan. Exactly. And for a lot of child-brained losers out there, that unironically is all it takes. And he's played a formative role in creating this environment of people that just like professionally misunderstand me. Okay? This is a dedicated effort, a fairly sophisticated smear campaign that has taken years and years. Whenever you see a fucking random dipshit out in the wild who's like, Hasan is pure evil and his politics are the worst thing I've ever seen, Nick Fuentes is better, that's, you know, you could thank Destiny for that. Many of those guys also don't stay on Destiny's side. They come in for the resentment towards the left that he foments, and then they become Asmongold fans, or even go beyond Asmongold. They become Nick Fuentes fans. His son is a great example of this. He has played a formative role in Twitch becoming as right-wing as it has. He destroyed a subreddit that people used to go to figure out what the fuck was going on Twitch. Livestream fails. It's unusable now. It's literally owned and operated by one of his orbiters. That's the main mod. They did a hostile takeover over it, and they just use it as a fucking fleshlight, basically. Anytime they want to clip something out of context and complain about it, and just try to boost it into r/all. Anyway, we're moving on from this shit because it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but like, you know, you can get a tiny number of people that are incredibly fucking dedicated to do this kind of boosted smear job over and over again. It works. There's not anything you can do. Basically, all your ops use is clips out of context materials and farm money off you. Exactly. And all the while, what do you think is happening in the secondary market? Okay? It develops a cottage industry of fuck Hasan content. But what you fail to recognize is all of those slop tubers who do that kind of easy commentary because there's clicks to be had, that use Destiny's community as a resource with all of the clips that are designed to portray my position, my worldview in the most negative light possible. Those guys also develop deep resentment to the left without even recognizing why they have that deep resentment. But many of you don't understand it. Many of you don't comprehend that. Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump now.
Renewed his call to pull the broadcast license of television stations that broadcast criticisms of him. This week, ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely after the late-night host commented on the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Kimmel has not commented publicly, and his future at the network is up in the air. But on Friday, workers were seen loading trucks outside the Hollywood theater where Kimmel's show has been produced since 2003. As Nancy Cordes reports, his suspension has sparked a debate over free speech that's stretching far beyond the late-night world.
With Jimmy Kimmel off the air for a third straight day, the fallout is growing. Film and TV writers protested outside ABC headquarters in New York, even as President Trump warned he may go after other networks next.
The newscasts are against me. The stories are they said 97% bad. So they gave me 97. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
Kimmel's late-night counterparts rallied to his defense and engaged in some mocking self-censorship.
President Trump just wrapped up his 3-day trip to the UK, and he
looked incredibly handsome.
On Friday, Michael Eisner, the former CEO of ABC's parent company Disney, slammed his successors, posting, "Where has all the leadership gone? Who will step up for the First Amendment?" Disney suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live on Wednesday for these remarks.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
The suspension came just hours after Trump's FCC chair, Brendan Carr, appeared to threaten to hold up a major affiliate deal over Kimmel's comments.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz called Carr's warning, quote, dangerous as hell.
That's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
But other conservatives argued Kimmel had it coming.
I don't feel sorry for him at all, and I think that Disney did the right thing.
Trump's distaste for Kimmel's brand of comedy dates back years.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel's a loser.
Trump has slammed him on social.
Right populism hasn't been tried yet. It's gonna work this time, okay? That's a real populist man. He's really got his ear to the ground, you know? That's what a working man cares about. Cutting Medicaid in his state, and to the tune of $800 billion at the national level, and also complaining about Jimmy Kimmel. Hell yeah, brother. You fucking did it, dude. I love how much of a populist that guy is.
Social media at least 16 times since 2020.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for watching. I'm surprised you're still, isn't it past your jail time?
For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Nancy Cordes in Washington.
In these very troubling times, we hear a lot of talk about freedom. So let's say a word about freedom. We now have a president of the United States who just the other day said, and I quote, I have read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I would think maybe their license should be taken away, end of quote. Really? Mr. President, that's not freedom. That's authoritarianism. Last I heard, under our Constitution, which you swore to uphold, the American people are allowed to criticize the president. The media is allowed to criticize the president or anybody else. We now have a Trump-appointed Federal Communications Commissioner, FCC, named Mr. Carr, who celebrated getting Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air and then threatened other shows saying, we're not done yet. Hey, Mr. Carr, that's not freedom. That's precisely what happens in authoritarian societies. So let us be honest, let's be clear about what is going on. Trump has sued and tried to intimidate ABC, CBS, the Associated Press, PBS cut their funding, NPR cut their funding, anybody who covers him critically. And just the other day, he filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. They got Stephen Colbert off the air. They got Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And we are seeing Trump's friends now take over CBS and maybe CNN. Freedom of the press and our First Amendment is...
The only thing, didn't Kimmel... Dude, shut up. No, he didn't. And even if he did, it doesn't fucking matter. Not only did he not do that, he described objectively what the right did, which is spend every waking moment trying to put distance between themselves and the shooter, saying that the shooter is anybody but their guy. This is true. Okay? But also, even if he was literally saying like he was MAGA, he's MAGA, he loves MAGA. No, there is no real reason to justify it. Please, I need stupid fucking liberals to understand sometimes people have insincere demands, okay? They have insincere demands. They have insincere petty grievances that they cannot enforce as a petty grievance, so they try to masquerade it as though it's a sincere demand. And I'm gonna need you to fucking wake up real quick. I cannot believe it, bro. There is always motherfuckers that are like, hold up, what's the justification? Lock in. There is no justification. Not only does it not matter what he fucking said, but also, why the fuck are you caving to the framing that they're presenting to you? They're liars. They're lying. When have they said the truth? Wake up. This is why the right wins all the fucking time, because there's so many squishy liberals out there. Maybe not that chatter. He said he's locking in, but there are so many squishy libs out there who are like, hold on, maybe this is a sincerely held belief that they are demonstrating. No, it's not. They just want power. They want to fucking throw you in prison. Wake up. Just like whenever they talked about how much they fucking hate cancel culture, they just mean they want to do that to you. That's it. They don't want to be canceled. They want to cancel you only one way. When they say they love freedom of speech, no, they just mean they want to be able to say slurs and no government intervention whatsoever, which shouldn't exist anyway. I also agree with that. But they will always take advantage of any opportunity like this one to use the federal government to silence you, to silence the political dissent, no matter how illegal it is. God damn. People need to lock in, please. Lock in. Wake up. They are not playing on the same playing ground. When have they said the fucking truth? If one side is consistently pointing to the fucking rule book and going, wait, this is not in the rules, and the other side keeps violating the rules, which side do you think is going to win? The side that keeps yelling at the referees when there's no referees left? Or the side that is winning by any metric necessary? How many fucking more years do we need to have of Republicans just doing this over and over again, and then liberals going, hold up, maybe this is sincere. Hold up, maybe they have something here. This doesn't mean that there is no productive element to utilizing the pre-existing rules to stop the administration. Countersue, okay? Put them under a mountain of litigation. What are we doing? Stop them at every step of the fucking way. If you don't use the established rules that exist already to prevent further encroachments, then those rules will be cast aside. You will erode the institutions if you don't fucking fight back to at least defend the institutions. This is a problem that I have with liberals. There's never been a moment where they have any sort of like sincerely held beliefs beyond petty grievances they have that like liberals and leftists don't like their worldview. Oh my God.
What sets us apart from tin pot dictatorships. That's what our kids learn in the 4th grade. But apparently that is not the case anymore. What's going on right now sounds more like Vladimir Putin's Russia. It sounds more like Mohammed bin Salman's Saudi Arabia. Under Trump, we are seeing a very strong movement in this country toward authoritarianism, and his attacks against the media are part of that process. So, let me make a simple request of my Republican colleagues. If you don't have the guts to stand up to Donald Trump and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, please, just stop using the word freedom. Freedom is not just saying nice things or agreeing with those in power. Freedom is not just flattering the President of the United States and telling them how great he is. Freedom is the right to express your point of view, no matter what that may be, without government interference. Maybe what you're saying is right. Maybe what you're saying is wrong. Maybe what you're saying is brilliant. Maybe what you're saying is dumb. But in the United States of America, what our Constitution is about is having the right to say it. And we must not allow anybody to take away that basic freedom, that most important freedom, away from us. There is a reason why freedom of speech is the First Amendment to our Constitution, not the Fifth, not the 10th. It is the First Amendment because the founders of this country, correctly, in their wisdom, knew that you cannot maintain a free society without the right to speak openly without fear of intimidation. That's what they understood then. It was true then, it is true today. So let me conclude by saying this. I don't care what your political point of view is. If you're a progressive, great. If you're a moderate, great. If you're a conservative, great. You're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're independent. It doesn't matter what your political point of view may be. This is the moment, no matter what our politics may be, for us to stand together and protect our Constitution and the fundamental freedoms that make us a great country. Thank you all very much.
The top federal prosecutor resigning following an extraordinary pressure campaign from President Trump. The president furious.
Okay, gods through China versus Russia today for FUNDAY. We'll do it.
He was unable to find enough evidence to bring criminal charges against one of his political opponents. Eric Siebert, Trump's hand-picked U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, spent 5 months investigating New York Attorney General Letitia James over accusations she committed mortgage fraud.
I am not following it very closely. It looks to me like she's very guilty of something.
But after speaking to more than a dozen witnesses and pouring through loan documents, investigators came up empty, unable to find evidence that James knowingly falsified records to obtain better loan terms. Trump claims he ousted Siebert because he was supported by Virginia's 2 Democratic senators. But sources tell ABC News Trump has told top administration officials he wants to install someone who will prosecute James. ABC's Jonathan Carl pressing the president.
So you want him fired? You want him out?
Yeah, I want him out, yeah.
James has denied any wrongdoing, and in a statement to ABC News, her lawyers saying Siebert's ouster is a, quote, brazen attack on the rule of law.
Now, I'm told this decision has left one of the top federal prosecutors' offices in the country, tasked with investigating some of the most high-profile terrorism and espionage cases, in a state of crisis and confusion. At this point, there is no clear person in charge of the office and no clear path forward. I'm also told the president still has no plans as to who will take over. Janae?
In a state of crisis and confusion. Catherine, thank you for that.
His was a leading role in the pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University last year. And now Mahmoud Khalil is facing deportation again.
Bro,
a U.S.
Bro, for the record, we're gonna obviously talk about this as well, but like that is so perfectly Trump. He comes in, he's like, I don't give a fuck about your job as like the counterterrorism bureau or anything like that. Just prosecute a political enemy of mine, okay? Just go after someone who embarrassed me, because that's Letitia James's crime, is that she actively pursued Trump and it embarrassed him. Okay, she successfully pursued Trump and prosecuted Trump, and that was fucked up. So now she has to be punished. So you go back, you become president, and you're like, no, I don't care about anything. Just find something. Just find anything you can. And the guy goes in, he looks for it, and he can't find even like mortgage fraud, which is crazy. Not even a little bit. And the reason why I'm using that language right now, the prosecute now language, is because Trump, especially now that he's surrounded by his fucking most loyal sycophantic orbiters, has gotten a lot more comfortable saying the quiet part out loud, and partially because his brain is mush, I think. But this last version of the prosecute my enemies now is right here. Trump criticizing Pam Bondi for not charging his adversaries quickly enough through a Truth Social post that looks a lot like a DM. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially same old story as last time, all talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. Attorney of Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who was never going to do the job. That's why two of the worst Dem senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to me. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is a great case, and many layers and legal pundits say so. I mean, I think he means lawyers. Lindsay is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President DJT, he fucked it up. He was so horny to get this out that he like misspelled and stuff, which is crazy. Go ahead, guys. Tell me how there must be like some sincere request here. Maybe Trump, the real estate developer, actually cares about mortgage fraud quite a bit. Yeah. He really hates. He especially hates mortgage fraud. As a real estate developer, he would never entertain that. That's what it must be, right? He hates it. And not because it's like one of the most common things that rich people do, including himself. He probably knows from his own personal experience that he knows that's like the best angle of attack. And even in this case with Letitia James, it didn't even fucking work, it seems. Perhaps that's the reason. You know? There is at a certain point you have to be like, all right, you are not a trusted resource for information, right? Like the state of Israel comes to mind. After years and years of lying, at a certain point you got to be like, all right, man, I can't trust you. Like, I can't trust you anymore. You've lied to me too many fucking times. Same goes for the Republicans, okay? There is no reason to assume that whatever the fuck they're presenting is the gripe here is a sincerely held grievance. It is just a weaponization. It's manufacturing outrage and then weaponizing said manufactured outrage against their political enemies. They do this all the fucking time. So you are under no obligation to try to sincerely understand where this resentment is coming from, as though there is some real wrong that must be corrected. Okay? You can sometimes say, I don't think this is valid. I do it all the time. You should too. Let's get back to Mahmoud Khalil.
Immigration judge in the southern state of Louisiana ordered Khalil to be deported to either Syria, where he was born, or to Algeria, where he holds citizenship.
This court finds that respondent willfully misrepresented material facts for the sole purpose of circumventing the immigration process and reducing the likelihood his application could be denied.
A permanent resident of the United States who's married to a U.S. citizen and is now the father of an American. The threat of deportation has loomed over Mahmoud Khalil.
Here's another great example of the Trump administration routinely lying, but also trying to present it as a sincere fucking request or a real slight or a real injustice that's taken place. When Mahmoud Khalil was detained for deportation, they didn't even know he had a green card. They thought he was on a student visa. They didn't know he had a green card. They didn't know he was married to an American citizen with a child on the way. They thought he was just on a student visa and they could just quickly write off his student visa. For what? For the crime of doing what? Criticizing Israel. They lied and lied and lied every step of the fucking process. And now they are adding more post hoc rationalizations and post hoc justifications as to why they must deport him. The post hoc justification here is, oh, he lied on his application. You are under no obligation to take this seriously. You can look at this as an indecent lie that was tacked on after the fact, because the goal here is to punish people for being anti-Israel. That's it.
Khalil since last March.
You're going to be under arrest. So
when federal police arrested him and sought to deport him. He spent over 100 days in jail as part of the Trump administration's wider crackdown on pro-Palestinian activism on college campuses. While in detention, Khalil missed the birth of his son. He was released last June after a New Jersey judge said his detention was unconstitutional. Now facing deportation again, Khalil said his right to free speech is being infringed upon once again.
It is no surprise that the Trump administration continues to retaliate against me for my exercise of free speech. Their latest attempt, through a kangaroo immigration court, exposes their true colors once again.
ACLU lawyers for Khalil said in a legal petition that they are appealing. The wider free speech implications of his case are also slated to be examined by a federal court in New Jersey.
Yeah. They were forced to release Mahmoud after imprisoning him unjustifiably. And now they haven't let up. They're still looking for reasons for deportation. It's completely ridiculous. It's gross. It's monstrous. It's inhumane. And in the absence of pushback, it will go through. We have to stop it. We have to fight back. Everything that you hold near and dear will be taken from you by this admin, okay? If you don't do something and you just fucking sit there and watch from the sidelines, eventually when they're done with Mahmoud Khalil, they'll come for you. Mahmoud Khalil has been doing politics the right way by exercising and defending free speech rights and having public policy debates on campus with a hostile public. His reward hasn't been hagiography. It's months of unlawful attention and retaliatory threats of deportation. Look, there's still motherfuckers like, as a foreigner, he doesn't have the same rights as Americans. He can go to Algeria, say anything he wants. He does. He literally does. You do not know the Constitution. What is this? We got to figure out how to win Joe Manchin back.
Of the Democratic Party seems to be going the way of the Democratic Socialist Party. That's a different party. Bernie Sanders always said, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. Exactly right. A Democrat socialist. I caucus with the Democrats, he said. He ran as a Democrat, but he's a Democratic socialist. Now Mandami in New York, he is a Democratic socialist also, not a Democrat per se. We only have two parties, so you get in that bit. But,
Bill, here's what you have.
Can I ask the question?
Yes.
Is this where the Democratic Party is going? Is the whole Democratic Party going to be the Democratic Socialist Party?
No. First of all, we are a long way away from 2028. We are not at 2026. We have not had any party primaries. Okay. We are talking about two people who have very compelling messaging strategies and have gotten rightfully a lot of attention for them. But don't think that defines the Democratic Party, which, by the way, is at this point
the pro-democracy party. It is a tent big enough. It is a tent big enough to have Liz Cheney and AOC. That is an unwieldy tent. It is very, very, very big. And part of the problem is the Democrats.
Bro, what are we? Like, it's okay. It's okay to not have Liz Cheney in the tent unless she's preaching the gospel of socialism, okay? Even then, it's okay. Because she has no motion. She has no motion. Who you align yourselves with and who you position yourselves against matter when it comes to branding, and it certainly matters when it comes to elections. If you are obeying in advance, or if you are bringing on Liz Cheney without even demanding any concessions from her, then you align with her. It's that simple. And you don't want to align with Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney also is a fucking loser, a whole ass loser. Nobody cares about Liz Cheney. The last election cycle showed that. The only people that care about Liz Cheney hate Liz Cheney. And we're like, fuck Liz Cheney and fuck the Democratic Party. I don't want nothing to do with this. I just don't fucking understand it. They're like, oh, we really need to, like, dude, I don't have a lot of emotion. I think it's really stupid when liberals turn around and say, Hasan, you held the keys to the fucking, you know, you could have played a pivotal role in winning the election for the Democrats, but you criticized Kamala Harris and you lost the election. It's like, I don't think that's true. You have to be an idiot if you think that that's real. Having said that, there is one person that I definitely have more motion than, and that's Liz Cheney. I will stand on that. I will say that if there was a person that I had more fucking clout over, if I had more influence over aspects of the Democratic Party's base or the broader fucking American public, is Liz Cheney. Which isn't saying much. But it surely shows how busted the priorities of the Democratic Party was, don't you think? We should not be presenting having this wide tent that even features Liz Cheney because she's not worth it. And she's not even bringing that up because she loves Liz Cheney. She's bringing that up to say, look how wide our tent is. Look at how welcoming we are. Okay? The problem there is you're just hailing bipartisanship and compromise as a virtue. And if you are not extracting anything, if you're not extracting any concessions, if you're not extracting any propaganda from your previous enemies in the process, then you're not doing anything. You're just propping them up. That's the only thing you're doing. I think you're great, but I don't think you're famous enough to turn an election. Libs are just coping. Of course I don't believe that. What are you talking about? Obviously I don't believe that either. It is the dumbest thing that liberals say online about me. No, my point was, while I don't have obviously the motion to swing the outcome of an election, otherwise Bernie Sanders would be fucking president, okay? I do have more motion than Liz Cheney, but that's not necessarily a way to beef up my influence either. I'm not even saying that I have that much influence. I just have more influence than Liz Cheney because she has none.
Democrats have so many people inside the tent and so much chaos happening on the political landscape, they do not know which direction they're marching in. But woe to anybody that is trying to write the epitaph for the Democratic Party.
Well, let me just say this. I was a Democrat all my life. They better figure out how they lost people like me. Okay? And the only thing I have said, when you quit worrying about the working person, their working conditions, you're worried more about a person that's able-bodied and capable of working that won't work versus me who will work, there's something wrong.
I can't say what I want to say. I think charlatans like Joe Manchin that don't toe the party line and basically would be irrelevant if they were Republican, but only are relevant as a disloyal Democrat at times, are some of the biggest scumbags. If we were to do a party purge, it would be the Joe Manchins, which he already purged himself, obviously, but like the Maggie Hassans and the Kirsten Sinemas, again, another person who purged herself, the John Fettermans, like the people that simply sit there and go, well, if you want every single judge to be signed in, I'm there for you. But every other major piece of legislation I will undermine. I have no power if I'm not a Democrat, because if he was a Republican, he's just another dipshit ass Republican. But as a Democrat, he is the most effective because he can play the role of a spoiler. That's the way he gets into committees. That's the way he gets a shit ton of lobbying money. That's the way he gets to cut out side deals for his immediate family members so that they can get a better deal farming the remainder of wealth that is captive in West Virginia. That's what he does. That is all he did. That's all this fucking asshole did his entire career. I hate these motherfuckers so much. The fact that he just tries to present himself as like being blue collar and like caring about the working class is disgusting. It is a disgusting lie. God, I hate them so much. I hate Joe Manchin. Oh my Lord, I have so much smoke in my fucking heart for Joe Manchin. If you guys recall, I literally said Joe Biden should have arrested and prosecuted Joe Manchin's immediate family on Pod John's. And John Lovett was shocked. You give me the fucking keys to the castle. Watch what I do to these fucking disloyal Democrats. You understand? Watch what I do to these motherfuckers who won't even let the most modest reforms take place without getting a piece of the fucking pie. Oh. Yeah, I would run on a fucking anti-corruption platform. And I would advocate for, yes, Chinese style reform. Oh, you got an issue? You're going to jail. Okay, sorry. Because the reality of the matter is, these guys are all transparently corrupt. The corruption is a part of the process. But corruption also means that you are malleable. Corruption means you can be forced to do the bidding of the administration. I'm not saying turn a blind eye to corruption, but in the interim, you can make an example of those who are corrupt. You can make an example of those who are corrupt by pointing to the rule book and saying, see, here's where you violated it, and now chickens are coming home to fucking roost because you did not fucking play ball. You have found me at a very Chinese point in my life. I think we're all going through a very Chinese point in our lives. Manchin is horrendous, but I couldn't stand that we can't get anything done because of Manchin rhetoric, as if there's no such thing as political power. Oh, no, I know. I have smoke for them too. Don't worry. Are you kidding me? I yelled about it every fucking day. See, this is the problem with a lot of people that actually don't watch me other than like watching 20-second fucking clips. I'm an autistic loser when it comes to fucking politics and when it comes to other shit too. All I give a fuck about is politics. So those dipshits that think, oh, Hasan is pie in the sky ideals, like he's just a tanky, he's always making the perfect the enemy of the good, blah, 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 all this shit. They don't watch me, so they don't know. I talk about process all the fucking time. I have Mr. Process, David Dayan on with regular frequency. Okay? David Dana, the American prospect, is Mr. Process, okay? And as an autistic, hyper-fixated loser on politics, for years, I yelled at the institutional Democrats that would not fucking threaten to revoke committee positions from the likes of Joe Manchin and numerous other people. When push came to shove, I talked about how bad it was that they were constantly gridlocking themselves, and that actually ran protective cover for the Republicans, who would have never voted for these bills anyway, or if you somehow magically were able to pass this through, they would vote against it and then take credit for it after the fact, which they did. I gave numerous examples of how Joe Manchin, for example, is so weak that he could be manipulated into playing ball with the admin, as he is supposed to. He can do it the easy way, he can do it the fucking hard way. The hard way would be punishing him for his numerous different proclivities, him and his immediate family alike. Anyway, important to understand that the scramble to throw abortion, trans immigrant rights under the bus on the supposed altar of savvy, pragmatic compromise is 100% because they see it as the only place you go to pick up votes when left economic populism is 100% off the table. Yeah. Ezra Klein says, the more worried you are about authoritarianism, the more willing you've got to be to run pro-life Democrats. Oh my God. In red states. Oh my God. 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 That's not how this works, man. This is not a popular position in this fucking country. Are these guys just paid to lose? Like, what is happening? Ezra Klein is supposed to be this brilliant liberal. What? I'm gonna have a fucking seizure, bro. It makes no sense. Ezra Klein says the more worried you are about authoritarianism, the more willing you got to be to run pro-life Democrats in red states. I think they happen to be higher now, and I do think a lot of what is happening in terms of the structure of the system itself is dangerous. I think that our hour is late in many ways. My view is that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you. Adam Johnson says, important to understand that the scramble to throw abortion and trans immigrant rights under the bus on the supposed altar of savvy, pragmatic compromise is 100% because they see it as the only place you go to pick up votes when left populism is 100% off the table. And he is right. It's actually with left populism that you're supposed to build a robust coalition of people who come on board who otherwise wouldn't on key culture war issues. If you make the argument, do you want healthcare? That means trans people are going to get it too. What do you want more? Free healthcare? Or to punish trans people? You force people into that position to going, honestly, yeah, I think free healthcare is pretty fucking sweet. I don't give a shit about trans people all of a sudden. That's the point. That's how you fucking build a broad coalition on class first politics. The problem is liberals don't want to do that. Liberals want to engage in uneven grounds on every single issue, because the culture war is designed to be inherently reactionary. So if you are playing in their playing field, you are destined to fucking lose. And these guys also openly don't mind lying. So even if you're playing in their field, you could at the very least try to engage in counter messaging, talk about how fucking racist and pieces of shit they are, talk about the humanity of the fucking immigrant neighbors that we have, talk about the much better pathway to solve this problem that many Americans actually think is better, like mass amnesty, conditional amnesty, right? Meanwhile, they are abiding by a position that doesn't exist. There is no pro-life Democrat. A pro-life Democrat is going to lose votes because there are a lot of pro-choice Democrats that are not going to want to vote for that fucking guy, because they're gonna be like, ew, what? Why is this the guy I'm voting for? And they're not going to win a single fucking Republican because they're fucking pro-life. If you're pro-life, you are already significantly more mentally ill than the average American. You are at the heart of the fucking Republican Party's core base of support. You are one of the most insane people on the planet. This doesn't mean that you think abortion is murder, but you also think that the government shouldn't intervene in this. If you feel that way, then congratulations. A lot of people feel that way, okay? They vote Democrat. But what I'm talking about is people who vote on behalf of the abortion is murder, so we need to combat it party. They're not voting for the fucking Democrats. They're gonna say you're a gay libtard, and they're gonna go vote for the fucking pro-life Republican instead. Shut the fuck up. This is how Kamala Harris lost. Why? If you're a Republican, why would you want a diet version, dude? Why wouldn't you want the full strength soda? You are much more willing to compromise with your side of the fucking ideological spectrum, than go to the opposition side. The irony, of course, is yes, they would most likely win over Republicans, just like Zohran Mamdani did, if they were to do broad, sweeping economic reforms, an anti-corruption campaign that focuses on punishing the wealthy, focuses on extracting these resources back, clawing them back from the hands of the select few in society, back to a more equitable outcome for all Americans. You fucking run on that shit, Republicans are gonna be like, you know what? This is a different kind of Democrat. Maybe not as gay and libtarded as I previously thought. I might vote for this motherfucker, even though he wants gay people to have health care and trans people to have health care too. This is why there's been such a push lately to create space for taking on woke sacred cows. Abundance, Searchlight, Newsom. They're trying to reconstruct 1990s Clintonism of culture issue triangulation and corporatism, because everything is up for debate for corporatism. This is one of the few instances where I actually slightly disagree with Adam Johnson, because that never went away. Okay? That never truly went away. That was always the beating heart of the Democratic Party. Okay? But because they respond to like broad public sentiment shifts, like the only thing that changed and made society a little bit more woke, I guess, was in the Obama era with Obergefell, right? Like outside of that, they still immediately were like, maybe we went a little too far. Let's scale it back. There's an obvious path for Dems to win back the working class, but Shore's poll-tested faux populist rhetorical box-checking notwithstanding, it's off the table for places like CAP, Center for American Progress. Majority Democrats pack big donors because it would radically undermine the way they all get rich. And pussy too. Yeah. Conservatives don't know that taxing billionaires is leftist. They don't know that universal health care is leftist. Conservatives just know those policies make sense. Exactly. Let me be queer. Breaking. Many Dems are now leaning towards a Harris-Buttigieg ticket in 2028. What's your reaction? It's important that Democrats never learn anything for our entire lives. It's so funny because they performed spectacularly poorly in the 2020 primaries. God, we are a party of losers, bro. The Democrats are such fucking losers. When I say we, I mean like the broad left, all the way ranging from like blue dog Democrats and establishment Democrats down to like Maoist third worldists, like this broad anti-Trump coalition of people that are aligned and want to resist against like the fascist encroachment in this country, is unfortunately only represented at the political level by some of the stupidest fucking losers of all time, some of the biggest losers. Oh my God, Lenin would be disgusted. Lenin would spit on us. He would. God, I hate this shit. It's just the reason why it always feels like there is no positive solution here is because we don't have any good leadership, man. We don't have any leadership whatsoever. Abortion rights are beating Kamala in every single state that voted on them. Progressive policies aren't electable. Unpopular Democrat politicians are. But yeah, ask Ezra. Real centrism hasn't been tried, guys. Okay? Real centrist liberalism hasn't been tried. If we just slap on a new patina to it, call it abundance, we can do it. Okay? We can do it. How can you look at this and see it as anything but a controlled opposition party at that point? I'm sorry. It truly feels to me like billionaires are farming these different initiatives on the Democratic Party to ensure that Republicans, whenever they're in charge, deregulate and cut tax for the wealthy, and then Democrats rarely ever present an alternative to that. And when they actually do win power somehow, because the Republicans fucking suck ass, okay, when they come into power, God forbid, they claw back any of those deregulatory aspects of the economy. Holy fuck. Today I went to Democrat Representative Tim Kennedy's campaign volunteer meeting. It was shocking how much progressive language there was on their campaign flyers about billionaires and oligarchy. But when JVP put his feet to the fire about going to Israel 2 months ago, he could not call it a genocide and lost the room entirely. Everyone was screaming at him. Yes, Israel in this regard, by the way, is the perfect way to communicate earnesty. Okay, that's it. For many Americans, obviously, for many Americans of good conscience, Israel is a very important issue. But outside of that, even for people in the margins who think like, oh, this is really fucked up, Israel is the best way to show that you are earnest, to show that you are honest, to show that you are unyielding, you are uncompromising. It automatically classifies you as a different kind of politician. Lenin warned us. Oh, I know exactly what this is. Yep. My goat, Patrick Stewart, as Lenin.
Could get help from one of the groups in the liberal movement.
No. Don't trust the liberals. They will betray you.
Lenin. Don't worry, on Tuesday it's all over. Christian Talk thinks the rapture is happening on Tuesday, by the way. Oh my God. Imagine. Looks like leadership will be AOC in 2028. Cooked. Dog, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. Okay? For all of the issues, this is an endlessly better alternative than any other fucking thing that you could present for the Democratic Party's future. Okay? I just hope that she is way more unyielding if this were to happen. She needs to be uncompromising. She needs to be unyielding. She needs to be a real fighter. Like, no triangulations. You can stand on the issues that you care about in the same way that Bernie did, right? Nearest cope on this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what makes economic populism popular. Expand attempt with economic populism. It will require you to turn against your corporate donors. Economic populism is good, but you should also acknowledge working class voters are not as a whole left on cultural issues. Senator Sanders has. Dude, these guys don't understand. The argument is you give voters things, okay? You give voters something that they want. Right now, you're giving them nothing that they want. And also on top of that, presenting a unfavorable position on culture war issues that they either don't give a shit about, so you look like a fucking fool, or they actively despise because they're fucking insanely bigoted and they'll never vote for you anyway. Okay? If you offer them a carrot then they're way more willing to look the other way about the trans shit. Fuck. I'm so certain of this. I'm so certain of this, dude. I promise. Like, I'll give you an example. Do I believe that there are people who might not be like super on board with Zoran's version of being on that fuck Israel tip? Okay. Do I believe that there are people out there in New York City that might not fully agree with what Zoran thinks about Israel? Absolutely. But those people, you know what they want? Fucking fast and free buses for sure. So they make that calculation. Democrats demand loyalty without any fucking assurances that they'll do right by their voters. It's so stupid. The idea that Republicans win because they have tremendous loyalty that they've generated from their base without giving them any treats is idiotic. Republicans are able to give their base treats all the time. They literally will withstand political and social punishments as a consequence of this. Look no further than the 40-year project to literally overturn Roe v. Wade, which was an established super precedent. Okay? That was a gift. That was a present to their most loyal fans. Okay? Because they reward that loyalty. The reason why Republicans got so mad about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is because for the first time ever on a culture war related issue, the Republicans said, no, you're not getting this actually. Better things are not possible for you. Something that we promised you we're not going to give. They were like shocked. They were like, what? What's going on here? It was a confusing moment for many of them. They do that. And because they do that successfully, then their voters will forget about how they didn't actually fix the prices at all. Liberals don't want to give any treats whatsoever to the base. Kamala Harris says she called Gavin Newsom for an endorsement after Biden's exit, but he brushed her off with a short text. Governor Newsom replied, hiking, will call back, and never followed up. Oh, that's fucking... God damn, he is so gruesome. Oh my God. That's because him and Nancy did not want Kamala Harris to be the replacement. That's why.
6 days, almost 5 days to rapture.
Christian Talk thinks the rapture is happening. Oh my God, we have to investigate this shit.
Time. I'm so excited. Who else is excited?
I hope, I pray that you are right about this, because once all of you rapture believing people are taken up, the rest of us on earth will be left. We can just sigh a deep sigh of relief. There will be just nice, non-judgmental people left. It will be so freeing.
I'm gonna be honest, it would definitely... I don't know, I mean... Inshallah, it's real. And they just get sucked up into the heavens. We can chill. In many ways, what remains will look like a heaven.
In all seriousness, when this doesn't happen on Wednesday, we better be checking in with this lady. Do a welfare check, because she's very convinced that her next birthday will be spent and Jesus will be a birthday guest. So it's gonna be...
I mean, yeah.
To rapture time.
Dude, one look at this lady's eyes and I'm like, that's not... Is this actually Christian Talk, or is this just like one crazy woman? No. Christian Talk is not one crazy woman. Christian Talk is a collection of a bunch of crazy women.
I'm so excited. Who else is excited? There's a guy, his account here, I don't know what his real name is, but he's a riot and he's making this whole journey so fun, but his account is called Rapture Now. He was just talking about, you know, hey, have you heard that, you know, there's an angel assigned to each person when we get raptured? He was like, I wonder if our pets get raptured too. He's like,
oh my God. This is the Christian version of like, what job will you do in the communist commune? I'm going to be the sex instructor for the furry coalition. That's it. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh my God, I can't wait. My pets are going to be raptured with me. They're going to be in heaven. And we're going to hang out with Jesus Christ and Ronald Reagan. It's like, nope, he is not there. If you go up there, if you go to the next place and Ronald Reagan's there, know that you are not in heaven. Okay?
dude, I want to be that. Or yeah, he goes, could you imagine the angel that's just assigned to one little chihuahua? They're going up 1,000 miles per hour. That is so funny. In all seriousness, today was my birthday, and I was secretly hoping it would happen today. I mean, hey, it's not Feast of Trumpets yet, though, but my next birthday will be a heavenly one. How exciting is that? But we're just sitting outside under the stars and under the lights, just having a cup of tea and just thinking about what the next few days hold, you know. We're thinking about that 3 days of darkness and the rapture on Tuesday.
So doesn't that mean tomorrow's a day of darkness?
On September 24th of this year, so 1 week from today, do not believe anything that you see or hear.
On Lib Talk, they're also predicting something bad is going to happen on September 24th. The same day Christian Talk is predicting the rapture. Wait, isn't that Rosh Hashanah, by the way? Bro, what is going on? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? They just saw, like, I saw a Jewish name on my calendar. Oh, no, sorry. September 24th is one day after. That's the second day of Rosh Hashanah. I saw a Jew name on my calendar. Don't know how it got there. Obviously, it's Jesus Christ telling me. It's Jesus Christ's way of telling me, one of his most loyal servants, that is happening. I don't know. It sounded like a foreign name, Rosh Hashanah. When did everyone go insane? I don't know. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I think it was a slow burn.
And I'm not talking about your day-to-day grocery store run, you know, chit-chat with colleagues.
My most hated coworker's last day is Tuesday. Christians better not fuck this up for me. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Oh, yo, what if your most hated coworker gets sucked up into the heavens? And she's getting sucked up into the heavens. She's like, I told you, Kendra. You needed to find God in your heart, bitch. That's why I'm going into heaven, and my dog is too. See, my dog's going to heaven, but you're not.
I'm talking about anything startling, shocking, extraordinary, anything that you might consider remarkable, memorable. Why do I say this? Because one of my sources sent me an encrypted message tonight.
What?
And usually I get like a paragraph.
One of your sources? Dude, Lebanon exists is crazy. Not like the country. Lib-anon. Blue-anon, you know? I mean, this is... One of my sources left me some breadcrumbs about something crazy. A kinetic situation taking place.
At least, kind of explaining what they're talking about.
Fuck yeah.
Details of some sort. This was just one sentence, and in all caps it said, "Do not believe anything that you see or hear on 9/24." Now, this isn't one of my military buds that is sometimes wrong or gets delayed information or facts are skewed. This is someone I trust implicitly, has never been wrong. They have no reason to BS me. They don't BS. That's not who they are. They are very, one of those. I've known them most of my life. You don't have to take me seriously. I'm going to take it seriously. Now, what I find interesting, and I don't know if this has any connection to it, is the 24th is also the same day that Israel is going to internationally broadcast their trumpet ceremony. They're going to have 100 rabbis blowing 100 horns to celebrate, all the red heifers that they've burned. And apparently they're going to have all of the ashes leading back all the way to Esther. Which reminds me of something. Project Esther. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to my profile.
Ooh. Wait, the libs are like based anti-Israel now? What's going on? What's happening? Or not based? I don't know. I only heard Project Esther. I don't know what she said beforehand. Are they the good kind of based or the bad kind of based? Like the fucking Groiper kind? Not based? Because Project Esther is Project 2025's component, like the same thing that they're doing to silence dissent and attack free speech by using the pro-Israel advocacy network and anti-Semitism allegations to silence any sort of fucking criticism of the state, like opening up the floodgates of First Amendment being eroded. Rewind the... I'm not a go back person, but rewind the vid. What did she say? I was washing my hands.
I find interesting, and I don't know if this has any connection to it, is the 24th is also the same day that Israel is going to internationally broadcast their trumpet ceremony. They're going to have 100 rabbis blowing 100 horns to celebrate, all the red heifers that they've burned. And apparently they're going to have all of the ashes leading back all the way to Esther.
Wait, no, she's not. That's not. She's not a lib. I mean, she's a crazy person for. No, she's doing the. This is not lib talk, chatters. This is literally also rapture shit. No, she's literally saying like this is the end times prophecy. This is the whole reason why the fucking schizos over on the evangelical Zionist side, evangelical Christian Zionist side, like believe it. These are the events that need to take place for the rapture to be triggered. She's just describing them. I don't think she's a liberal at all. Is she? Check her other posts. She's a lib. Is she like a liberal Christian Zionist then? Because what she's describing is what is what the fucking red heifer guys believe in Israel. Like, oh, they found the perfect cow, the perfect red heifer that has not a single blemish, and then they burn it, and then it's the Jewish version of the not rapture, but like the Messiah comes back, right? But then the Christians think that that's when the rapture is triggered.
Which reminds me of something. Project Esther. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to my profile. I have a whole video, actually I have two, and they say Project Esther, where I explain what it is and what it's all about. Basically, you better fall into alignment, not be anti-Semitic, and if you are, you're going to lose certain privileges, like access to the market, access to society, etc. I go all through it, okay? But isn't it interesting how Project Esther is about anti-Semitism. And they're going to have the ashes from Esther on the 24th. And that also happens to be the day that I was just told, don't believe anything I see or hear. That's, I mean, they didn't follow through, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together here.
What?
So I hope you can do the math here with me, because obviously here, there's only so much I can say. Do the math.
As an empath, I am exhausted over all of this. This is awesome. Man. Are Christians okay? Bro, I'm telling you right now, I think America and Israel are so deeply, so mentally ill. Like, we should just be left alone, dude. Like, we need to be in like a walled garden style situation with our internet, and all of our nukes must immediately be dismantled. All of our weapons must be like dismantled and substituted for like water guns or something. And then we could just like play pretend and make believe, because we are not cut out for modern society. It is very clear that we are a powder keg. Both of our countries, both of our respective countries, are fascist powder kegs that are only going to be worse for the rest of the planet. Okay? Yeah, I used to say, oh my God, you're right. Both of us are Britain's greatest mistakes. I used to say that we need to do a Florida project, but honestly, low key, it's not a Florida project. It's an America project, dude.
Paying attention to all of the accounts that are claiming a rapture is going to happen on the 23rd of this month. I want everyone to look at them, to screenshot them, to save these videos, download them to your phone. Make sure you have all of this stuff. The reason why is because all of these people who are claiming that the rapture is going to happen on the 23rd, they are going to be revealing themselves to be false prophets, false teachers.
Wait. Well, I thought he was gonna be like, oh, these guys are all stupid, like you can make fun of them. No, it turns out they're actually agents of Satan. So even the guy with the Christian cross t-shirt, okay, the tactical Christian cross t-shirt, even he has something to say, and it's not even like sane.
Deceitful workers. These people who are claiming this are lying to you, and I want to make sure that because they're lying to you, you stop trusting them. You stop believing the lies that they're telling you. So when the rapture does not happen on the 23rd or 24th, you're going to be able to say, oh yeah, these people were lying. I should not be asking them or leaning on them, trusting them in any way to teach me anything theological, anything biblical, because what they have been saying is nothing but blatant lies.
Like, he's not saying that the rapture is not going to happen. He's just taking issue with the rapture happening like on Tuesday. Do you understand? Like, the voice of reason on the Christian side here is also the guy who's saying like, no, I just know when the real rapture is going to take place. I'm not going to tell you when, but it's definitely not Tuesday. God told me.
In order to gain attention. It is what I refer to as rapture baiting. This is like clickbait, but in regards to the rapture, because it is trendy, it's topical, it's something that people have an interest in, but these people are absolutely lying to you, and they're trying to use that subject to gain viewers. So just take note of who these people are and make sure that you stop following them once it is shown that they have been lying to you this entire time.
Also, I was going to go live this afternoon. I'm not going.
This is literally Shroud, but instead of being the Shroud of video games, he decided to be the Shroud of the Bible. Okay? He is the Shroud of understanding the Bible, bro. That I trust this guy a lot more than I trust the other kooky ladies. Hell yeah.
Going to do that anymore because I have a migraine. So instead I am icing my neck and I'm spending some time watching A Messenger of Truth. So not only do I recommend that you follow him on TikTok where they're like 10-second videos, but also follow him on YouTube where he has the most of his followers, I believe. And these videos are like 20 minutes to 40 minutes. They're longer format and they are always great. So big shout out, A Messenger of Truth. Go follow him. He's fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like God smited you for daring to take on the real believers of the rapture.
Some people are saying that rapture will happen on September 23rd, 2025 because of...
Where'd they get this idea, bro?
The Feast of Trumpets. Sounds convincing, right? Trumpets, end times, dates on the calendar, but that's not actually biblical. So why people are saying that September 23rd is going to be the time when the rapture will happen? Well, every year people connect the Feast of the Tabernacles with the rapture because of the verses like the trumpet of God in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. But here's the problem. They say the same thing in 2017, 2020, 2023, and nothing happened. Date setting keeps recycling. You must understand this about the Jewish feast. They're actually powerful prophetic pictures. The Passover was Christ crucified, first fruits, his resurrection, Pentecost was when the Spirit was poured out, and there's 3 more feasts that are coming, and it's the Feast of Trumpets, Atonement, and Tabernacle. Now they do point to Christ, and they do point to God's redemptive plan. Trumpets is his second coming, the rapture of the church, which I believe.
Isn't it crazy that these guys are better represented in American politics than every single person in here? Like, think about that. The Republican Party gives them treats all the time. The Democrats look to you with disdain and think, oh, you're fucking spoiling the bag. You're fucking it up. Just vote for us. Shut the fuck up and vote for us. Why won't you? Meanwhile, the Republican Party's like, that guy is my guy. I'm going to do everything he wants. Okay? Has your position on religion changed at all throughout my life? Yes. Absolutely. I was never a committed believer, but I was more militant in my I was more militant in my atheism as opposed to where I've landed at now, where I just think people can believe whatever fucking nonsense they want to believe. Honestly, I don't really give a shit as long as it's not harming others. Now you believe in the Church of Satan? Yeah. This is the guy that started the conspiracy?
The answer that came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I saw a man in heaven. Those were my words. Fast forward, 2018. Again, in a vision, in a dream. I don't see him in...
Is this a pastor with a cause figure behind him? I'm sorry. I can't take you seriously as a man of God. If you got a fucking bear brick behind you, bro, no fucking way, no how, no shot. Ain't no way, bro. What if it was a Labubu? Everyone knows Labubus are agents of Satan. What are you talking about? It's Pazuzu. If it was a Labubu, I would just know that he's a false prophet. Duh. Everyone knows that. Stupid. God. You're clearly not on fucking Christian talk like I am. All right, let's get back to my favorite guy.
It was the same event. Also, the atonement is when Israel will repent and acknowledge Jesus as their Messiah.
These guys are so funny. Yeah, we have to do unconditional support to Israel because that's the only way to trigger the rapture. But also, those Jews will repent, and 144,000 of them will come with us to the heavens. Of course, the rest of them will die in eternal damnation.
Tabernacles is when Christ will dwell, God will dwell with his people on earth in the millennial reign. So while they do point to Christ, they actually don't give us an exact calendar date for his return. Here is why September 23rd is not it. Jesus said in Matthew 24, verse 36, that no one knows the day or the hour. Paul in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 3 talked about the Antichrist being revealed first before the second coming of Christ. And for those of you who watched my previous videos, you know that I believe, and there's a lot of scriptural evidence, that the rapture of the church and the coming of Jesus is the same event. So if somebody tells you that there's an exact date for the rapture of the church, they're actually going against Jesus himself and against the biblical eschatology. How should we live? So instead of guessing dates, the Bible tells us to win souls. The Bible tells us to live ready, because there's a high chance you might meet the Lord before he comes, because people die every single day. We ought to live holy. We ought to be watchful and expectant, and we ought to be steadfast in the work of the Lord. So will rapture happen on September 23rd, 2025? No one knows. But one thing is certain: Jesus is coming. Don't set dates. Live ready. Follow me.
Fucking nailed it, dude. That's my goat. Hassan Labubu evidence. Yeah, it's true. Notice how the Labubu auto locked onto those innocent people, proof they are being cursed by Pazuzu. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even need to see that to know, because I'm a Christian of good faith, you know? I stay locked into the Bible. So I know a lot of these things, you know what I mean? Like, I don't... Oh my God, rapture trip tips? Oh, hell yeah.
Rapture trip tip number 5.
Oh my gosh, she got trips. What kind of... She got tips for the trip. Like, what kind of snacks? Oh, we need to see all of them. Yo, low key.
When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from Lot's wife. Okay, just keep calm, take a deep breath, slowly release it, and keep your face looking upwards. And pray you're not on the toilet.
What? What the fuck? Hey, yo, she's joking, right? Like, she's not being serious.
Another way to help prepare people that you might go missing because you're harpazoed without looking crazy is to leave subtle hints during conversation. How about brunch this Sunday? That sounds great. I'll be there. Well, unless Jesus calls me up and I get raptured.
Nah, this is a meme. This is a joke. This person is joking. There ain't no way. This person is joking. There ain't no fucking way. No. This has to be a joke. Come on. This is creative writing. Come on. She's trolling, dude. This is a shit pose. Stop. No one behaves like that, man. Come on. I tried to leave instructions for my dog sitter just in case. I'm thinking of having keys made for her. I pulled some of these this week. I say it so much. My friend even wrote it in the birthday card, extending best wishes and excitement to see all that's in store for me this year. Unless you get raptured, lol. I love it. I felt so seen. Wait, is she not joking? Oh my God. I prefer outright raw blunt approach. Rapture between 23rd to 24th. Repent. I don't think she's joking. I have been really thinking about this a lot. I'm getting ready to renew my lease. It's up October 1st. Why would she joke about it? Because it sounds objectively insane. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, is this a bias that I have? Is this like because I just didn't grow up around fucking American evangelicals? I'm thinking of like what the equivalent is in Islam, like, and how I would treat this. Why risk getting blackballed at church? Oh, I just thought she was like not even a fucking committed full believer. And she was just like making jokes about like people who believe in the rapture definitely happening.
Rapture trip tip number 3. Other possible options to leave messages behind. Save a note as a screensaver on your phone. Carry a folded piece of paper, a note in your pocket. Pre-write letters and keep them in your purse or backpack. People are going to check the 3 Ps immediately after you're gone. They're going to go through your pockets, your purse, and your phone immediately.
Wait, what? So are your clothes left behind? How does that work? Do you get sucked up into the heavens naked? Isn't that crazy? Wait, hold on. You go up naked? So you're going up, and while you're going up, you look to your left or your right, you see Barbara with her pussy hanging out? That's crazy. That's crazy. Your shit's gonna get shriveled sideways on the way up. I'd be holding on like, no, don't look. It's different. It's so cold. There's a lot of air friction. That's the rapture trip tip I would give. Your shit's gonna be fucking dangling, and because you're getting sucked up into the heavens, you need to, as soon as you feel the rapture happening, you need to give it a couple tugs. You need to give it a couple tugs, or else when you get up there to the fucking pearly gates, everyone's gonna look at you and be like, damn, dog. Immediately go spit in your hand and start giving it a couple quick tugs. It's okay. You're getting sucked up into the heavens anyway. What are they gonna fucking decide mid rapture? Oh no, you masturbated? Like, nah, it's fine. At that point, you're already halfway up there, you know? Or even better, crack a blue chew. Always keep a pocket blue chew for when the rapture might happen. So you just get up there, and while you're up there, you just fucking rock hard. Oh, Jesus Christ. Brother, you go in the opposite direction of up? Oh, you think these guys are going to heaven? Suck my dick, okay? I have literal notebooks with instructions for my daughter who doesn't believe in God about the mark. I've left 2 Bibles with notes all in them. I just bought her a pocket-sized New Testament because eventually the Bible will be illegal. Bro, they're not just even schizo about the end times. They're schizo about the today times, okay? This is, I guess it makes sense. Because eventually Bible will be illegal. I bought 2 books on survival during the tribulation, which explains in detail what is happening and what will happen. I've read them both to make sure they're biblically sound. I've gone through so many highlighters over the past couple of months.
While they're taking your money, you might as well leave them a useful note, like a gospel message, or don't take the mark of the beast.
Dude, what the fuck? Yo, we need to do a deep dive into fucking what's going on in Christian talk, in rapture talk, because honestly, this is probably very important to understand, like the collective psychosis that Republicans engage in with regular frequency. Oh my God. I just want to remind you that that lady is worth like maybe 1,000 leftist votes minimum. Okay, with respect, no, not even 100,000 leftist votes. With respect to how much her desires are realized by those in positions of power, I need you to understand her worth in terms of like how much outsized representation she gets and how much her schizophrenic hallucinations dictate American policy. She is worth 100,000 Hasanabi heads. Okay? Think about that. Just saying, think about that.
Rapture trip tip number 2. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
You don't want to tell people you're going because maybe they'll think you're crazy. And what if you're still here after September? You got to save face. You still want people to know what happened to you. Leave a note on your mirror with a dry erase marker. When someone finally breaks in to your house to see if you're okay, someone will find the note. I'm okay, I'm with Jesus. Don't take the mark of the beast. Rapture trip tips. I recommend you go out and buy a couple fresh packs of undies to wear for the next month. Throw all the old underwear away. Imagine after you've been harpazoed, your clothes float back down.
What is harpazo? Oh, so you do get harpazo with the clothes, but then they fly back down? Is harpazo when you get like sucked up into the air? Is that what it is? From Headband. Left behind the rapture scene.
Honey? Where are you?
Ma'am, is everything okay?
It's my husband. He's disappeared.
Oh, dude. L for you, lady. Your husband was a true believer of sound faith. Look at you. You're fucking cooked. L. L for you, lady. God slop. Will all dono 5 gifted though? Nah, y'all are crazy. Nah. So this finna happen Tuesday. This already happened, or I mean, yeah, it's gonna. I guess yeah, you're right. The rapture, the first part, the first part of the suck. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Wow, we learned so much today, dude. Rapture happening Tuesday, but obviously before the rapture happens Tuesday, we got some other stuff happening tomorrow, specifically Charlie Kirk. For those of you who don't know, the Charlie Kirk Memorial is going to take place tomorrow in Arizona. It's a mass hog event. I already talked about it, and I'll be covering it tomorrow. And we'll be taking a look at everything that unfolds. Oh, sorry, I'm burping. Everything that unfolds. And also Sunday Fun Day afterwards as well. That is before we get to what is going to happen. IRL stream? No, I'm not gonna go to Arizona to cover that. Don't be crazy. Anyway, this is what I got for you for the. Bye everybody, see you tomorrow.